Cargill Philippines was established in 1947, the company's first subsidiary in the Asia-Pacific region. Immediately, Cargill saw the Philippines' potential as a coconut and coconut product supplier to the world. And in 1948, Cargill Philippines formally opened its first office, a copra buying station with just a handful of employees. Today, Cargill now employs over 2,000 employees across multiple locations in the country's three major island groups, with its operations now including grain distribution and trading, animal nutrition and health, poultry processing, and food and beverage ingredients. Cargill currently operates 5 business units in the Philippines. Cargill Oil Mills Philippines Inc., a business engaged in the coconut industry, specifically copra crushing with 10 copra buying stations to help coconut farmers gain greater access to global markets. Cargill Agricultural Supply Chain, a business unit covering all agency trading and distribution for the grains, supplying them with soybean meal, feed wheat, and high-quality milling wheat. Cargill Animal Nutrition and Health, which provides swine, poultry, and aqua feeds and premix solutions. CANH owns and operates 3 feed mills located in Bulacan and facilities in Pangasinan and Misamis Oriental, as well as tolling arrangements in Iloilo, Cebu, and Davao. Seajoy Poultry Meats Production Inc., a joint venture with the Philippines' largest fast food chain, primarily focuses on poultry processing. Seajoy produces ready-to-cook chicken for local consumption in a state-of-the-art processing facility in Santo Tomas, Batangas. And finally, Cargill Food Ingredients and Bioindustrial Enterprise. We supply starches, sweeteners, such as glucose and fructose, oils, stevia, soya, flour, cocoa, and texturizing agents for local manufacturers primarily in the food, beverage, and snacks industry. And while these business units operate independently, they are deeply integrated into each other's operation as part of a larger Cargill Philippines supply chain.
We will always be committed to enable communities and businesses in the Philippines to thrive and look forward to continue growing and expanding our footprint in the country in line with our commitment towards enhancing food security and nourishing the world in a safe, sustainable, and responsible way.
At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow. At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow.
What does it mean to have a purpose? In a company as global and far-reaching as Emerson, it means each of us is part of something bigger. Our transformation to One Emerson has brought into focus, in addition to shared values, an underlying purpose that holds true to our culture. We drive innovation that makes the world healthier, safer, smarter, and more sustainable. When we look deeper into our purpose and into our individual roles as innovators, we see how our technology, engineering, and software solutions help make the world a better place. We make the world healthier by bringing critical new life-saving medicines to market faster with consistently high quality. Our cold chain technology enables our customers to safely keep perishable food and drugs at proper temperatures. We keep our customers safe with our location tracking software that provides real-time worker safety monitoring, potentially reducing more than 70% of common industrial incidents. Our new-to-the-world insulated hydraulic tools help keep linemen and electrical contractors protected against shocks and hazards. We make plants smarter by helping process engineers optimize operations with our digital twin software. Our ENERGY STAR certified Sensi Smart thermostat technology uses geofencing, remote access, and flexible scheduling to keep homeowners in the know and in control of their home comfort. We promote sustainability with innovative software that enables the global power industry to seamlessly incorporate renewable energy sources to modernize and improve the reliability of the electric grid. Our energy-efficient compressors enable our industry partners to comply with ever-rising government efficiency standards for air conditioning and refrigeration systems. This purpose means limitless opportunities to take action, to innovate as one, and to promise our customers that with Emerson, you can always consider it solved. So what does it mean to have a purpose? For Emerson, it means everything.
We never left. At FedEx, we have been embracing the commitment to deliver in the Philippines for 37 years. Since the 80s, we have been steadfast in our commitment to connecting people and ideas through deliveries, creating opportunities and improving lives. Now with our world-class 17,000 square meter gateway, we need the right people. Talented women and men with the same goal and mission, who won't let the world down.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
We need fast, precise, dedicated, because this is where now meets next. At FedEx, every second counts. Every parcel counts. and every person counts.
Sir, are we ready?
We're FedEx. We're always ready.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
The world keeps on turning. That's why we keep on moving. ICTSI is a marine gateway operator, advancing trade to help move economies, moving across the globe so we can move lives, moving a step ahead of everyone so we can move towards a brighter tomorrow. ICTSI.
Every brand has a goal. To be this or that for the consumer. To do this or that for its audience. To fix this. To grow that. To build from scratch. At Team Asia, we take a holistic approach in solving marketing challenges and use a variety of channels to reach consumers in meaningful ways. Experience is the relationship we build between the audience and the brand. The integration of channels is what makes everything cohesive and relevant. This approach, we call integrated marketing experience. Team Asia brings out the best in branding and design, events and activation, content marketing, digital marketing, and video production. Our team has the best players in the game, armed with the knowledge to implement a strong game plan that fits your goals. Are you launching a new brand? Are you creating a positive brand impression? If you're looking for ways to grow your brand, the first order of business is to choose a team of experts. We are Team Asia, and this is how we do it.
A lot of work goes into a virtual event. It starts with great content, putting your brand front and center. You plan every detail. You see every contingency. We already have the big thinkers, the inspired, the passionate, and the veterans. Now, we have the power of tech. Fast, uninterrupted experiences, platforms that turn the ordinary to the exciting. An expert technical team executing to perfection. You get an amazing event and an audience that wants more of you. This is 29 years of expertise in creating next-level events. Now on the virtual space.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
When you operate in dynamic global markets, the one constant is the speed of change, and navigating change takes leadership. Leadership that manages risk and uncertainty for clients with insight and confidence. At AIG, our expertise is turning risk into opportunity and new potential. It's why we pride ourselves in the quality of our people, the value we deliver, and the excellence in our execution. Because today, you don't just need an insurance company, you need an ally in your journey from now to next.
Trust. It's life's first lesson. We learn it with every new experience, with every new risk. We trust those who help us get back on our feet and point us in the right direction. As we invest in ourselves and in our goals, we trust the one who has our back. Trust is built on commitment. To invest our time and effort consistently, even through life's highs and lows. As we invest in our future, we trust the one who gives us courage to dream. Though the journey may be long, what can be sweeter than when our trust is rewarded? Life's biggest moments are moments of trust.
Shell's been in the Philippines for over 100 years, and we're still here powering progress. With over 1,000 service stations, by supplying fuels and lubricants for construction, manufacturing, and mining. But that's not all. Shell's here powering people too. Here empowering our communities. Here helping nurture local economies. Here protecting Filipinos from deadly diseases. And here responding to our country's future energy needs. Shell, we're here to stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all. Welcome to the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum, Pathways to a Better Future. Our program will begin in a few minutes. My name is Monette Iturralde Hamlin, President and CEO of Team Asia, the event partner of this year's Arangkada, and I will be your host for this forum. For those attending for the very first time, Arangkada Philippines was launched in 2010 as a major advocacy project of the Joint Foreign Chambers, or JFC, to create investment and employment in the Philippines. The JFC conducts an annual assessment of the 471 Arangkada recommendations and organizes this annual forum where private and public sector delegates gather to discuss the status of the assessment, its findings, and reforms that can improve the Philippine investment climate. This year, Arangkada will take place over 2 days with the participation of experts and major stakeholders in the Philippine economy. Today marks day 1, and we are going to have day 2 on December 7. So please make sure, mark your calendars. Today will be an insightful day of discussion, ladies and gentlemen. But before we begin, a few reminders. First of all, we encourage everyone to actively participate in the discussions today, especially during the open forum and the Q&A. Should you have any questions for our speakers, kindly type it in the Q&A box. You can find the Q&A icon at the bottom of the Zoom platform. Our speakers and panelists will be glad to answer them, given enough time, of course. Should you have other questions after the forum, please do send them to forum@arangkadaphilippines.com. Second, we invite you to share this event on your social media and to use the event hashtag Arangkada Forum 2021. We also invite you to like us on Facebook. That's facebook.com/Arangkada Philippines. Follow us on Twitter at Arangkada PH, and please do connect with us on LinkedIn by searching for Arangkada Philippines. Now, recording any part of the show is prohibited under the Philippine Data Privacy Act of 2012 and the Anti-Wiretapping Law. So please refrain from recording and sharing any part of this event from your end. However, it is my duty to inform you that the whole event is being recorded for future use and is currently being broadcasted simultaneously on Facebook and LinkedIn. If you do not agree to the recording, you may exit the platform. Otherwise, please remain, as we will have an insightful lineup of discussions today. Now, at this point, I'd like everyone to participate in a quick poll from our sponsors. They would love to get your insights on their poll questions. So please answer the questions that will be flashed on your screen. Okay, for our first question, and this one is from Cargill. Have you seen a shift in your household's consumption of food types in the past year? Please check all the boxes of those food types that you have been eating more of in the past year. Fruits, vegetables, chicken, pork, beef, seafood, other animal proteins, alternative proteins like plant proteins, bread, cereals. Let me repeat. Have you seen a shift in your household's consumption of food types in the past year? Please check the boxes of those food types that you have been eating more of in this past year. Fruits, vegetables, chicken, pork, beef, seafood, other animal proteins, alternative proteins such as plant proteins, bread, and cereals. Let me check my choice. Yes, and I have submitted my choice to that poll question. Our second question, still from Cargill. How have your food buying habits changed? Please select the boxes of where you have been buying most of your household food requirements in this past year. Public markets, grocery stores, convenience stores, online buying platforms, community markets, or others. I think I've been buying on online buying platforms. Let me repeat that question. How have your food buying habits changed? Please select the boxes where you have been buying most of your household food requirements in this past year. Okay, we're done with the poll, and now let's go to Globe Business. Now for this one, you only have one choice. Which of the following best describes the status of digital adaptation in your company? Has it transformed where you are truly a digitally adaptive company? Or we had the digital program for less than a year? Or still exploratory? So which of the following best describes the status of digital adaptation in your company? Has it transformed to become a truly digitally adaptive company? Do you have a digital program for less than a year, or are you still exploratory? Second question, what is the one biggest barrier to becoming a truly digital company? Higher management that does not acknowledge the need? Organization restructure? Don't know where to begin? Or cost and budget constraints? What is the one biggest barrier to becoming a truly digital company? Higher management do not acknowledge the need? Organization restructure? Don't know where to begin? Or cost and budget constraints? Okay, let's move on now to First Philippine Holdings Corporation. Again, there is only one choice for this. Is your company spending more this year to mitigate the impacts of climate change? Yes, no, or no, but we're planning to. Is your company spending more this year to mitigate the impacts of climate change? Yes, no, or no, but we're planning to. Second question from First Philippine Holdings Corporation, and this one is interesting. Only one choice, and I'm reading it alphabetically. Ping Lacson, who among the following presidential candidates will you vote for in the coming presidential elections? Ping Lacson, Bongbong Marcos, Isko Moreno, Manny Pacquiao, or Leni Robredo? Again, one choice only. Your choice for president in the coming presidential elections: Ping Lacson, Bongbong Marcos, Isko Moreno, Manny Pacquiao, or Leni Robredo? I'd like to know the answer to that. Now, last question from AIG. Again, only one choice. Given the current environment, what is your top preference in managing your property risks? Retain more risks, such as self-insure or take higher deductibles or less cover? Avoid high-risk undertakings operations altogether? Or transfer more of the risks, such as contractually or through insurance? Let me repeat that. From AIG, given the current environment, what is your top preference in managing your property risks? Retain more risk, such as self-insure, take higher deductibles or less cover? Avoid high-risk undertakings operations altogether? Or transfer more of the risk contractually via insurance? So that's it. Those are our poll questions. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the poll. We appreciate and highly value your feedback. And now, this event would not be possible without our sponsors and partners, so we'd like to take this time to recognize them. Our platinum sponsors are AWS, Cargill Philippines Inc., Eastern Communications, Emerson, FedEx, Globe Business, ICTSI, KKR, PMFTC, Quezon Power and San Buenaventura Power, and Team Asia. Our gold sponsors are Chevron Holdings, First Philippine Holdings Corporation, Meralco, Royal Cargo, and SGV and Company. Our silver sponsors, AIG, BPI, Santos Knight Frank, and Pilipinas Shell. Bronze sponsors, Aboitiz Power, BDO, Cal Energy, Manila Water Company, Mitsubishi Corporation. Our patron sponsors, Aboitiz Infra Capital, Isuzu, NYK Phil, Pacific Cross, Strive, and our supporting partner, PNG. For media, we have the support of ANC, Business Mirror, Business World, Oxford Philippines Group, Philippine Daily Inquirer, and the Philippine Star. I'd like to recognize as well our event partners who helped in promoting the event. The Bankers Association of the Philippines, the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines, the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Foundation for Economic Freedom, the German-Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, John Clements Consultants Inc., Management Association of the Philippines, Makati Business Club, Nordic Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Philippine Ecozones Association, Philippine Exporters Confederation Inc., Philippine-Swiss Business Council, the Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines, the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, and the Asia Foundation. I'm sure you'd love to know who are behind the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines. They are the American Chamber of Commerce, the Australian New Zealand Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the European Chamber of Commerce, the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Korean Chamber of Commerce, and the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies Regional Headquarters Incorporated. Thank you all to our partners and our dear sponsors. Now, lastly, I'd like to encourage everyone to join the midday breakout sessions that we have organized specially for this forum. Please visit www.investphilippines.info/forum2021, click the Midday Breakout Sessions tab, and sign up for these virtual rooms to have access or to scan the QR code of the virtual room that you see on your screen to register. So for lunch, we will have the following sessions. In virtual room A from 12 to 12:45, we will have a session on how are our neighbors coping: Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Our speaker is Hans Vriens, founder and manager of Vriens and Partners Singapore. And this will be facilitated by Attorney Elaine Collado, the country director for the Philippines of Vriens and Partners. And at 12:45 to 1:30, we will have the next wave cities in the Philippines, challenges and opportunities. Our speakers are Rick Santos, Chairman and CEO of Santos Knight Frank, Sergio Andal Jr., Chief of Party of the USAID Surge Project, and this will be facilitated by Attorney Luis Enrico Salvador, the Executive Director for External Affairs and Investor Relations of the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines. In the other virtual room B, at 12 noon, we will have Transformations in the Philippine Digital Landscape. Speaking will be Peter Maquera, the Senior Vice President for the Enterprise Group of Globe Telecom, to be facilitated by Romeo R.M. Ko Jr., SVP and Head of Financial Institutions of BDO Unibank and Chair of the AmCham Committee on Financial Services, Taxes, and Tariffs. And at 12:45 to 1:30, we will have a playback of why is it extremely important for the 18th Congress to approve the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act. Our speakers are Senator Aquilino Martin Pimentel, the chair of the Senate Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Representative Christopher De Venecia, the chairperson of the Special House Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts, and Yusek Rafaelita Aldabat, Undersecretary for Competitiveness and Innovation of the Department of Trade and Industry. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, may we ask you to please stand as we pay honor to the Philippine national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati't pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mang-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you so much, Froland, for that beautiful rendition of the national anthem. And now, to officially open the forum, let's give a very warm welcome to the President of the European Chamber of Commerce and Country Manager and SVP of International Workplace Group PLC, Mr. Lars Wittig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for stirring rendering of the Philippine national anthem. As we say in my homeland in Viking Danish, god morgen og velkommen, or good morning and welcome to everyone attending this 10th annual Arangkada Philippines Forum with the theme Pathway to a Better Future. My name is Lars Wittig, President of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, and I welcome you on behalf of all 7 members of the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, that is, the Australian, New Zealand, American, Canadian, European, Japanese, Korean chambers, and Pamuri. The JFC is an informal advocacy group of 7 foreign chambers representing the countries and firms that are large investors and trading partners of the Philippines. You will meet my colleagues, the leaders of the other chambers, and they speak today and on day 2, which is on December 7th. The chamber I head represents business members of the vast majority of the 40+ countries in Europe, including the 27 members of the European Union and the 4 EFTA countries. On behalf of my fellow JFC leaders, I welcome you and regret we cannot acknowledge all of the prominent persons attending from Manila, around the Philippines, and abroad. We are truly grateful for the attendance of officials of the Departments of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Industry from Philippine embassies around the globe. We have invited many other executive branch agencies and congressional offices, media, and academic friends, and over 20 business group partners and more than 24 corporate sponsors are attending, without whose strong support this event would not be possible. Thank you. When we met exactly 1 year ago at our 9th forum, we were in the 9th month of a severe COVID-induced lockdown in the Philippines and globally. Vaccines had not even rolled out anywhere. Hospitals were overflowing, economies were struggling to operate, and many were dying. The Philippines had the worst Christmas in many decades. What a difference a year makes for the health of the Filipino people and the world. Over 100 million vaccines have arrived, with boosters and shots for youth recently started. Christmas will be more normal. This, however, said with caution amidst the latest Omicron virus variant. Hopefully, by mid-2022, the time to fully repair the scarring of the economy begins. This will become the focus and responsibility of the next administration. In that regard, we are pleased that presidential candidates will join panel 6 on December 7th to share their ideas, particularly on the economy and foreign investments. Our theme this year is Pathway to a Better Future. More than 60 speakers from government and the private sector will identify major challenges the country faces until the end of the decade. Policies our speakers and panelists recommend will be valuable inputs to understanding lessons of this pandemic and needed reforms and actions to navigate these pathways to a better future. We expect the economy this quarter and next year will look strong, but that's because of low base effect also from reopening, for example, resumption of construction, retail, domestic tourism, but don't get too excited. Initially, the growth will just bring the economy back to where it was in first quarter of 2020, recovering the lost GDP and beginning to heal the many major scars, closed businesses, unemployed, increased poverty, less educated students, reduced investment, greater national debt, and more. While the Philippines is not the only Asian country in this situation, its lockdown was longer than most. Should we see effective national leadership, good economic management, continuity of sound policies from one administration to the next, we expect recovery and growth will come. But recovery alone is just the old normal. We think there must be a better normal to attract substantial foreign investment and trade to really boost the economy. As you will hear it said repeatedly, this country has amazing potential, amazing people, amazing possibilities, but for a long time it has fallen short of realizing them, but must never stop competing and its path to higher middle income status. You will hear our speakers explaining what they think should be done. Next year, we will write and publish a summary of forum recommendations and share it with the new administration. We will also assist the government to encourage new inbound investment based on the new Create and Retail Trade bills. This task will be more successful if 1, the PSA amendments reform bill is enacted, and 2, costs for exporting firms are reduced. Foreign investors have long contributed to the Philippine development and will invest much more if the investment climate improves. The members of the joint foreign chambers are partners with the Philippine private and public sectors and target to increase FDI to above $10 billion a year. Thank you, and please enjoy the forum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wittig, for that wonderful message. Indeed, we don't want to just have the recovery. We want to have a better normal, and that can be done with the help of everyone bringing their full force behind ensuring that we have the Arangkada recommendations put into place. Dear guests, this year's theme, Pathways to a Better Future, will focus on the recovery of the economy, infrastructure, workforce, and foreign direct investment rather than pandemic management. And to tell us more of what to expect in today's program, we have none other than the Senior Advisor of the American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. John Forbes. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Thanks so much, Monette. It's a great pleasure to speak at the beginning of this 10th Arangkada Annual Forum on Pathways to a Better Future. And I'd like to repeat Lars Wittig's welcome to all of those attending today, media, government, business, academe, and in particular, those that are in Europe, Asia, North America, the Middle East, that are zooming in from far away. Mabuhay and welcome to the forum. I have a few slides that my assistant Sarah is going to put up here. Of course, you've all seen this wonderful image that shows pathways of different colors. That's the theme. And we have a second day on the 7th. Please attend both days. The joint foreign chambers were mentioned, and the many, many corporate, media, and industry association partners are shown in this slide. Salamat po to all of them. We could not do this without your support. I just want to explain very quickly that Arangkada is a Filipino word meaning to accelerate. In this case, GDP growth, investment, jobs, and reduced poverty. We launched a massive book on December 10, 2010, in this photograph upper left, with then DTI Secretary Domingo, PEZA President, Director General Lily de Lima, and the head of the BOI, with, you see there, the heads of the foreign chambers. At our first forum in March of 2012, President Aquino addressed the forum at the Marriott Hotel. And the other photograph on the bottom left shows the annual Lifetime Achievement Award being given to former BSP Governor Sai Tatanko, with the departed Washington CSIP, who got the award previously, and Director General de Lima, and the presence of the JFC. We've had 10 themes and logos for each of these forums. And if you look at them quickly, you'll see we're always advocating higher growth, bolder inclusion, realizing the potential that the Philippines has. We published two major publications. The one that I showed you, we're giving to the Secretary of Trade and Industry, which is available on our website, and one that we did at the beginning of the current administration, implementing the 10-point agenda based on the social economic agenda expressed by Secretary Dominguez in Davao in May of 2016. We've also published policy briefs. Also, all of this is available on our website, arangkadaphilippines.com, and they're on different big winner sectors. We see 7 big winner sectors, of which the largest is infrastructure, and these also are broken down into different subsectors of infrastructure. Now, I want to finish my introduction here by taking a quick look at what's happened over the last decade on macroeconomic indicators, the big winner sectors, and various competitiveness indicators. I have 3 slides. First of all, the country's population has increased by 20% in the decade. The gross domestic product has increased by 56%. The GDP per capita has increased by 50%. The FDI inflow, which we've long been working to increase, has increased by 392% as of 2020, and 2020 was a depressed year because of the pandemic. PEZA manufacturing is a worry because that has decreased by 76% from 2010, while PEZA IT has increased by 55%. Back one slide, please. Now, these are the 6 of the sectors. Let's see what happened to them over the last 10 years. Gross value added of agribusiness increased by a very modest 20% over 10 years. The revenue for BPO is up 3 times, and the contribution of BPO to the GDP has almost doubled. The number of jobs in BPO has almost tripled. In manufacturing, a more modest 50% in gross value added, and an equally modest 65% in exports of goods. In infrastructure spending, this is one of the big successes of the current and the previous administration. It's been ramped up now last year to 5.4%, a very significant increase, while mining gross value added has increased a very modest 27%. Tourism has been robust over the last 10 years, with domestic tourism almost tripling and international tourism more than doubling. Finally, I'd like to make a regional comparison of 5 global competitiveness rankings just for the 6 largest or the 5 largest economies in ASEAN. Now, and you see where we stood. The Philippines is in red in 2010 in the left column, and where it was as of 2020 in the right-hand column in red. And Singapore, of course, is always 1, 2, or 3. The Philippines has moved slightly in absolute numbers in 4 of the 5, but the others have also moved. So it has not moved in relative. Of the 6, the Philippines is still generally where it was a decade ago. That means when foreign investors look at the region, they'll see that the Philippines is more competitive compared to the larger global universe of countries that are rated, which go up to 140 or 150, but is still not going to be the most competitive. It generally clusters with Vietnam and Indonesia in the ASEAN 6, but sometimes, for example, on infrastructure, overall infrastructure rankings, despite the spending and despite the increase in the global ranking of the Philippines to 96 at the WEF 140, it still is behind the others. And surprisingly, Vietnam has actually jumped up to 66. So with that, I want to thank everyone again and draw attention to the program that we have today. I will shortly introduce our first speaker, Attorney Abad, but then we have the Governor Diokno and several excellent panels. We'll very quickly look at the panels on pathways to economic recovery and beyond, with a speech from John Canto. As many of you have heard already, we're giving our Lifetime Achievement Award to Joey Concepcion at 11:30. We have breakout sessions that Manette just described, excellent breakout sessions. They're 45 minutes each, and you can go between them. Please do that, and then come back on to panel 2 after the lunch break. Undersecretary Jonathan Oy and the Build team from 6 different agencies will talk about infrastructure. Panel 3 will talk about another fundamental for economic growth, which is educated and a healthy workforce, with former NADA Director General Secretary Ernie Pernia speaking. And then finally, we have a keynote speech by Mr. Vishal Agarwal, a senior partner of McKinsey. I just saw these slides on climate change. They're fantastic. So stay with us until 4:45 for that speech. So have a great day. And let me quickly introduce Tony Abad, who will speak shortly about for post-pandemic growth, poverty alleviation, and inclusion, open the Philippine economy wider to foreign investment. We welcome Attorney Abad back to the forum. He moderated a panel in 2017. Many of you already know Tony. He's been very active in different capacities in Manila since the Ramos administration. He earned his economics and JD degrees at Ateneo and began a legal practice, and he served in government as president of the PITC, administrator of the NFA under President Ramos, and in other roles. But he's best known for his expertise in international trade, law, and policy, and he's CEO of the firm Trade Advisors. Tony has an MPA degree from the Harvard Kennedy School, and for several years was president of the Harvard Club of the Philippines. He teaches law and government at Ateneo, and during the old normal, he moderated, many of us watched his show, Political Capital on Signal Channel 5. We invited Tony because he has a very concise way of explaining the restrictions on foreign investment in the country. And in light of the imminent enactment of the Retail Trade Liberalization Act by President Duterte, we invited him to explain the remaining restrictions. If liberalized, this can result in a large inflow of foreign investment and further boost economic growth. So the Joint Foreign Chambers wish to highlight our advocacy to remove these restrictions as part of the post-pandemic reforms to boost growth and create more jobs. In our press conference in 2020, the JFC announced that with liberalization reforms, we anticipated an additional $50 billion in FDI would flow into the Philippines during the present decade. But, and this is a big but, the Public Service Act amendments reform now in the Senate will be needed to attract this large an amount of investment. So without further ado, I turn over the microphone to my good friend, Attorney Tony Abad.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you to Arangkada Philippines for having me again with this interesting assignment to explain why we should shift the Philippines to a more open economy, one that's open to foreign investment. It may be a topic that might be not as exciting as a presidential election, but I'll find out and I'll try to emphasize that this is actually the most important thing we have to do right now. I had have a set of slides. I don't know if your tech, John, is going to be showing the slides while I speak.
I think, Monette, your team has the slides. I think we just got them at 2 a.m., Tony.
Okay. Well, I can let me proceed if the slides can catch up with me. Then I use them as visual aids. All right. So this morning I'm going to talk about why for post-pandemic growth, poverty alleviation, and inclusion, you must open up the Philippines to more and wider foreign direct investment. Okay, it says my slides are up. Anyway, if the slides can come up. Oh,
Tony, we can see your slides.
oh, you can. Okay, I can't see them. So you put them on speaker view or.
Please pin the main program so that you can see it.
Okay. No, now I can see it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Monette. All right. So my short presentation will next slide, please. My short presentation will
will just involve this, talking about the prerequisites of economic growth and where we find foreign direct investment and, as you'll see, the most important things, capital accumulation. Then I'll talk about why the pending legislation, those that are certified urgent, should be passed. And finally, future steps that will ensure that the Philippines can become an economically resilient country in the post-pandemic era. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. What do you need to grow an economy? Next slide, please. You need enterprise and employment. You need entrepreneurship. You need manufacturing. You need agriculture. You need industry working. And then you need to employ people. So everyone is able to take home some income. And by doing so, you're able to achieve poverty alleviation. Better yet, poverty eradication. And this also leads to inclusion and participation of the population in the economy and ultimately even in the political machinery. That your country actually has you participating actively in it. Next slide. I focus on these countries as case studies: Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, and China, because these are countries that have been able to overcome poverty and underdevelopment in a very quick period of time. In fact, I emphasize Vietnam and China because they have literally, together these two countries, within a period of at least a decade, have been able to bring hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. We of course we tend to neglect or we tend to take these countries for granted. We think of them as the way they are now, no? But we forget that at a certain point in time, China was very poor, Vietnam was very poor, Singapore was poor, and Malaysia was poor. People were actually hungry. People were starving. People were suffering from poor health care. People were suffering all the things that we are suffering now, but they have overcome it. And we're talking about, again, hundreds of millions of people in very dire poverty being lifted out of it and now being part of the middle class. Now they have robust middle classes, and we ask, how did these countries do it? Please take note that in China and Vietnam, it's still governed and led by communist parties, and these communist parties are very strong. Okay? No one can say that foreigners dominate the Chinese or Vietnamese economy. Certainly, nobody can say that foreigners dominate Singapore or dominate Malaysia, but yet they are using a very simple solution to have achieved the level of development that they have. And this is really about foreign direct investment. They opened up their economies. They allowed foreign direct investment in, and I'll explain now why foreign direct investment is so important, is so vital. Next slide. To solve the problems of our post-pandemic era, we must eradicate poverty and address inequality of wealth through an economy open to foreign direct investment. So you have communist parties opening up their economy, deciding we should shift to a market-based economy. We're not talking about their democratic principles yet or democratic institutions, but certainly what they focused on was lifting their population out of poverty. Again, we can't we can't say that they neglected their population. They prioritized the lifting of people out of poverty. And this is what we should do. Until people are rescued from poverty, until people have economic choices, until people are able to feed themselves adequately, they are able to have adequate health care, they have clothing, they have property that where they can live, until people are at ease and secure, then you can't talk about anything else. You can't discuss with them about being a resilient community, trying to save the environment for climate change. People won't think about that and won't care about it if they're mired in poverty. So you have to prioritize the eradication of poverty. And this is actually about how we are going to save ourselves after the pandemic or even during the pandemic. Okay. Next slide. Why is foreign direct investment so important? Because they bring certain benefits to our economy and certain benefits that are necessary so that we can actually lift ourselves out of underdevelopment. The benefits of foreign direct investment can actually, it's transformative. It will change the whole the dynamic and it will change how your economy will look like. So if you will look at China now or Vietnam now and compare it to what it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you'll be surprised how a country could actually do that in such a quick period of time. And it is through foreign direct investment. Now, what does foreign direct investment bring us? Please keep this in mind. Please take note. These are the important factors. Capital accumulation, science, technology, and innovation through technology transfers, and competition, where firms are now forced to compete with each other and thereby becoming more dynamic, more innovative, and it will lead eventually to more technology, more invention, and more employment, and that will actually lead to a strong and firm foundation for the future. Next slide. I will spend a little time emphasizing the importance of capital accumulation. So I am bringing with me two disciplines. I am a lawyer, but I'm also trained or studied in economics. And one of the important lessons I learned in economics is that capital accumulation is the most important factor in eradicating poverty and establishing a resilient and dynamic economy. So keep this in mind. It is capital accumulation. Without the formation and accumulation of capital in your system, you will not be able to achieve any of the things that you aspire for. You want a good manufacturing sector. You want infrastructure. You want small and medium enterprises to be prospering. You want people to be all employed. This will not happen without capital. Capital has to enter. And it is only through capital that you will really be able to reverse a vicious cycle of poverty and underdevelopment. This will not be achieved, and I'm sorry to say, this will not be achieved through charity and aid. We love charity and aid, okay? But this is not going to solve poverty. No amount of charity and humanitarian, technical assistance and aid we throw at poverty here in the Philippines is not going to solve the problem. What will solve the problem is capital accumulation. We must accumulate capital, and economic studies have showed, their empirical studies have showed that an open economy bringing in capital is what reversed the vicious cycle of poverty and underdevelopment. So that's the first thing. Capital accumulation is paramount. Next slide. How do you get capital? Okay, for long-term capital, it is only through foreign direct investment, okay? Not through speculative funds. Don't expect also your local tycoons to be the ones sharing their capital, because they won't share their capital with us. No? And again, it will not be through charity or aid, okay, or foreign aid. It is through foreign direct investment. Without foreign direct investment, there is no capital accumulation. If there is no capital accumulation, then there's no growth and development. We can just stop talking and maybe we should just have drinks. No? Then there's no point. No? If there's no capital accumulation, there's no point. Okay, I emphasize this. All right. Now, what else does foreign direct investment bring us? Next slide. Science, technology, and innovation. We keep talking about we want to develop a homegrown science and technology base. We want entrepreneurs and startups, you know, that innovate, that create, that invent. You know? But you have to tie this in with the capital accumulation and also the networks that are established when foreign direct investment come in. And foreign direct investors will want to come in with an expectation of return on investment, but they will want to partner with local enterprises and share. Then they can share their technology. They will not share their technology unless they know that that technology that they share is going to bring back a return on investment. Okay. So again, don't expect companies and high-tech individuals from abroad to come in and say, here, I'm giving you my science and technology. No, science and technology, okay, through partnerships will be established when foreign direct investment comes in. And I like to take note that in supporting startups here in the Philippines, especially tech startups, the amount of investment that a foreigner wants to bring in is somewhere around $50,000 to $80,000. So the 200,000 minimum requirement for domestic market enterprise actually discourages investors from coming in when they want to make that initial investment of 50 to 80,000, and they will not want to be limited to 40% equity. Okay. Again, 60-40 is for me, is a ridiculous and absurd and abstract and unscientific way of limiting capital. You want to reserve the economy for the Filipinos. Do it some other way. Okay, regulate it in some other way, but do not use equity restrictions. Do not use minimum capital. Do not use minimum paid up capital. But science and technology will prosper when you do have foreign direct investment, because there will be an incentive to fund further the startups. There will be an incentive to improve how business is run, how manufacturing is achieved, and how agriculture leads to food security, food distribution in the country. So you create a dynamic where science and technology happens. And science and technology is something that does not limit people by social class or ethnicity. Science and technology is actually a way of including people. It's a means of inclusion. So it's important also. It's an important factor that's brought in by foreign direct investment. And finally, the third great benefit of science and of foreign direct investment. Next slide. Is competition and the level playing field. What does this mean? Now, incumbent firms that operate within the economy, are forced to compete with other firms from outside the country. Now, there's a lot of negativity that's attached to this, and it's natural to react to it negatively and even violently because it is going to harm your initial profit, your current profit margins. But you'll find also empirically that where economies have opened up and introduced competition have actually led to higher share values of the incumbent firms. Competition actually turned out to be good for those who had been resisting the competition. And so competition actually works for everyone. And it's a level playing field. It means it doesn't favor the foreign investor. It does not favor the local incumbent. It is a level playing field. Everyone must function in this competitive arrangement. All firms must be competing with each other. No sacred cows in this arrangement. And that also allays any fears that the foreign investor will come in and start dominating our economy. They're not. They want to bring in capital and they want to get return on investment. Capital has no nationality. Capital is money. And money funds everything that we need to be able to solve our problems. Now, whether you want to regulate, there's national security concerns or environmental concerns, then you have to shift that to proper regulation, specific regulation for that. So if you have a national security concern, then there has to be a regulation that might affect the board membership or the decision-making process of these companies. But do not use equity restrictions. No? Don't say that a foreign investor cannot come in simply because you're trying to keep the economy for Filipinos. It doesn't work that way. And it's already been proven. If you look at any of these case studies, China and Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore, and now you'll see that this is happening also in Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar. Okay. Notwithstanding their own political issues, they have opened up their economies and opened up in a way that is simple and understandable for investors. Our restrictions here are the great disincentive. If I were an investor coming from abroad and I looked at the Philippines and I as a lawyer, I would ask, what are the restrictions? What are the requirements? The moment you say, oh, you have to come up with a 60-40 formula or 70-30, it's a complete turnoff. And that means that from the start, from the get-go, I'm going to start looking for another country that has a simpler and more understandable and more welcoming investment regime. And Philippines is not special in that regard. So I can go to Vietnam, I can go to Laos, I can go to Cambodia. That's the way it's going to be. Okay, next slide. Now, there are, of course, other factors and other issues that should be added on. Foreign direct investment and capital accumulation in particular are paramount. These are the absolute necessity. But how do we make this economic growth sustainable? Now, it is something that feeds into itself. When foreign direct investment comes in, capital accumulates. And with capital accumulation, opportunity will abound. This is when opportunities start happening. But how do we make sure that economic growth becomes sustainable? This is when you complement foreign direct investment and capital accumulation with other important factors. This is where Adam Smith had said that in a working market economy, you still need a strong government that emphasized and that provided public goods and services to the population. So you still need a government that can take care of the population, not favoring any particular group, but really providing public goods and services, shared facilities, shared goods, shared services that everyone can enjoy so that they can function in a market economy, so that they can compete, so that they can make choices. So I have to ensure that there is peace and order. Government should ensure that there is no violence. Now, of course, until you have eradicated poverty, until you have truly alleviated poverty and provided opportunities to the far reaches of your country, then of course peace and order will never happen. That's why capital accumulation has to come first. Then you have to complement it with peace and order. There should be inclusive and participatory democracy. And inclusion happens when people are no longer hungry. They will ask to participate in the decision-making process. And so they should be included in the process. And this happens already in communities, in barangays, but it should happen nationwide. There should be an efficient delivery of public goods and services. There should be no doubts about your healthcare system. There should be at least the minimum requirements of food that is met, shelter, public transportation, so people can go from one place to another. These have to be the investments of a good public goods and services system. And finally, the regulations have to be simplified so that business can flourish, business can function. Keep it simple, KISS, okay? And that means that that anyone who wants to put up a business, who wants to be enterprising, should be given that opportunity. And that's why we emphasize simplicity. And also simplicity means that you don't impose complicated rules and regulations that that tempt bureaucrats to tyrannize and harass small and medium enterprises. And this is the problem that we face. Too many requirements, too many documents that have to be filled up, that have to be submitted. Even if they have to be done online, it's still very tedious and very discouraging for anyone who has engaged in business. Next slide. Okay, pending reforms. I won't elaborate on these. I think we know what these reforms are. There are 3 important pieces of legislation that should be supported, that hopefully will be signed into law before the next election. Next slide. They are the amendments to the Foreign Investment Act. I know, of course, these are all compromises. No, they are not the ideal. They're not the sort of the ideal or the preferred provisions, but they still need to be amended. They still need to be improved, no? To be more friendly and to be more welcoming to foreign investment. Next would be the Public Service Act. Next slide, please. And this not only is about the opportunity to bring in more capital and capital accumulation, but as I mentioned, that public service is an important function or an important factor in employing, in encouraging entrepreneurship, in having a sustainable economic growth pattern. You need to have good public service in place. And that means we need to really reassess and improve this very old law, the Public Service Act. And finally, the third piece of legislation, which should be signed or should go into effect soon. Next slide is the Retail Trade Liberalization Act. Unfortunately, it is not the version or it's not again the ideal Retail Trade Liberalization Act we would like to see. Remember that retail trade is a great opportunity for entrepreneurship and employment. And if we're just thinking about restaurants, they don't require $2.5 million of paid-in capital. They just need small amounts. We should not fear small investments. And small and medium enterprises actually don't need to be protected. They need investment. So it's an opportunity for retail establishments here to be invested in. But the investment, again, will be less than $100,000 at the time, or will vary. So that restriction should not be in place, because it just is going to be another disincentive, and will only force investors to go to other countries. But retail trade liberalization is vital and it is important, and we hope that it will soon come into law. Then we will start looking at further amendments and further improvements. Okay, and finally, I'm coming to the last part of this discussion: future steps. Next slide, please. And next slide. What are the future steps? There's only one future step for now: amend the 1987 Constitution. It's a constitution that was written in haste. It is not as well studied as a constitution should be. And sorry to say, again, you should not leave constitutions to be written up by politicians, but actually should be written up by economists and people who will understand the economic effects of a constitution. The first step would be to remove all the economic restrictions in the Constitution. We're not saying that we should not regulate investment, but that does not have a place in a constitution. As one who studies constitutions, it is not proper to put such specific restrictions in a constitution. Put it in a law. Leave it to your legislature to discuss, debate, and put into law these restrictions, but do not put it there. And next, equity restrictions do not work. They're not effective. So it doesn't matter if you make it 90-10, 70-30, 51-49, 60-40. It doesn't work. It is ineffective. It is only successful in violation. And it's very difficult to actually monitor this type of restriction. There are other forms of regulation, more rational, more logical forms of regulation. So remove all of these equity restrictions. They do not work. They are not effective. And then finally, you have to look at how your political structure is set up. It is important. Do not disconnect your economy from your political system. They work hand in hand. So it is wrong to leave to politicians the politics and economy to the economists. If you're wondering why things have not been working out, is because our political system does not encourage, does not engender an economy that is resilient, an economy that feeds everybody, that takes care of everybody, okay, and that helps the Philippines function in an integrated world economy. That's another reality that we have to face, that we are part of a larger economy, which is the world economy. We are part of regional trading arrangements. Like up and coming, we have RCEP, which we should be joining. But this participation requires also that our governance, our political system is in step with our economic ambitions. And so I leave that important task. I advise everyone to participate in the amendment, the improvement, and reform of our Constitution. That is our next challenge. And hopefully, our next leadership will be up to that challenge. So I hope I have provided some ammunition for our advocates. And remember what is most important. Again, if we're talking about what has to be done now, we have to accumulate capital through foreign direct investment. And through foreign direct investment, we will also bring in science and technology, competition, and it will lead to enterprise development and employment. And then it will lead to improvements in our governance, and all of these many different problems will find solutions. So I hope I have provided enough food for thought. So thank you very much again for having me. Congratulations, John, and congratulations, Monette, and everyone else who have participated in the organization and of Arangkada Philippines 2021.
Thank you so much, Attorney Tony Abad. That was truly insightful. I was furiously taking notes, and for me, it's very strong message. We need to all participate in amending that 1987 Constitution to allow FDI to come in and to bring the country forward, just like Arangkada. So thank you, Tony. And now to introduce our next keynote speaker, please welcome on the virtual stage the President of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Keiichi Matsunaga.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants from the public and the private sectors here in the Philippines and abroad, good morning, magandang umaga, ohayo gozaimasu. The Joint Foreign Chambers would like to thank Attorney Tony Abad for explaining very well the details and benefits to the Philippine economy of relaxing the legal and constitutional restrictions on foreign investment. Speaking on behalf of the Japanese Chamber, I can say that we will continue to promote all new opportunities for Japanese companies to invest in the Philippines. We also believe that more investment in retail trade will come into this country once the new law and its IRR are final. In the same light, we urge the Congress to complete the passage of amendments to the Public Service Act bill for more Japanese investment in telecommunication and transportation services. I would also like to thank Mr. John Forbes and his team for their great support to the annual holding of Arangkada and the other initiatives of the Joint Foreign Chambers. This is my third year to represent our chamber, and John has always provided brilliant insights and direction. So now let me introduce myself. I am Keiichi Matsunaga, a president of Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines, and general manager of Mitsubishi Corporation Manila branch. As you may know, Mitsubishi Corporation is a large global company engaged in a diverse range of business, while the Mitsubishi Corporation or Mitsubishi Group affiliates have a presence in aviation, chemicals, electronics, construction, financial services, food and beverages, insurance, mining, oil and gas, real estate, shipbuilding, steel, and telecommunications, among others. In the Philippines, Mitsubishi Corporation participates in automobile manufacturing, power generation, infrastructure, such as in airport and railways, various trading activities, and in the development of real estate. For our Mitsubishi Group affiliates, their activities in this country are in the wide range of areas, as I mentioned. It is a great privilege to serve as the president of the Japanese Chamber with its almost 700 members. Japanese firms have invested in very wide range of business in the Philippines for more than 100 years, both for their domestic and export markets. The Japanese Chamber and the Mitsubishi Group strongly endorse the Philippines as a good investment destination and invite more foreign firms to invest. It is therefore a great honor for me to welcome and introduce one of our special guests today. He is none other than the governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Dr. Benjamin Diokno. With an extreme distinguished career as an economist and the manager of the Philippine national budget, Dr. Diokno is known for his strong support for reform legislation and for speeding up the adoption of digital economy in the Philippines. He is one of the country's leading experts and reformers in various areas of public administration and public finance, including the 1986 tax reform, the 1991 Local Government Code, the 2003 Government Procurement Reform Act. Governor Diokno's academic record has prepared him well for his career with a degree in public administration and economics from the University of the Philippines, a Master of Arts in Political Economy from Johns Hopkins. He also had his doctoral degree in economics from the Syracuse University. He also taught at the University of the Philippines for several decades and then devoted 8 years as undersecretary and then as secretary at the Department of Budget and Management, or DBM, under 2 presidents. While at that DBM, he pursued an expansionary fiscal policy to finance investments in human capital development and public infrastructure. The governor's insights are very important and timely for our organizations. After almost 2 years of suffering the effects of the pandemic with the restrictions imposed on business activity in the Philippines and globally to contain it, our environment is just beginning to return to a more normal condition. We are hopeful that 2022 will be a year of economic recovery, followed by a resumption of the high growth momentum and declining poverty rate, which the Philippines was experiencing before last year. However, we continue to have concerns. One is what if the new Omicron variant arrives when the large percentage of the population remains unvaccinated. We hope government will accelerate vaccinations and booster shots as quickly as possible, while scientists are hunting evidence to better understand this new variant. Likewise, we hope to keep in mind all lessons learned from this pandemic. As we are forced to quickly adapt and conquer challenges, much work needs to be done to improve public education and health, adapt flexible work patterns, speed up the digital economy, prepare for climate change, end restrictions on foreign investment, more build projects, and address other challenges. Finally, as we witness the coming of 2022 national elections, we hope the next administration can implement more programs and policies that will address poverty and realize more great potential of the Philippines. We hope to learn from our next speaker then what to expect for the macroeconomy and learn more about reforms and programs that will help the country move forward to meet the many new challenges ahead. Please join me welcoming BSP Governor Benjamin Diokno to deliver his virtual address.
Thank you, Mr. Keiichi Matsunaga. Officers and members of the AmCham Philippines and the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, my fellow speakers, everyone who are with us virtually, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to deliver a keynote address in your 10th anniversary forum entitled Arangkada Philippines, Pathways to a Better Future. Arangkada comes from a Spanish word, arrancada, which means accelerate. My talk will focus on economic and financial developments and BSP policy responses to ensure that the Philippine economy will continue to accelerate towards a better future. After 5 quarters of economic contractions, the country's real GDP grew by 12% in the second quarter of 2021, followed by a 7.1% growth in the third quarter. For the first 3 quarters of 2021, the Philippines' economic growth averaged 4.9%. This is within the government's target of 4 to 5% for the year. In September 2021, however, the country's unemployment rate increased further to 8.9% from 8.1% in the previous month. This result is not surprising, given the extension of strict lockdown measures during the month. What is notable, however, is that some of the jobs lost at the start of the pandemic have been gradually recovered, with the number of workers employed in September exceeding that of pre-pandemic level. The reimposition of stricter lockdown measures, particularly in the National Capital Region, contributed to lower business confidence in the third quarter survey, although businesses are more optimistic for the last quarter of the year and in the next 12 months. On the other hand, consumer sentiment continues to improve due to expectations of availability of more jobs, additional or higher income, and effective government policies and programs, particularly in addressing COVID-19 related concerns. The country's year-on-year headline inflation decreased further to 4.6% in October 2021 from 4.8% in September, bringing the year-to-date average inflation to 4.5%. Of course, this is above the government's inflation target of 3%, plus or minus 1 percentage point for 2021. But based on the latest data, we expect point inflation for November to range from 3.3 to 4.1%. The latest CPI outturn is consistent with the BSP projections that while inflation could remain elevated in the near term, it would start to fall within the target range by the end of the year. Meanwhile, inflation expectations remain firmly aligned with the baseline projections path for 2022 and 2023. Results of the BSP survey of private sector economists for November 2021 showed an elevated mean inflation forecast of 4.4% for 2021, 3.5% for 2022, and 3.2% for 2023. Liquidity in the financial system remains ample, expanding by 8.2% year-on-year in September, and this was faster than the 6.9% growth recorded in August. On a month-on-month seasonally adjusted basis, M3 rose by 1.3%. Credit activity increased 2.7% in September, faster than the 1.3% expansion in August. The continued growth for the second month in outstanding loans of universal and commercial banks reflect the modest recovery in banks' overall lending attitudes, along with improved economic prospects. As of September 2021, gross non-performing loan ratio of the Philippine banking system stood at 4.4%, higher compared to 3.5% a year ago. The uptick, however, was accompanied by loan loss provisioning with a non-performing loans coverage ratio of 84.4%. The Philippine banking system remains well capitalized. As of the second quarter of 2021, its capital adequacy ratio is at 17.2%, well above the 10% minimum threshold set by the BSP and the 8% set by the Bank for International Settlements. On the external front, the sustained rebound in key economies has spurred external demand. The country's exports and imports of goods increased by 21% and 32% respectively. Cash remittances from overseas Filipinos grew by 5.6% in January to September 2021, from a mere 1.4% contraction in the same period in 2020. Meanwhile, business process outsourcing services in the first half of 2021 remained strong, despite the disruption in business activities globally. Net foreign direct investments for the first 8 months of 2021 increased due to positive foreign investor sentiment on the country's macroeconomic fundamentals and strong growth prospects. The country's external debt also remains at a prudent level as its ratio to GDP slightly eased to 26.5% in end June 2021. Notably, a large part of the country's external debt has medium and long-term maturity profile and carry fixed interest rates. These two factors make the servicing of foreign debt less susceptible to volatilities in global interest rates or foreign exchange fluctuations. The gross international reserves stood at $108 billion as of October. This is equivalent to almost 11 months' worth of imports of goods and payments of services and primary income. The conventional wisdom is that 3 months' worth of imports is sufficient. The GIR level is also 7.8 times the country's short-term external debt based on original maturity and 5.4 times based on residual maturity. The gross international reserves continues to be augmented by improving inflows of cash remittances from overseas workers and receipts from business process outsourcing. Let me now go to the policy responses of the BSP to support the economy during the pandemic. First were measures to boost market confidence to make low-cost credit resources available, such as cuts in the policy rate and the reserve requirement. Lower policy rate was meant to influence banks to cut their own lending rates, thereby promoting credit-taking activities. Meanwhile, lower reserve requirement increased the volume of loanable funds. Second were extraordinary liquidity measures to help fund the national government's pandemic response measures. These include provisional advances as well as remittances of advanced dividends to the national government and purchase of government securities in the secondary market. Third were regulatory and operational relief measures to maintain stability of the financial system and ensure public access to financial services. We counted loans to micro, small, and medium enterprises as compliance to the reserve requirement. We increased the single borrower's limit, or the limit on loans a bank may extend to a single borrower, and we raised the ceiling for real estate loans. On MSMEs, the BSP recognizes the crucial role of micro, small, and medium enterprises in the Philippine economy. So let me discuss the wide range of policies and regulatory and relief measures that the BSP has deployed to support MSMEs. One is allowing the new peso-denominated loans to MSMEs and critically impacted large enterprises that do not belong to a conglomerate as eligible instruments for compliance with the BSP's reserve requirement. The use of MSME loans as allowable alternative compliance with the reserve requirement shall be available to banks and non-bank financial institutions with quasi-banking function from 24 April 2020 to the end of 2022, subject to early closure of the eligibility window by the Monetary Board if warranted, but with prior notice. For the week ending 31 October 2021, the banking system has allocated an average of 202 billion pesos loans for MSMEs as alternative compliance with the reserve requirements. This level marks a substantial increase from 8.7 billion pesos average MSME loans that were reported for the week ending 30 April 2020. The latest level is equivalent to 13.6% of the total required reserves from 0.6% on 30 April 2020. The Monetary Board also approved prudential measures to assist micro, small, and medium enterprises. The regulatory capital treatment of MSME exposures was amended to temporarily reduce the risk rates of loans granted to MSMEs. The implementation of the revised risk-based capital framework for banks was also deferred from end 2021 to end 2022. The period of relief on the reporting of past due and non-performing loans of borrowers affected by the pandemic was also extended to 31 December 2021 from the original timeline of 8 March 2021, subject to reporting to the BSP. These policy issuances reinforce earlier pronouncements of the BSP that relax the know your customer requirements for retail clients to facilitate their access to formal financing channels. On the BSP's policy rate, given a manageable inflation path, the BSP has kept the policy interest rate at 2% in its latest monetary board meeting. The BSP's policy and liquidity easing measures have injected into the financial system a total liquidity equivalent to around 13% of the country's gross domestic product for 2020 as of November 11, 2021. Moving forward, the BSP's actions and policy thrust will continue to be anchored on its core mandates of promoting price and financial stability. Towards this end, the BSP will continue to pursue appropriate policy actions responsive to the needs of the time. On monetary policy, the BSP will remain vigilant over the current inflation dynamics to ensure that the monetary policy stance continues to support economic recovery to the extent that the inflation outlook would allow. It will carefully scan the operating environment with a forward-looking perspective to move in a preemptive fashion to address any risk to our price stability mandate. On the financial sector, the BSP will intensify its monitoring and surveillance over its supervised institutions to ensure that they remain resilient to emerging risk and continue to be sound, stable, and inclusive, particularly through the pursuit of enhanced digitalization. Finally, on the external sector, the BSP will remain supportive of policies that will help strengthen the economy's resilience to external shocks, including that of maintaining a market-determined exchange rate, keeping a comfortable level of reserves, and keeping the country's external debt manageable. More recently, the country has managed to successfully reduce the number of COVID-19 cases. As of the other day, the Philippines logged 425 new COVID-19 cases. 425. That's the lowest since July 2020. Considering the recent economic developments and significant improvements in vaccine rollout, we are optimistic that there is sufficient support for the country's recovery this year and in the near term. The management of risk through the calibrated reimposition of lockdown restrictions, the expected revitalization of key industries due to government policy support and structural reforms, and an improving global economy should help the Philippine economy to recover this year and accelerate next year. Finally, allow me to end my presentation with these key points. The country's macroeconomic fundamentals remain sound. The latest GDP growth suggests that economic rebound is underway and strong growth is expected in 2022. The currently elevated inflation is due to transitory factors, but inflation expectations remain well anchored. Banks remain sound, and while non-performing loans has increased, banks remain highly capitalized. Our external position is strong, supported by more than adequate external liquidity buffer and improving inflows from overseas Filipino remittances and receipts from business process outsourcing. Economic activity is vastly improving. Yet the overall momentum of the economy remains foggy as long as a big part of the population remains unvaccinated, and there is still a possible emergence of more virulent variants. Nevertheless, the sustained implementation of targeted fiscal initiatives, as well as the acceleration of the vaccination program, should help boost market confidence and consequently economic recovery. The BSP is committed to an accommodative monetary policy stance supportive of infusing liquidity in the financial system and recovery of the economy. The BSP's actions and policy thrust will continue to be anchored on its core mandates of promoting price and financial stability. Thank you.
We are truly honored and grateful, Governor Diokno, for your keynote address that told us the state of the country, and that I'm so happy to hear that we're actually sound. But it does point out that we need to make sure that this vaccination program works and we get herd immunity soon so that economic recovery will definitely be pursued. Thank you so much for being with us today. And now to introduce our guest speaker and our panelists for the first panel on pathways to economic recovery and beyond. We have with us the president of the Korean Chamber of Commerce and also currently the president of Yeeho Corporation, Mr. Ho-Ik Lee. Let's give him a very warm welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Magandang umaga. 안녕하세요. My name is Ho-Ik Lee, President of Korean Chamber. Before introducing our first panel, I must thank Bangko Central President Benjamin Diokno for his comprehensive keynote speech. We also listened to him last Friday at an economic briefing for the foreign chambers. And if you listen to the public servants like Governor Diokno, you know the Philippine economy is well managed and the team is dealing professionally with the crisis that arrived from abroad and not a crisis that rose from internal problems. It is my honor to introduce our speaker for panel 1, Mr. John Canto, Acting Managing Partner, McKinsey & Company Philippines, a world leader in management consulting. McKinsey is committed to helping organizations creating a change that matters. For the last 15 years, Mr. Canto has worked in different parts of Philippines and the US. He is graduate physics and computer engineering from Ateneo de Manila University and received an MBA with a distinction from INSEAD in Fontainebleau. He also worked for one of the largest renewable energy firms in this country, Energy Development Corporation. McKinsey has prepared an Outlook 2022 document for the Philippines. We are very pleased that Mr. Canto will share highlights with us this morning. We are privileged today to have 4 outstanding panelists. They are the first, Dr. Johanna Chua, Chief Economist for Asia, Citigroup, Hong Kong. A UP summa cum laude graduate. Dr. Chua earned her PhD from Harvard. The office she had covered economic research for 16 developed and developing Asian Pacific countries, the world's fastest growing region. The second, Dr. Bernard Villegas, the founder of Researcher, a director, Center for Research and Communication. Del Lasar summa cum laude graduate, Dr. Villegas earned the PhD from Harvard. Bernie, as friends call him, teaches at the UAMP and IESE Business School in Barcelona. And his column appeared in the Manila Bulletin. Ernie is one of the foremost promoters for foreign investment in the Philippines. And the fourth is Mr. Carlicito Chikamoto, President of Foundation of Economic Freedom. De La Salle, summa cum laude in Economist and the Master in Media Administration from Sicarus. Mr. Chikamoto, Chikanko, is President of Foundation of Economic Freedom, FEF, a BPO entrepreneur, as columnist on political economy of the Philippines in business world. The fifth is Joy Sarate Salceda, chairperson of House Way of Means Committee, currently represented 2nd District of Albay in the Congress. He served 3 terms as governor of Albay and previously 3 terms in Congress. Prior to his 2 decades in public service, he was a top security market analyst. Congress Joy, as friends all call him, he is a fan of data. Few meetings with him are without extensive slide. He is a strong advocate for political economic reforms, passed under his guidance and during the pandemic. He was one of the House leaders responsible for the major stimulus bill. He joined our program in 2017. Moderating the panel is Mr. Lobi Alampai, a UP graduate who holds a Master in Journalism from Columbia. He currently is founder and the chairman of Puma Public Production and moderate as panel on agribusiness in 2018. Mr. Alampai is a highly experienced media executive, editor, broadcast and print journalist and the news anchor, and now is entrepreneur. Now, may I invite Mr. Cantor to speak and then join the panel discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today and be part of such a distinguished panel. I'm here to share our perspectives on potential pathways for economic recovery for the Philippines. And I would like to start with the initial thought. So there is a widely accepted view that we need to build back better as coming out of this pandemic. And the theme of resilience and how to position ourselves more properly for the time to come, I think it's quite relevant to talk about how also, like trees, we try to take deeper root and think about how to then prepare ourselves for the journey ahead as a country. Now, when we look at the pandemic and recovery around it, we typically have nine scenarios correlated to, on the vertical axis here, the public health response, and on the horizontal axis, the economic response, right? Going from a V-shaped recovery, which we didn't get, to a very prolonged downturn, which we know we're also not there. So the consensus at the moment is that there will be ongoing virus recurrence with the different variants coming out. The question is, how do we recover economically, right? Do we expect a longer term recovery or shorter term growth over time? And the fearless forecast at the moment, looking at where we stand today in the third quarter, is that if on on the positive side, we get to a muted recovery. We could go back from a GDP perspective to pre-COVID levels by the third quarter of next year. And if the virus and the new variants then take longer hold, that could extend to probably the first quarter of 2023, just to set the stage in terms of what we are talking about. And where will this recovery come from? Looking at now the different sectors that comprise the majority of the GDP of the country. When we look at consumer goods and manufacturing, we still see a growth in essentials categories and the higher end of the market with these segments. Manufacturing could come back, but given now the global supply chain bottlenecks, it is a question of how long that will be sustained, particularly in the country. When we look at trade, both wholesale and retail trade, there's a big shift, of course, towards digital channels, e-commerce, and delivery. And given the localization of restrictions to neighborhood formats and proximity being an important component of that growth and continued recovery on retail. In terms of real estate and construction, we expect that the pent-up demand will continue. And on the real estate side, the growth to come more likely from residential, affluent and OFW segments, and the industrial segments, which will still continue in terms of infrastructure, broad infrastructure, including power. And then on financial services, a big shift now with the 6 licenses for digital banking being released over the last several months, shift to digital channels, and a broad opportunity for more financial inclusion across the country is in the looks. Then on the other key sectors, so of course BPOs and OFWs, core part of our country's GDP. OFWs remittances have relatively stayed close to pre-COVID levels, and in fact BPOs have bucked the trend and have grown despite the pandemic and will continue to grow as a bright spot. Energy expansion, as we know, a core part of our growth and enabler. We need to find a way to develop the base load capacity we will need over time at the same time balancing an energy transition with a 4 to 5% annual growth rate on demand. Healthcare, the pandemic has shown us that not only for the short-term COVID response, but has revealed longer-term changes required in terms of the structure of our healthcare system across payers, providers, and manufacturers. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some key trends that we've seen could be growth engines for the future, for the Philippines and our neighboring countries in ASEAN. The first is manufacturing. We have not been known as a core manufacturing hub, but what could we do? What is the potential there as a country? Talking about infrastructure, both basic infrastructure and green infrastructure in the country. The third would be, how do we prepare not just the consumers, but our SMEs for a more digital future? The fourth, what are the skills we require as a country to reskill and redeploy at scale, knowing the types of jobs and opportunities we will need in the future? And finally, how do we create value in our food and agriculture sector as a whole? Broad themes, but we'll talk about this in a bit more detail. First is on manufacturing. So manufacturing, we know that there's a large shift now, or companies are intending to shift out of China. This has been happening and has been accelerating over the past couple of years. And our neighboring countries have moved. They are establishing hubs for Vietnam, electronics manufacturing, mobile phones. For Thailand, they have planned for electric vehicle hub in 2025. And Malaysia, one of the largest solar cell module manufacturers outside of China. Now, what does this mean for our country and what we could achieve here, knowing our starting point? Second point around basic and green infrastructure. So on the left-hand side, we see that compared to our Southeast Asian neighbors, our renewable power mix of capacity in our power mix is actually not that low. However, compared to Asia average overall, we still have room to improve. And how do we accelerate these investments in the country? Primarily, we thought of five interventions. One is, of course, the foreign ownership limit we've put on majority of our technologies. That has changed over the past years with opening up geothermal, large hydro, biomass, but still not on solar, wind, some of the other technologies. We need to invest in a broad range of sustainability levers, such as grid resilience, the ability to absorb different types of power, financial incentives, being able, for example, for consumers to sell back power to the grid, enabling that. Number 4, talking about interdependencies when building out EV infrastructure, energy efficiency technologies. We need to do this in a coordinated way across different stakeholder groups. And finally, the government, as a large owner of a lot of infrastructure, not just power or grids, but also in terms of just schools, facility buildings, can they also accelerate the uptake in energy efficiency and renewables in that mix? Next, we talk about digital. So we've seen in our research that over the last 4 years alone, the use of a regular use of digital banking and e-wallets in the country has increased 7-fold and 2-fold respectively. This started before COVID and was accelerated by COVID, and has a wealth of implications for our financial sector. And so when we think about not just from the consumer lens, but from the SME angle, how do we develop digital capabilities in companies? Singapore has put together a program where they allow SMEs to test and build digital use cases for their companies in a way that is sustainable for them. How do we think about digitizing government processes? And again, Indonesia here has partnered with an e-commerce player to provide e-services for all the government transactions. And finally, financial incentives also for digital across the board. Then when we talk about reskilling, we've seen our perspective is that over time, there will be a large upskilling in the workforce, going from what you see here, a largely physical and basic cognitive skills-led labor force, data collection and data processing, towards more social emotional skills, technology skills in the realm of leadership and STEM. So we expect this to be the case across the world, including the Philippines. How do we prepare ourselves for this shift? And so there should be a dedicated and concentrated reskilling effort to address proactively the expected job displacement we will see and put them towards the growth areas we expect in healthcare, transport and logistics, and STEM, also linked to e-commerce and our broad health system reinvention. And then finally, we've seen in other countries that partnerships between different stakeholder groups can really offer educational courses, and it only takes in a matter of weeks to start people on the right skill path, whether it's on healthcare, whether it's on technology, and other disciplines. Finally, on agriculture, I think quite important for our country as well, given where the starting point is. We talk about productivity, and here, of course, there's a role of technology to play, but structurally, how do we enable scale in the right places? And we can talk about that as well. How do we enable scale to provide the efficiencies in our small land holdings? And then a thought of expanding the agricultural sector, which is largely upstream, to get into the value creation and the downstream side of the value chain on processing, packaging, and retail, and putting that together to make it an overall value creating sector. So recapping the 5 trends I was speaking about: manufacturing, basic and green infrastructure, digital, reskilling, and food and agri, I think are important considerations for our future recovery. Now, what will it take? I think there's a broad understanding that foreign investment is really the enabler in the long term to capture these opportunities, right? And at the moment, when you look at the left-hand side of this page, our FDI has been relatively stagnant. We've grown by 3% over the past 5 years, and lower than a lot of our neighbors as well. And when we look at the structural considerations here, we will see that we're not necessarily in a good place in terms of whether it's globally across Asia Pacific and in ASEAN, across metrics such as infrastructure, the level and the quality, metrics such as business friendliness, although we do, of course, have a growing market and a relatively positive positioned labor force. So how do we think about these challenges in structural positioning when it comes to attracting FDI? And I'll leave with this page, which is how do we think about attracting FDI and our lessons from how it's been done in other countries? Well, on the left-hand side here, of course, there's how thinking about what are the priority sectors for us as a country? What will drive growth? What will create jobs? Where are we more naturally positioned to compete and win? In which sectors? And that's where the FDI should probably go and we should target. How do we think about, and the second element here, building not just investments in the Philippines, but investments into specific deals that provide labor, supply chain, land support. All of that packaged into a set of incentives, which is not necessarily increase in incentives, but just a different and tailored package. Thirdly, how do we proactively go after investment, targeting specific companies in a way that we haven't done so before, in perhaps a B2B fashion? Finally, end-to-end support here when it comes to not just investor management, helping with the regulatory aspect, helping with, again, the practicalities of setting up a business in the country, overlaid with now re-looking at the foreign investment limits that we've set as a country here, and how does that compare to our neighbors and peers in the region. So I think a broad overview. Appreciate, again, the opportunity to be here. Looking forward to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Canto, for setting the stage for the panel discussion that will now begin. To moderate the esteemed panel, may we call on the virtual stage Mr. Robbie Alampay, together with the rest of the panel, Dr. Johanna Chua, Dr. Bernardo Villegas, Mr. Calixto Chidcamco, Representative Joey Salceda, and of course, our speaker, Mr. John Canto. Over to you, Robbie.
Maraming salamat. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Robbie Alampay, and it's an honor and a privilege to be moderating this. I'd like to thank again Mr. Ictsi of the Korean Chamber of Commerce for that introduction and for setting us up, and to John Canto for starting us off. I'm sure a lot of people already want to jump in with their questions. Just a reminder to people in this forum, you can leave your questions in the chat room. If you're watching via YouTube or Facebook, you can comment with your questions. Our organizers will try to get those questions. We will have about 15 minutes, 20 minutes later. In the meantime, let's just jump straight into our panel. We have with us, aside from Mr. Canto, Dr. Johanna Chua, Chief Economist for Asia Citigroup Hong Kong, Dr. Bernardo Villegas, Founder and Research Director of the Center for Research and Communication, Mr. Calixto Chidcamco, President of the Foundation for Economic Freedom, and of course, Congressman Joey Salceda, Chairperson of the House and Ways Committee. I'll just go by order that we have here in the program. So please, Dr. Johanna Chua of Citigroup.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very honored to be part of this esteemed panel. So I thought I'd just kind of give a few comments just for a few minutes about how I see Philippines and what are the challenges going forward and what Philippines can do. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. After 2 years of this COVID shock, when we look at how Philippines performed relative to a lot of the countries in Asia, we actually were one of the worst in terms of the significant hit of lost income and output. The good news is that we came into this crisis with pretty strong fiscal, external, private sector balance sheet, And I have to commend our economic managers, the BSP, the finance department, in terms of how well they steered and preserved a lot of our balance sheet strength so that we will at least prevent significant risks that those things will have lasting damage. So I certainly commend that. But I think in terms of how Philippines managed the trade-off between life and livelihood and the policies and predictability of the policies in the pandemic, I think there's obviously a big question mark about whether things could have been done better. And I'm happy to see that the vaccination is kind of picking up further. Now, right now, as we see in the presentation that was given earlier, Philippines going back to pre-COVID levels of output, maybe by end of 2022. Let me just be clear, it's not enough to go back to pre-COVID levels of output. I mean, if we go back pre-COVID levels of output in 2022, India and Indonesia are already going to get back to that this year. China already got back to that last year. And that means that basically we've had almost 2 years of a permanent income loss in output, which means a lot of people will come out of this worse off than where they were pre-COVID. So the question is not just whether we get back to pre-COVID level of output, but can we even go back to pre-COVID level of trend growth? Like the last 5 years prior to COVID, Philippines was growing on average about 6.6%. Can we get back there? And I think that really needs a lot more reforms, a lot more policy action before we even get there. We will be lucky if we get back to pre-pandemic growth rate. I also want to give a warning, and I think China is a very good warning. Remember, China got back to pre-COVID level of output in the third quarter last year. That means really they had a very short period of lost income and output. And yet, a year and a half later, consumption growth in China has never gotten back to pre-COVID trend growth. So if China is already suffering from a lot of drags because of the uneven nature of the recovery that we've seen in China and a lot of the dislocations that have happened, what more countries that have even taken longer to get back to the pre-COVID level output and how we are positioned to that. So we need to figure out, what are the sources of economic scarring and how we can address this. Some of that comes from long-term unemployment, underemployment, dislocation of human capital, what's happened to a lot of lost output, lost investment that will kind of impact capital stock and productivity growth. Now, the good news is the balance sheets of Philippines, especially the government, is fairly good. So there's still a lot more room if some of the kind of the social distancing will be a bit, will abate and we can kind of go back to normal. Some of this capital accumulation can get back and we can make that up later on. But again, we also have to ask a bigger question of how are we going to reallocate our resources in a world where things have changed. I mean, right now we want to get back to normal, but hey, the COVID is obviously something that's out of our control, and we need to figure out how we're going to reallocate resources the best way that we can, given a lot of changes that have happened, both in terms of accelerated digitization and automation, and how we want to prevent the creation of stranded assets in sectors like tourism or retail, et cetera, but we need to kind of reconfigure. The other thing I want to point out, I'm based in Hong Kong. Prior to COVID, about 30% of tourist arrival in all of East Asia came from mainland China. I think it's about 21% pre-COVID in Philippines. And I hate to say this, but China is not leaving zero COVID anytime soon. And so we have to understand that a lot of these things are not going to go back to normal. So the question is, okay, we may argue, well, prior to COVID, domestic tourism was 5 times the size of international tourism, according to the WTTC in Philippines. But for domestic tourism to make up the slack, we need incomes to grow among domestic people. So obviously, there's a lot of question about how we can do that. There was just a big news over the weekend about these high-profile arrests of online gambling, which China is now cracking down on. So it does raise questions about, okay, if in the past we had certain growth engines, let's say Pogo, can we still rely on some of that growth engines? The big buzzword now is supply chain resilience, manufacturing supply chain resilience. And actually, this buzzword happened way before COVID. It even happened with the US-China trade tension. And everyone across East Asia has been trying to figure out how they can position themselves in this global value chain and supply chain in manufacturing. And again, Philippines has never really positioned itself well in manufacturing. And a lot of that requires FDI. A lot of that requires liberalization to allow the technology transfer and set up to build the ecosystem in Philippines. And we've lost a lot of ground. We can say, okay, we had the CREATE bill that had the corporate tax cut in March. But I'm sorry, India already cut corporate tax in 2019. Indonesia already cut corporate tax last year. So a lot of countries are kind of doing the same. And this is really about competition and how to stay competitive. So I do hope that, we will see more resolution of some of these structural reforms, especially on these pending bills that really have hope to open up manufacturing. China is now shifting to dual circulation. We really want to boost some of the domestic consumer. And I think China will vacate some of the labor-intensive manufacturing sector. And the question is how to kind of find a position ourselves in that supply chain. Lastly, I also want to say that there's been a lot of talk about green and climate change and green infrastructure. There's been a lot of excitement across even East Asia. And there was a supply chain report from the US White House released, a supply chain review report from the US White House revealed in June that talked about the supply chain for batteries, for example. And it talked about the 3 critical mining materials, cobalt, lithium, and nickel. And it turned out in that supply chain review, number 1 was Indonesia and number 2 was Philippines. But when you look at the buzzword of FDI and EV manufacturing, there's this big investment of Hyundai, LG in Indonesia. Everyone's talking about Indonesia now as part of the supply chain, but why isn't anyone talking about Philippines in this sector? And lastly, I just want to talk about something we have to be conscious of when we talk about this COVID and the long-term legacy of this pandemic and how we need to defend and kind of preserve our growth rate because we still have a lot of people we need to feed. And it's not just the scarring from what's happened to the labor market, what's happened to capital stock, what can happen from structural changes that will erode productivity growth. But I think with this this poverty, this inequality that will happen, one source of scarring we need to defend is the risk of what I call political scarring. That when you have slow growth and uneven distribution, to what extent could that lead to some institutional degradation of the political environment? And to what extent that could also detract from productivity growth. And I hope that doesn't happen. And so we have to guard against that going forward. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Johanna. Really, a lot of things to think about there. We're really excited for everyone to have their presentation so we can have this discussion. But let's move on to our next panelist, Dr. Bernardo Villegas, founder and research director of the Center for Research and Communication. Dr. Villegas.
Yes, thank you very much. I must say that this forum has come at a very appropriate time when in the last 3 to 4 weeks, the mood has shifted from pessimistic to optimistic, as I'm sure already been cited by the others. For example, the Goldman Sachs people say that we'll be the fastest growing economy in Southeast Asia next year, GDP growing at 7.3%. And the most economic forecasters have renewed their forecast for this year, at least to be close to 5%. And in my opinion, if you take a look at the pre-pandemic years, that straddled both the Aquino and the Duterte administration. We were able to grow at 6 to 7% with existing deficiencies, especially all the restrictions against foreign direct investments and still problems of global competitiveness. And I maintain that as we recover next year, the 6 to 7% growth, that can be maintained over the next 3 to 5 years, as long as the next administration will just continue what the Aquino and Duterte administration had done, appointing very good people in the respective economic and financial agencies. But as Ms. Chua mentioned, we just cannot go back to normal. We have to accelerate our growth rate to about 8 to 10% in the next 5 to 10 years. Somehow replicating what China was able to do during the time of Deng Xiaoping. Actually, they were growing at 12 to 14% at that time when they were already at upper middle income level, especially the richer cities, and the same way that India was able to grow at double-digit rates during the time of Manmohan Singh in the 90s. We are at a stage where we have already transitioned and are about to transition to upper middle income level. And our growth will be mostly based on our young, growing, and English-speaking population. So where will the purchasing power come from in the next 3 to 5 years? From overseas workers that, as we saw, did not suffer too much from the pandemic. Last year, it actually just declined at 0.3%. And in the first 5 to 6 months, we've already seen a 3 to 5% growth. And I see that accelerating in the next 5 years when the whole world has discovered how much dependent they are on the young, growing, and English-speaking population of the Philippines. That would constitute about 12 to 15% of our GDP. That is where a lot of the consumer spending, and we saw that already in the third quarter when we were very surprised by the growth rate of 7.1%, that actually changed the mood. And my own expectation is in the last quarter, when the so-called revenge spending and consuming will happen, we will attain definitely more than 7.1% growth in GDP. That would constitute for the whole year at least a 5% GDP growth. And next year, more than 7%. Now, how do we accelerate our growth to the 8-10%? That is possible. Possible because, number one, we continue to be the source of a young, growing, and increasing population for the world. And that definitely will make the overseas worker sector and the BPY sector continue to grow at high levels. Now, what we have to do to attain 8 to 10%, number one, as already mentioned by some speakers, focus a lot on agricultural and rural development, which kill two birds with one stone. It can introduce a higher growth rate, and it will address the poverty problem, because 75% of our population are in the rural and agricultural areas. Second, make sure that we accelerate the Build program, and that is where we badly need foreign direct investments. And therefore, we will not attain that 8 to 10% growth that is a potential if we do not do something very decisive. First of all, about those three pending bills: the Public Service Act, Retail Trade Nationalization, and the Foreign Investment Act, which hopefully can still be passed. And I'm sure Congressman Salcedo will make mention about it. But if not, it should be passed in the very first months of the next administration. Plus, really addressing the root problem of all is Filipino first, anti-foreigner investments, which is our constitution. The next administration must make sure that we remove all those restrictions, especially because when I talk about build, it's not just the roads, the skyways, and so on and so forth. The most important infrastructure that we have to improve in the coming years will be that related to the digital sector. And as you well know, important sectors that are restricted by our constitution are telecom, advertising, media, higher education. And the way I see it, those are four components of just one sector, which makes up the digital sector. They're no longer separate. Telecom is no longer different from computer, from media, from advertising. They've merged into one very important sector that will all improve that we need in e-commerce, in e-education, in e-finance. And if we don't remove those restrictions, those limit of 40% of FDIs in those four sectors, for example, I cringe every time I think that people cannot invest even 1% in university education in the Philippines because of our constitution, in media. And so those are areas that I hope the next administration will address, so that our 6 to 7%, which might be high considering what our neighbors will be achieving, but definitely inadequate for us to address the problem of poverty. So that's why my focus is on how, and I feel a little more responsible because I was part of the group that wrote this constitution, that we have to finally remove that Filipino first mentality that is so obsolete in the present context. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas. Let's bring in Mr. Calixto Chiquiamco. He is president of the Foundation for Economic Freedom. Mr. Chiquiamco.
Thank you. I can only say I agree with John, Canto, and the other panelists. First of all, certainly the pandemic has also allowed some opportunities to develop, but the question is how to enable those opportunities. No, and I agree with my mentor here, Dr. Bernie Villegas, about first amending the 1987 Constitution, especially the restrictive provisions economic to foreign investment in that Constitution. As you can see, this is in fact has been these restrictions have in fact have been weaponized by competitors. As you know, Megawide's officials have been charged with provisions of the anti-dummy law for building a world-class airport in Cebu. So this will only give chills to foreign investors. No, so first of all, I agree with Bernie. We need to change the Constitution, not to insert unless otherwise provided by law. We have to directly remove it, those restrictive provisions in the Constitution, especially in telecoms and in transport. No, I agree that there's a second best solution, which is the Public Service Act, but it's having a difficult time right now in the Senate. So it's a question mark whether this will be approved without being severely diluted. No. Secondly, I agree with my mentor, Dr. Bernie Villegas, about the primacy of agriculture. I have been also emphasizing the need to do agricultural reform. Unfortunately, I think we cannot take advantage of agricultural development unless we do a structural reform, which is to amend the 1987 CARP, or Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law. The rural land market is just too fragmented, with the average land size now about a hectare or less. You cannot have mechanization, apply science, technology, what John Canton mentioned, if you have the average land size at a 1 hectare. And you are not allowed by law to expand beyond 5 hectares. So again, we need to free the rural land market if we are to solve the problem of agriculture. The way forward for agriculture is really agribusiness and commercial farming. Again, I think even the biosecurity threats can best be addressed if we have bigger farms. So that is a reform that we need to do. We also need to, I think, apply PPP on a grand scale, especially, I think, given the rising fiscal deficit and also the fact that the state has proven to be incompetent and corrupt in managing the pandemic. I think we really need to expand PPP in all areas, including education, public health, infrastructure, because I think the public sector has the resources and it has the skills to be able to implement projects quickly and on time and on budget. So we should, in fact, on the problem of education, of reskilling that John mentioned, we should really get the private sector very much involved. That's why we should need to pass, for example, an apprenticeship law, so that the private sector can be harnessed for the reskilling. No? Finally, of course, we have a lot of potential, especially in the new economy, where, for example, there's going to be a shift because of climate change concerns toward electric vehicles. We have the minerals. Unfortunately, our policies are very much anti-mining, especially with this current ban on open pit mining. That should be lifted. Finally, as I've been an advocate of forestry, we have the potential in forestry, being a tropical country. Again, the government needs to change its policies in forestry to provide stable property rights, so that investors can come in and invest in forestry. So certainly, again, we have the potential, but hard reforms are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chiquiamco. And finally, Mr. Joy Salceda. I understand Congressman Salceda has some slides. Can we set that up? Okay.
Thank you very much. And I'm probably the most positive among all the panelists. Well, this is just, I have a, how would I call it? As you can see, I prepared like a 20-point agenda for the next administration, but I will not discuss it, but just look at number 1. Can you go back? It's really all about agriculture. Next. Next. So I thought I was assigned a very particular segment, which is really about FDIs. What are the 3 main elements of the decision making? It's about constraint. Is it open, risk, and of course, potential. Next. So let's deal about constraints. Well, basically, with respect to constraints, next. The top barriers, this is really new entrant. The top 5 are actually hard-coded in the Constitution. Next. And for existing, there are also legal restrictions that impose barriers on reinvestment or expansion. Next. And oligopolies also prevent the entry of new players, and PH being the most oligarchic market in the ASEAN, which means our competition policies are not working. Next. Which means also that there is no FDI. The solution would have been RBH2, and I would have been more aggressive as Toti, back muna, with respect not just putting as maybe provided for by law, but rather interchanging it and making increasing it as maybe provided for by law. I do agree. Next. So we have actually 3 that are the Retail Trade Liberalization Act is already on the desk of the President for signature. The Foreign Investment Acts, we are now ongoing by CAM. It's really the public service. If there's anything that the Philippines can do reasonably achievable, I think it's really the Public Service Act, and I think it can be a game changer. Limiting public foreign ownership restriction only to 3, basically the distribution of water, sewage, and as well as electricity. Next. Let's talk about risk. The top 10 risks of, let me deal about being the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means. The top 10 sources of tax uncertainty according to OECD. Basically, in the Philippines, about obtaining VAT refunds and withholding tax relief. And we are now addressing it. We have approved in Congress. Next. Essentially, the Ease of Paying Taxes Act. I don't know whether the Senate has the intellectual stamina to do that with only what? Less than 24 days of session. And that is the most critical thing about the Philippines. So you have to really have to look towards the next administration. Next. So the primary impact of a high tax uncertainty is that it makes company valuations ambiguous and more high risk, increases the hurdle rate for investment, increases tax compliant costs. Next. It has very real impact on the bottom line or the EPS. As most people here know, I spent most of my adult life from Barings, ING, Swiss Bank, Warburg, and then ended up with UBS. Next. So essentially, the hurdle rate on the Philippines is increased by tax uncertainties by 3.40. It's based on Stomberg in 2013. Our equity risk premium based on Moody's is 6.56. Our risk-free rate is 2.63. Our WACC is 9. The country risk based on Stern again is 1.84. So actually, tax uncertainty plays a very key role, and that is why we went very fast in the House. We already approved CITIRA way back in 2019, or only 1 year after it was announced in January 23, 2018. So we lost 3 years of foreign investments, mainly due to tax uncertainty or predictability. And we were only able to approve it in March of 2021. Next. So industries that are fully viable under our Philippine WAC, I think there are enough. Next, that are above 14. Can you go back? What is our hurdle rate? Next, back muna. It's 14.46. Next, next, next. So my own estimate is really just due to tax uncertainty, 0.68 to 1% in foregone real GDP growth annually, depending on the share of capital formation due to foregone investment because of high tax risk. Next. So let's talk about potential. As I've said, it's three-pronged approach. I will be very positive about the Philippines. This thing about Philippines being now the fastest growing, despite the pervasive skepticism, I've been an analyst myself, and I cannot understand from where the pessimism comes from. But apparently, because we've been able to, people have been very negative about our very high mobility restrictions. But it seems now we've been able to reduce it, and at the same time, care of our DOF and our NTF, we've been able to accumulate already 150 million in vaccines. And this past 2 days, I think we will be able to do 9 million. So at least additional 9% to the 31%. So I think we could be able to achieve a very high vaccination rate. Next. And that's essentially next. And everything, I think, boils down to the fact that the Philippines is the youngest. If you look at this is our median age. It's only 23 or 23.7. So in terms of labor force supply, assuming quality, the Philippines, it makes much of our financial or actuarial institutions very much financeable. So that saves us a lot of these problems with problems in the future, because we have this. So I think this is the single biggest strength of the Philippines that is always being missed out in most of the forecasts of any outlook about the Philippines. Next. So of course the build. Actually, we've been able to do 5.1% in 2020, in 5.9% in 2021, despite the mobility restrictions, and 5.1. And you don't see this in these big ticket things about, these subways and everything, and the rails. It's about the bypass roads in the countryside and everything, which actually will coincide with our principal instrument for getting FDI, which is really CREATE. Next. So CREATE is now making an impact. As you can see, the others there, which is really, you have NCR. If you strip out the Makati subway, actually it's not 18, it's probably closer to 5. Much of that NCR is really the Makati subway. There are 1,700 applications worth 1 billion each that are now pending in the FIRB. But you look at the others, these are really Batangas, Laguna, possibly Pampanga, or in the other provinces. So it's really diffusing investment to the countryside where the base is low and therefore easier to create higher. And of course, so the FDI last June posted a 61% increase to 833, showing signs that CREATE is already working. Next. So CREATE indeed has increased the upside. In fact, if you compute CREATE, the net present value, assuming 8%, CREATE accounts for almost 37% of our not so depressed market cap, of our market cap of the market. So next. So these are the fiscal incentives that have been rationalized. This is using ED, enhanced deductions next. And if you look at that, the Philippines now also has the ability to give 40 years, just like Singapore. And if you look at the red dot, which is the standard deviation, which is ITH plus a special rate, the Philippines is now a bit more competitive than the rest of the region. So actually, the orange one is the one that allows you, if you invest in Albay, my province is outside the periphery of Metro Manila. And there's additional plus if you have in tier 3, which is really at the more advanced. We are putting, for example, forestry in tier 2. But if you put in biotech, it's in tier 3. If you do it outside Metro Manila, or if you put it in places that are just recovering, you get additional 3. And if you are, let's say, in essentially conflict afflicted, I don't know who will. Essentially, the Philippines now will remain among the most generous tax incentive system, but now it is linked to performance. It's time bound. Unlike before, there's no more forever. Next. So this is how it looks like. If you are in NCR tier 1, you have 4 years ITH plus 5 years of enhanced deduction or reduced rate of 5%, reduced rate of, and if you're in tier 2, and if you're in all the other areas, you get 7 years on tier 3 plus 5 plus all sorts of things plus 3 years. If you relocate from NCR to all the other areas. I'm still looking for, I think we now have some firms that are relocating from NCR to tier 3 to all the other areas. And if that area is recovering from a disaster, then you get another 2 years. Next. So why it's worth it? Next. This is really the DSGE of the CREATE. Next. So this is very critical to us. The case summary is in the Philippines, we go for the mid, which is really the best case. This is really the differential between our, go to the next, which is more clear. FDI as share of GDP in 2019 is only 2% compared to Singapore at 28.3. So obviously we're looking at Vietnam essentially at 6.2% of GDP. So next. So the results are, of course, in the first year, there will be some sort of next crowding out, but public spending will remain translated into positive growth and output will increase in the long run as both private. So I thought I was being cornered into just making how to grow foreign investments in the Philippines as part of this entire discussion. So thank you very much to everyone. I did not, can we just go back to page 2? I haven't used up my 5 minutes. Saldi. Just want to line up. I prepared this for 2 presidential candidates who both withdrew. So this is how we look like. This would have been for Sara Duterte, and then we transferred. Then next. So much of what's been discussed actually is already being, and this has been. There are studies beneath this, like for example for BBB, build for creative industries using Korean model. We have an MSMSE, and we're trying to pattern it under the Indian model. So anyway, so thank you very much to everyone, and I would like to thank my mentor, of course, Toti Chikankyo. I can truly say that everything he said, I already filed in Congress. So I don't know what more can I file for Toti, because much of what he wants in terms of virtually what he has mentioned, and two of them already became law: the imperfect titling, and of course what's the other one, Toti? The imperfect titling, and then of course the agricultural patent laws, which is now enabling the land markets or the rural property markets to be more bankable, or more liquid, or more. Oh, it is. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Congressman Salceda. Let's bring back John Canto. We have a few minutes for an open forum. We'll just have a few questions. We'll also try to open up to your comments and questions, those of you watching us online. Let me start with Dr. Villegas and Mr. Chiquiamco, and I apologize for starting off with talking about the elections. Of course, that's one of the biggest contexts for 2022. Not too political. I really do want to frame this in the context of, Congressman Salceda making this common presentation for two different presidential candidates, both of whom have pulled out. Johanna was pointing out the importance, of course, of predictability in policies. So I actually asked this by way of, I don't know how you answer. Is this a major context, or is this question just basically getting it out of the way, the politics? But my question is, on the economic platforms, as far as you can see it from the different presidentiables, is there any fundamental difference? We've talked, everybody here has talked about, the need for FDI, everything that goes into improving FDI. We've talked about the importance of agriculture and manufacturing. Some have brought up, the extractive industries. What are the policies there, both for mining as well as forestry, retail, foreign ownership, PSA, and so on and so forth. But these are also nothing new. And in fact, we are hearing it from so many fronts. Congress seems much more open to everyone. So given that, are you comfortable or concerned? Are there actually any fundamental debates emerging? You may or may not have to mention any particular candidates, but I think that's the question. Is there actually any fundamental differences in debates in the economic approach, economic ideologies, or just the focus of the candidates?
Robbie, first of all, I think for the reforms to be realized, Congressman Salceda should become the next president of the Philippines, or at least the Secretary of Finance. But as far as the elections are concerned, actually it's very disappointing. Almost all of them have just been mounting populist solutions. And in fact, many of them are just proposing more government, in terms of we increase budget, as if increasing the budget for agriculture will solve the problems of agriculture. Agriculture has a structural problem in terms of the restricted land markets. Unless you address that, by amending CARP, you will not be able to get the growth rate that you want. So no, yes, I'm concerned that in fact, I'm concerned that these candidates will be tied to their promises of populism. And next year, we will, with the new administration, we'll just see just more populist policies.
Would you like me to make a comment?
Go ahead, Dr. Villegas, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm more optimistic than Chiquiamco. I think that, as I said, despite very different political styles between the Aquino administration and the Duterte administration, from 2011 to 2019, they maintained an average of 6 to 7%. And I attribute that to a lot of the institution building, despite very imperfect political leaders we had in the past, happening in the economic and financial institutions. We have one of the best central banks. Our NEDA was always led by very competent people, and so on and so forth. And I think that whoever will be elected in May 2022, their advisors will just take a look at the long list of Congressman Salceda and definitely will think of implementing those. They're not going to reinvent the wheel. The key factor, in my opinion, about the next election is really addressing good governance, fighting corruption, making sure that people are honest. I think that is what is going to make a difference. And if we are not very unlucky and we get the wrong person, I'm not going to turn totally pessimistic, because I know that whoever will be elected will still appoint some of the best minds and qualified people, as all the presidents in the past have done. And so we can continue doing institution building. And now we have to focus on the Department of Health, for example. All the weak agencies that we saw in the Duterte administration. And so I think that is what will enable us to accelerate growth from the 6 to 7%, which was attained from 2011, 2019, to, as I said, 8 to 10% at least, and even more. And I'm so glad that Congressman Salceda pointed out that even in this very imperfect government we have, politically speaking, we have seen most of the funds in infrastructure happening in rural areas. I think that's the good news. And I don't think that the next president will change that direction. And so it's the worst case and the best case scenario. If we have the best president, then we will address all the Department of Health and other departments under this present administration. And probably a lot of that will contribute significantly to the increase of 8 to 10%. And let me also mention that starting next year, we'll have more than 400 billion pesos that will be flowing to the LGUs. And that is where I would also like to focus on mayors and governors being chosen properly. So I don't think we should just discuss who will be the next president. I think my message is, in the countryside, please make sure you elect honest governors and mayors, because they will have a bonanza. And let's make sure that they're able to invest that bonanza in agriculture and rural development, in improving the quality of education, improving their health facilities, and being ready for natural calamities. Those are my four priority areas for expenditure of the governors and mayors who will be elected in May.
Thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Villegas. I was actually trying to save that question for later, but since you mentioned it, let me bring back Congressman Salceda, because you have a lot of experience with LGUs, and also if you have any thoughts on this, John, Johanna. Even as recent as yesterday, Secretary Dominguez was flagging Mandanas as a potential pain point in terms of efficiencies. National government is twice more efficient than LGUs. That's a lot of money flowing down to. It's not just the 400 billion going to provinces and cities. You have a big tranche going direct to barangays as well. What effect might the Supreme Court's Mandanas ruling have from the immediate to the long term? Everything, in terms of everything that we've discussed.
Where there's a devolution transition plan, what's clearly needed is, of course, we will lose the economies of scale, or that particular area wherein you're able to converge, or the convergence. So we need to strengthen the regional development councils, their role in essentially enabling these LGUs to interconnect their programs and projects. So that is the missing link there, actually. But, when I was governor, I eradicated tuberculosis on my own. There's enough money, actually. The LGUs have enough money already if they just do it properly. I had zero casualty for almost all the disasters. I reduced my ranking from national achievement from 177 to only number 9 to 19. I was able to achieve all the SDG, CMR, IMR, you name it. eradicated a lot of much of the. So in short, this extra bonanza is we're saying should be seen as you need definitely capacity development for these LGUs. So that is critical, and one of the immediate ones should be the regional development council should be empowered to ensure that the economies of scale that will be lost when it's in the hands of the national government we can recover that.
Okay, well, I mean, let me get that. I'll bring in John and Johanna, especially since everybody's mentioned also agriculture, the need also to spread development to the rural areas. That's a very big. I think everybody here is saying, of course, you have your fan club here, Congressman Salceda, from Mr. Chiquiamco to Bernie Villegas, and now John Forbes is saying, let's just clone Joey Salceda. But the reality is, I mean, I'm sure, to be fair to our LGUs, for every Joey Salceda, there are a lot of really wonderful mayors and governors out there. But we also know that, as you pointed out, there's a lot of capacity issues in many LGUs at every level. John and Johanna, given the importance of agriculture, trying to bring FDI as well outside of NCR, what can we do really to make this more of an opportunity rather than a risk? The fact that there's a lot of these things, and so that it's not just, I mean, sorry for that term, so that it's not just a bonanza for LGUs.
John, you want to go ahead? Or,
Go ahead.
The only thing I would say, look, I think, I guess, pretty much what Joey Salceda mentioned about the capacity constraints. We really need to figure out how to better train and to be able to devolve the expenditure functions in the local government. I am quite concerned about this. In Philippines, I never really worried about fiscal credibility. I think Philippines has, especially in the last decade, really developed very strong institutions to instill kind of fiscal credibility. When you look at what happened to Philippines' debt to GDP, it's not because the numerator went up dramatically more than others in emerging market. It really more was what happened to the denominator since COVID. And so efficiency of spending is so important, and the government's role is so important to catalyze private investment. So, I just hope that, there's enough preparation to instill capacity kind of abilities in the local governments, especially because we have a lot of things like for agriculture, we need to develop infrastructure. We need to develop connectivity. A lot of these things were very much done at the central national government level. And so I just hope that these things can be preserved going forward next year. Especially we have to guard against that next year also happens to be an election year. So, so I guess two things, major things happening at the same time. We need to make sure that these don't lead to distortions.
John, your thoughts?
Yeah. So I think personally, I'm pleased with the direction that the investment is spread more across the country, let's say in the recent years than historically, right? I think also, as mentioned, I also agree to say, I think the LGUs and the people in the LGUs, certainly they will have the willingness to be able to do the right things, right? We need to equip them with the capabilities now to understand what good looks like, what practices are being deployed in other countries as well. And through that, and hopefully some, as Mr. Chiquiamco was saying, structural reform, then we will have the ability to really move the needle on agriculture and some of the other more localized sectors that we see across the country. Right? I think if I step back a little bit also, I mean, as we open up the country, right, we will be looking at now competing for talent, like we have, and the Filipinos leaving year on year, competing for investment on foreign investment across key sectors, competing for technology as well, which is important, as mentioned by the other panelists. So the view needs to be always with the view of how do we compare to other countries on these aspects? Where do we need to focus? We can't do everything. Where do we need to focus? How can the public and private sector work together more closely? Right? PPP by no means was a perfect structure, but it did a lot of good for the country. What can we take lessons from that moving forward?
Okay. A question for everyone. I mean, you're all free to jump in on this question. What's changing in the digital profile of Filipinos, whether that's driven by the private sector or, for that matter, the public sector? We know a lot more people now are no longer unbanked. Really fundamental, good direction for the Philippines, whether that's e-wallets or actual online banking. At the same time, we have the national ID system finally coming into play. What's changing in the digital profile of Filipinos, of Filipino society? And what does that mean in terms of how we position ourselves in the global economy?
Would I make the first attempt?
Go ahead, sir.
The enabler definitely is the central bank. I mean, Governor Jogno is so proactive when it comes to digitalization. But obviously, the principal actors are the people in the private sector. You know, banks are definitely digitalizing. You know, I don't want to mention necessarily specific banks, but there are some banks that are way ahead in digitalization. And you have NGOs doing a lot of work connecting farmers, even MSEs, to digital world as social enterprises. Definitely it's the private sector that is more or less leading, but following the more or less instructions coming from the central bank.
Anyone else?
Well, it's because of the nature of we are probably the most informal economy in Asia. If you look at, for example, the SMEs, right after the pandemic in the third quarter of 2020, 12.8 million Filipinos became resellers. And how do you do reselling when you have mobility restrictions? So it was forced them, despite the fact that we don't have a national broadband, probably one of our biggest mistakes in not doing it, despite all the skepticism in 2008.
Recording in progress.
When it was only $300 million, the NBN. But I think this high informality of almost 40%, and they account for almost 62% of total labor force. So you had that combination, despite the limitation of our IT and telecom sector. So that essentially became that combination of pandemic plus high informality, high SME as percentage of total GDP. 35.7 of GDP, but 62% of total labor force. So you have that combination essentially.
I just want to add, I mean, obviously digitization and automation really provide a lot of opportunities for productivity growth, right? But what we're finding, like for example, now even in the Philippines, and this is really pretty much a global phenomenon, we've seen a rapid rise of e-commerce, for example, and platform firms. I guess the question is, to what extent can we allow, with the barriers of entry being lower, to what extent can we get greater participation, especially among the SMEs, to participate in linking up to these digital platforms? And I think the challenge always we have is this uneven distribution of access to platforms. At the same time, usually what happens in a lot of countries, not just Philippines, but everywhere, it's usually the most competitive, most productive firms that can actually do well. And then obviously platform firms have like economies of scale that can grow. And then there's going to be a distributional consequence. So for example, if more and more people start to go online on online platforms, what happens to sort of the informal sector on the mom and pop, and to what extent that could create some potential shifts in the distribution of income. And what I find in the region, usually the large platform firms that do very well tend to be either Chinese, in Asia, it's either global firms in the US or Chinese firms or Singaporean firms. And unless you have a large country like India, where you have domestic large platform companies, homegrown, that can develop, if you're a small country, you end up having a little bit of a disadvantage in developing these economies of scale to compete with global platform firms. So I'm just very conscious of there's productivity gains, but there's this risk of uneven distribution of the productivity gains. And how do we make it more equal? How do we broaden it out? And how do we make some regulatory kind of compensation for some of the potential anti-competitive behavior that can result?
Okay, I think we're running over time, but I'll allow myself one last question, something close to my heart, but also something that Congressman Salceda did point out and say in his presentation, that wish list to presidentiables. You talked about the BBB for the creative economy. We do know that in Congress there is that small movement gaining ground for the creative economy. It's not something that's really talked about by the mainstream. Although shout out to Mr. Hoik Lee and the Korean Chamber of Commerce who set us off on this panel discussion. Obviously, for the whole world, Korea is the peg right now for the creative economy. But Mr. Salceda, and then I'll invite John to weigh in on this. What do you mean by BBB for the creative economy? What do we need to do? What are built-in advantages there? And what are the opportunities for the creative economy in the Philippines?
Well, essentially providing, for example, our infrastructure for culture, so that we have, because there's both physical infrastructure. So when you build, there is a tendency towards physical capital formation, but about the human capital formation, excluding education, health, but there's also the creative industry. So culture is probably very exportable, and it's in a country where tourism accounts for almost 11% of total GDP. So, and involving about 4.6 million people. So essentially providing all those the biggest thing there, of course, would be a national broadband, especially in connectivity, because it allows for ideas to freely flow. So that when you say BBB, actually the number one in that list is a national broadband, and then of course all those other institutions that essentially promote creative industries, promote culture, and promote arts and heritage.
John, what do you think? I think the whole concept has been, I think not a buzzword. I think it's gained some traction in important sectors. There's higher awareness. At the same time, it really is still somewhat nebulous for some people. I mean, can you flesh that out for us, in terms of how other countries are latching on to this push for creative economies, and what will that mean in terms of potential investments for the Philippines?
Sure, Robbie. Yeah. Maybe I'll just go ahead first. So I think in terms of raw material, right? The Philippines has always been a country that has exceeded expectations on the creative side. It's also one of the sectors that we, based on our research, feel will grow over time rather than shrink, which is a positive sign from a structural perspective as a country. I think what other countries have done is really, as we say, right, the infrastructure already starts with education. So how do we support these fields in a way that they have really a long-term trajectory to them in the country, that people can be successful? And then how do we put the right investments in so that, again, as a country, we radiate, and I wouldn't say market, but radiate our abilities in this field that attract, again, the right type of investment and stakeholders to partner with us.
May I make a comment, Robbie?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, this is an industry that we at CRC are looking more closely at in cooperation with Paulo Mercado's Creative Council for Creative Industry, and I'm sure AmCham is very closely associated with that. We have really seen, as John was saying, that person per person, Filipinos are more creative than practically every Asian country, including South Korea. Just take a look at all the contests that Filipinos are winning, singing all over the world. We have the individuals. But if you take a look at why BTS, for example, is right now conquering the world, it's not because individually they're more talented. There are thousands of other Filipinos who can do better than those members of BTS. But it's been the way the Korean government has been so focused. They organize talent camps, they train thousands of people, etc., so that they're able to compete in the global market. So this is where we really have to have a government that is convinced about their role in technology, in investing, and so on and so forth. And the talents are there. So I'm very optimistic about the creative industries of the Philippines, as long as the state will give the same support as the Korean government is giving to this sector.
Robbie?
Robbie,
Go ahead. Yes, Mr. Chiquiamco.
Yeah, I think though that we can't realize the potential really of the creative industries unless we remove the foreign ownership restrictions in mass media and advertising. Or else what will happen as ABS-CBN got shut down, supposedly for violating the 100% foreign ownership rules in the ADR, and also Gabi Lopez being an American citizen. And Bernie mentioned BTS. BTS is foreign capital behind their management company. They accept foreign capital. So I think the most important reform for us to realize to be a creative industry is remove the foreign ownership restrictions in mass media and advertising.
Robbie,
Go ahead.
just one point. I was with Gloria then as an advisor, and that was 2008. And we saw Korea invested almost 20 billion in creative industries. And essentially, that's where your Gangnam and everything just shoot up. And then suddenly it became one of their major exports. So I looked at it, and until now, I've been trying to move the needle towards it. But of course, it's very slow. But I think I saw the pandemic because that was one of the principal response to the global financial crisis. So, I mean, that's just a background to why there is BBB for creative industries.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're out of time, but we'd like to thank everybody for a wonderful conversation, wonderful panel discussion. Mr. John Canto, Dr. Johanna Chua, Dr. Bernardo Villegas, Mr. Ictsi Chiquiamco, Congressman Joey Salsade. Maraming salamat po. Magandang araw sa inyo lahat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our dear panelists. Please do not go away. We would like to have a quick photo of the group. For our memento for this panel on pathways to economic recovery and beyond, which was very interesting. So please give us your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so thank you very much for that. Maraming salamat. And at this point, we are now at the most awaited announcement of the forum. And this is the announcement for the Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Award. Now, for those of you who are not aware of this award, it is given by the Joint Foreign Chambers to recognize individuals of any nationality who has lived and worked in the Philippines for 25 years and who have contributed significantly to improving the country's business environment. So let's look at the video of the past awardees of the Lifetime Achievement Award. to announce who will join this stellar group of recipients of past Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Awards, may I call on the virtual stage the President of the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies Regional Headquarters, Ms. Evelyn Nung.
Distinguished guests, delegates, sponsors, public servants, media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and a special welcome to previous recipients of the Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Award who are present. We regret that we cannot invite you to the stage in this virtual event, but hope you are with us in spirit as we continue to recognize your service. I hope everyone is enjoying the program. It certainly gave me great confidence to listen to Governor Diokno explain the economic and financial situation of our economy, and then to absorb the perspectives of Mr. John Canto of McKinsey and the excellent panelists discuss pathways to economic recovery and beyond. While many challenges lie ahead, it was also encouraging to see how the Philippines has progressed on various pathways over the last decade to realize the country's great potential for all Filipinos. My name is Evelyn Chuanang. I'm president of the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies Regional Headquarters, or PAMURI for short. In my day job, I am the Vice President Controller for Procter & Gamble in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, and Greater China. We are a proud employer of over 1,000 highly skilled, high-performing Filipinos in the Philippines. In 2013, the Joint Foreign Chambers decided to present a Lifetime Achievement Award to a person, and I quote from the award presentation trophy. In recognition of outstanding contributions and superb leadership over several decades of achieving highly significant and lasting institutional and policy reforms of long-term benefit to the people and the economy of the Republic of the Philippines. Our 8 past recipients, as you saw in the presentation, are former President Fidel V. Ramos, PESA Director General Lilia de Lima, the late business titan Washington Sisip, former Foreign Secretary Roberto Romulo, former BSP Governor Sai Tatanco, the late Senator Edgardo Angara, former Foreign Secretary Delia Albert, and Australian-Filipino businessman Peter Wallace. We also gave a special award in 2018 to Mr. Henry Schumacher, founder of the European Chamber of Commerce. We are honored today to recognize as our 9th recipient none other than Mr. Jose Maria Joey Concepcion III, President and Chairman of RFM Corporation, Director of Concepcion Industries, and an icon of the Philippine business community whose service to the Filipino people goes far beyond his outstanding work in the business sector. No one concerned about public health in this country in the last 2 years will not recognize the name Joey Concepcion. Because of his unique work in fighting the pandemic and equally the health of the economy and business. Joey Concepcion grew up in a home where his father passed down to him big shoes to step into. His father and Uncle Raul have been leaders of the Philippine business community for many years, and Concepcion Industries has long been a major player in the food and beverage and manufacturing sectors, involved in household name products sold from sari-sari stores all the way to big department and appliances stores. 35 years ago, Father Joe was chairman of NAMFREL, seeking to fight for fair elections in the Philippines. Uncle Raul was a constant advocate for the business sector, authoring sensible advocacies in the local press. After graduating from De La Salle, Joey joined the family business, married Marisa, fathered sons and daughters, traveled abroad, and enjoyed the company of friends and relatives. He also began to give back big time and was recognized in 1995 among the outstanding young men of the Philippines and included in the Time Global list of 100 young leaders of the millennium. He founded the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship Go Negosyo, or Go Business. 2 sentences from the Go Negosyo website explain the credo of this successful nonprofit organization. We believe that Filipinos can address poverty in the country by engaging in entrepreneurship and developing an optimistic, passionate, creative and innovative, resourceful, diligent and persevering character. We encourage everyone to take charge and make the most of their resources and abilities by utilizing and transforming these into viable enterprises. Joey recruited the remarkable Ramon Lopez to manage the Go Negosyo movement. Since 2016, Mon Lopez has served as Secretary of Trade and Industry and will address our forum on December 2nd. In 2017, our awardee spoke to our forum on the Philippine Industrial Revolution. President Duterte appointed Joey as Presidential Advisor on Entrepreneurship to help with MSME development. It has been no surprise that DTI has implemented increasingly robust programs to assist MSMEs and that this administration reduced corporate income tax for small firms from 30% to 20%. Joey Concepcion also chaired the ASEAN Business Advisory Council in 2017, which has made the mandate to provide private sector feedback and guidance to boost ASEAN's efforts towards economic integration. As with anything he leads, Joey relished that assignment, and the Philippines was a fantastic host to the other ASEAN business leaders in November 2017 during the ASEAN Leaders Summit. But I have saved the best thing to say about Joey to the last. Throughout these most trying times of lockdown, death, hunger, and universal concern, he has been a major, consistent, and energetic leader for the private sector. He has been a strong voice with government, both to protect the health of the many millions of Filipinos who work in the private sector, but likewise the health of the companies for which they work. Joey not only argued for mass affordable testing, but also initiated the Dose of Hope to secure millions of doses of vaccines. Throughout the pandemic response, he was incessantly present in Viber groups of cabinet officials and private sector leaders to discuss public health management responses to the worst crisis in the country since World War II. His efforts have saved many lives and many livelihoods. With these words of explanation of why we selected Mr. Joey Concepcion, I now invite the JFC presidents and any past awardees to join me in welcoming Mr. Concepcion as this year's Lifetime Achievement Awardee. Ms. Carol will join me to virtually present the trophy. We now invite Mr. Concepcion to make acceptance remarks.
First of all, good afternoon. I'd like to thank the Joint Foreign Chamber for this award. Totally unexpected. My desire to help the country basically was through passion of really seeing to my own experience being an entrepreneur myself, what our country needs to do for moving forward. Creating prosperity for all was the theme that I launched during the ASEAN business event when we hosted it in the Philippines, actually in the 50th year of ASEAN. So it was a very significant event. And I've seen the level of poverty in this country. Many of our micro and small entrepreneurs belong to that pyramid, the bottom of the pyramid, and they comprise close to 99% if you were to include them in the business community, 99%. Of course, us in large and extra large companies, we comprise the 1%. I felt that it was very important for us to really share this prosperity, not just for ourselves, but for our MSMEs, who really in the end are the backbone of our economy. And if we see them move up the ladder, then we all will do much better. And through the years, we have launched programs through the foundation of Go Negosyo, which now has partnered with various government agencies, the Department of Trade, Department of Agriculture, and so forth. And this partnership has really done so well. No? We focus on basically mentorship, money, and market, 3 M's that are crucial in helping alleviate these micro entrepreneurs to scale up eventually to becoming small and eventually medium-sized entrepreneurs. And of course, I was fortunate to be an advisor to two presidents, no? Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo and President Duterte. And I've been consistent in this pursuit of shared prosperity through the many years. 16 years since we founded the advocacy of Go Negosyo. We celebrate our 16th year this year. And we find ourselves in the last 20 months facing one of the most serious crises of our entire life, no? This pandemic. And we have really worked with the foreign chambers persistently together with government to find a pathway, a roadmap towards what I call coexisting with COVID-19. From vaccines to bringing testing equipments to bringing all the initiatives on how to open the economy without our chambers, foreign chambers, and the rest of the different business organizations, I don't think we would have progressed this far. And I'm glad to see that now we have found that roadmap towards really opening the economy. When we called for the lockdown on August 8th, that was a very bold move that we did. No, I mean, it was not a popular decision to lock down the economy on August 8th, but we had to do so to be able to save the fourth quarter. And with that initiative and with the guidance of Octa Research providing that guidance, I think we did the right thing. We now see cases dramatically drop to record lows we've never seen before. Maybe in a way, God's guidance on our decision really paved this way. And what we want to see moving forward is we continue to maintain opening the economy on a more sustainable basis. Yes, we're threatened by a new variant, Omicron, and we will prepare for that. And what is important is that our partnership with IATF has worked. Our dialogues with government has worked. They have the trust in the private sector for us taking these bold moves and for us bringing us to this level of a better state whereby our health system is now not overwhelmed. We have the formula of really pushing and maintaining this openness in the economy through vaccination. And this is where, again, thank you to the foreign chambers here for supporting this initiative of purchasing vaccines for our own employees. We're the only country in the world that has done this to a tripartite agreement. So the teamwork between the private sector and the public sector is key in really paving the way for us to save the economy and save lives. And without your support, we would have not reached this level today. So again, thank you for the award and appreciate all the support that you have given us in the last 20 months. Thank you again.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Joey Concepcion, for being chosen as this year's recipient of the Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Award. You are truly an amazing leader who walks the talk to help all of the MSMEs really thrive. Please remain on stage for a quick photo opportunity because we'd like to call on a big group. We'll be dividing it into two groups together with the presidents of the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines. So for the first group, Joey, please remain on stage. May I call on, from the American Chamber of Commerce, we have Frank Thiel. He'll be joined by Eb Hinchcliffe and John Forbes. And then from the Australian New Zealand Chamber, Daniel Alexander and Brad Norman. And from the Canadian Chamber, Julian Payne. Okay, so may I request big smiles, gentlemen? Okay, so ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so thank you very much. Don't go away, Joey. I'm going to call the next group. From the European Chamber of Commerce this time, that's Lars Wittig and Florian Gotain. From the Japanese Chamber, Mr. Keiichi Matsunaga. From the Korean Chamber, Mr. Ho Ik Lee, and from Pamuri, Miss Evelyn Nang. So again, give us your best smiles, please. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in the Lifetime Achievement Award portion. Thank you again and congratulations, Mr. Joey Concepcion.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you again for the award. It's a great honor. Thank you.
That was truly an informative and insightful morning session for the Arangkada Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be going into our midday break. We encourage everyone to attend these wonderful breakout sessions that we have prepared for you, and you can watch them while you're taking your lunch. So to go to the breakout session, you'll have to visit www.investphilippines.info/forum 2021. Now there are 2 rooms. In virtual room A at 12 noon, that will be how are our neighbors coping from Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. And this will be followed at 12:45 by Next Wave Cities in the Philippines, Challenges and Opportunities. Now over at the virtual room B, we will have now transformations in the Philippine digital landscape. And at 12:45, a playback on why it is extremely important for the 18th Congress to approve the Philippine Creative Industries
Recording
Development
stopped.
Act. Now, after these wonderful breakout sessions, please do not forget to log back here in the main webinar link for the continuation of the forum. We will start exactly at 1:30 p.m. So please be here early, at least 5 minutes. And please do share this event on your virtual social media. Use the event hashtag Arangkada Forum 2021. You can go to our Facebook, Twitter, or LinkedIn social media assets. So thank you very much. Happy lunch and see you at 1:30.
Cargill Philippines was established in 1947, the company's first subsidiary in the Asia-Pacific region. Immediately, Cargill saw the Philippines' potential as a coconut and coconut product supplier to the world. And in 1948, Cargill Philippines formally opened its first office, a copra buying station with just a handful of employees. Today, Cargill now employs over 2,000 employees across multiple locations in the country's 3 major island groups, with its operations now including grain distribution and trading, animal nutrition and health, poultry processing, and food and beverage ingredients. Cargill currently operates 5 business units in the Philippines. Cargill Oil Mills Philippines Inc., a business engaged in the coconut industry, specifically copra crushing with 10 copra buying stations to help coconut farmers gain greater access to global markets. Cargill Agricultural Supply Chain, a business unit covering all agency trading and distribution for the grains, supplying them with soybean meal, feed wheat, and high-quality milling wheat. Cargill Animal Nutrition and Health, which provides swine, poultry, and aqua feeds and premix solutions. CANH owns and operates 3 feed mills located in Bulacan and facilities in Pangasinan and Misamis Oriental, as well as tolling arrangements in Iloilo, Cebu, and Davao. Seajoy Poultry Meats Production, Inc., a joint venture with the Philippines' largest fast food chain, primarily focuses on poultry processing. Seajoy produces ready-to-cook chicken for local consumption in a state-of-the-art processing facility in Santo Tomas, Batangas. And finally, Cargill Food Ingredients and Bioindustrial Enterprise. We supply starches, sweeteners, such as glucose and fructose, oils, stevia, soya, flour, cocoa, and texturizing agents for local manufacturers primarily in the food, beverage, and snacks industry. And while these business units operate independently, they are deeply integrated into each other's operation as part of a larger Cargill Philippines supply chain.
We will always be committed to enable communities and businesses in the Philippines to thrive and look forward to continue growing and expanding our footprint in the country in line with our commitment towards enhancing food security and nourishing the world in a safe, sustainable, and responsible way.
At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow. At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow.
What does it mean to have a purpose? In a company as global and far-reaching as Emerson, it means each of us is part of something bigger. Our transformation to One Emerson has brought into focus, in addition to shared values, an underlying purpose that holds true to our culture. We drive innovation that makes the world healthier, safer, smarter, and more sustainable. When we look deeper into our purpose and into our individual roles as innovators, we see how our technology, engineering, and software solutions help make the world a better place. We make the world healthier by bringing critical new life-saving medicines to market faster with consistently high quality. Our cold chain technology enables our customers to safely keep perishable food and drugs at proper temperatures. We keep our customers safe with our location tracking software that provides real-time worker safety monitoring, potentially reducing more than 70% of common industrial incidents. Our new-to-the-world insulated hydraulic tools help keep linemen and electrical contractors protected against shocks and hazards. We make plants smarter by helping process engineers optimize operations with our digital twin software. Our Energy Star certified Sensi Smart thermostat technology uses geofencing, remote access, and flexible scheduling to keep homeowners in the know and in control of their home comfort. We promote sustainability with innovative software that enables the global power industry to seamlessly incorporate renewable energy sources to modernize and improve the reliability of the electric grid. Our energy-efficient compressors enable our industry partners to comply with ever-rising government efficiency standards for air conditioning and refrigeration systems. This purpose means limitless opportunities to take action, to innovate as one, and to promise our customers that with Emerson, you can always consider it solved. So what does it mean to have a purpose? For Emerson, it means everything.
We never left. At FedEx, we have been embracing the commitment to deliver in the Philippines for 37 years. Since the 80s, we have been steadfast in our commitment to connecting people and ideas through deliveries, creating opportunities and improving lives. Now with our world-class 17,000 square meter gateway, we need the right people. Talented women and men with the same goal and mission, who won't let the world down.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
We need fast, precise, dedicated, because this is where now meets next. At FedEx, every second counts. Every parcel counts. And every person counts.
Sir, are we ready?
We're FedEx. We're always ready.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
The world keeps on turning. That's why we keep on moving. ICTSI is a marine gateway operator, advancing trade to help move economies, moving across the globe so we can move lives, moving a step ahead of everyone so we can move towards a brighter tomorrow. ICTSI.
Every brand has a goal. To be this or that for the consumer. To do this or that for its audience. To fix this. To grow that. To build from scratch. At Team Asia, we take a holistic approach in solving marketing challenges and use a variety of channels to reach consumers in meaningful ways. Experience is the relationship we build between the audience and the brand. The integration of channels is what makes everything cohesive and relevant. This approach we call integrated marketing experience. Team Asia brings out the best in branding and design, events and activation, content marketing, digital marketing, and video production. Our team has the best players in the game, armed with the knowledge to implement a strong game plan that fits your goals. Are you launching a new brand? Are you creating a positive brand impression? If you're looking for ways to grow your brand, the first order of business is to choose a team of experts. We are Team Asia, and this is how we do it.
A lot of work goes into a virtual event. It starts with great content, putting your brand front and center. You plan every detail. You see every contingency. We already have the big thinkers, the inspired, the passionate, and the veterans. Now, we have the power of tech. Fast, uninterrupted experiences, platforms that turn the ordinary to the exciting. An expert technical team executing to perfection. You get an amazing event and an audience that wants more of you. This is 29 years of expertise in creating next-level events. Now, on the virtual space,
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
When you operate in dynamic global markets, the one constant is the speed of change, and navigating change takes leadership. Leadership that manages risk and uncertainty for clients with insight and confidence. At AIG, our expertise is turning risk into opportunity and new potential. It's why we pride ourselves in the quality of our people, the value we deliver, and the excellence in our execution. Because today, you don't just need an insurance company, you need an ally in your journey from now to next.
Trust. It's life's first lesson. We learn it with every new experience, with every new risk. We trust those who help us get back on our feet and point us in the right direction. As we invest in ourselves and in our goals, we trust the one who has our back. Trust is built on commitment. To invest our time and effort consistently, even through life's highs and lows. As we invest in our future, we trust the one who gives us courage to dream. Though the journey may be long, what can be sweeter than when our trust is rewarded? Life's biggest moments are moments of trust.
Shell's been in the Philippines for over 100 years, and we're still here powering progress. With over 1,000 service stations, by supplying fuels and lubricants for construction, manufacturing, and mining. But that's not all. Shell's here powering people too. Here empowering our communities. Here helping nurture local economies. Here protecting Filipinos from deadly diseases. And here responding to our country's future energy needs. Shell, we're here to stay.
Cargill Philippines was established in 1947, the company's first subsidiary in the Asia-Pacific region. Immediately, Cargill saw the Philippines' potential as a coconut and coconut product supplier to the world. And in 1948, Cargill Philippines formally opened its first office, a copra buying station with just a handful of employees. Today, Cargill now employs over 2,000 employees across multiple locations in the country's 3 major island groups, with its operations now including grain distribution and trading, animal nutrition and health, poultry processing, and food and beverage ingredients. Cargill currently operates 5 business units in the Philippines. Cargill Oil Mills Philippines Inc., a business engaged in the coconut industry, specifically copra crushing with 10 copra buying stations to help coconut farmers gain greater access to global markets. Cargill Agricultural Supply Chain, a business unit covering all agency trading and distribution for the grains, supplying them with soybean meal, feed wheat, and high-quality milling wheat. Cargill Animal Nutrition and Health, which provides swine, poultry, and aqua feeds and premix solutions. CANH owns and operates 3 feed mills located in Bulacan and facilities in Pangasinan and Misamis Oriental, as well as tolling arrangements in Iloilo, Cebu, and Davao. Seajoy Poultry Meats Production Inc., a joint venture with the Philippines' largest fast food chain, primarily focuses on poultry processing. Seajoy produces ready-to-cook chicken for local consumption in a state-of-the-art processing facility in Santo Tomas, Batangas. And finally, Cargill Food Ingredients and Bioindustrial Enterprise. We supply starches, sweeteners, such as glucose and fructose, oils, stevia, soya, flour, cocoa, and texturizing agents for local manufacturers primarily in the food, beverage, and snacks industry. And while these business units operate independently, they are deeply integrated into each other's operation as part of a larger Cargill Philippines supply chain.
We will always be committed to enable communities and businesses in the Philippines to thrive and look forward to continue growing and expanding our footprint in the country in line with our commitment towards enhancing food security and nourishing the world in a safe, sustainable, and responsible way.
At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow. At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow.
What does it mean to have a purpose? In a company as global and far-reaching as Emerson, it means each of us is part of something bigger. Our transformation to One Emerson has brought into focus, in addition to shared values, an underlying purpose that holds true to our culture. We drive innovation that makes the world healthier, safer, smarter, and more sustainable. When we look deeper into our purpose and into our individual roles as innovators, we see how our technology, engineering, and software solutions help make the world a better place. We make the world healthier by bringing critical new life-saving medicines to market faster with consistently high quality. Our cold chain technology enables our customers to safely keep perishable food and drugs at proper temperatures. We keep our customers safe with our location tracking software that provides real-time worker safety monitoring, potentially reducing more than 70% of common industrial incidents. Our new-to-the-world insulated hydraulic tools help keep linemen and electrical contractors protected against shocks and hazards. We make plants smarter by helping process engineers optimize operations with our digital twin software. Our ENERGY STAR certified SensiSmart thermostat technology uses geofencing, remote access, and flexible scheduling to keep homeowners in the know and in control of their home comfort. We promote sustainability with innovative software that enables the global power industry to seamlessly incorporate renewable energy sources to modernize and improve the reliability of the electric grid. Our energy-efficient compressors enable our industry partners to comply with ever-rising government efficiency standards for air conditioning and refrigeration systems. This purpose means limitless opportunities to take action, to innovate as one, and to promise our customers that with Emerson, you can always consider it solved. So what does it mean to have a purpose? For Emerson, it means everything.
We never left. At FedEx, we have been embracing the commitment to deliver in the Philippines for 37 years. Since the 80s, we have been steadfast in our commitment to connecting people and ideas through deliveries, creating opportunities and improving lives. Now with our world-class 17,000 square meter gateway, we need the right people. Talented women and men with the same goal and mission, who won't let the world down.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
We need fast, precise, dedicated, because this is where now meets next. At FedEx, every second counts. Every parcel counts. And every person counts.
Sir, are we ready?
We're FedEx. We're always ready.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
The world keeps on turning. That's why we keep on moving. ICTSI is a marine gateway operator, advancing trade to help move economies, moving across the globe so we can move lives, moving a step ahead of everyone so we can move towards a brighter tomorrow. ICTSI.
Every brand has a goal. To be this or that for the consumer. To do this or that for its audience. To fix this. To grow that. To build from scratch. At Team Asia, we take a holistic approach in solving marketing challenges and use a variety of channels to reach consumers in meaningful ways. Experience is the relationship we build between the audience and the brand. The integration of channels is what makes everything cohesive and relevant. This approach we call integrated marketing experience. Team Asia brings out the best in branding and design, events and activation, content marketing, digital marketing, and video production. Our team has the best players in the game, armed with the knowledge to implement a strong game plan that fits your goals. Are you launching a new brand? Are you creating a positive brand impression? If you're looking for ways to grow your brand, the first order of business is to choose a team of experts. We are Team Asia, and this is how we do it.
A lot of work goes into a virtual event. It starts with great content, putting your brand front and center. You plan every detail. You see every contingency. We already have the big thinkers, the inspired, the passionate, and the veterans. Now, we have the power of tech. Fast, uninterrupted experiences, platforms that turn the ordinary to the exciting. An expert technical team executing to perfection. You get an amazing event and an audience that wants more of you. This is 29 years of expertise in creating next-level events. Now, on the virtual space.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
When you operate in dynamic global markets, the one constant is the speed of change, and navigating change takes leadership. Leadership that manages risk and uncertainty for clients with insight and confidence. At AIG, our expertise is turning risk into opportunity and new potential. It's why we pride ourselves in the quality of our people, the value we deliver, and the excellence in our execution. Because today, you don't just need an insurance company, you need an ally in your journey from now to next.
Trust. It's life's first lesson. We learn it with every new experience, with every new risk. We trust those who help us get back on our feet and point us in the right direction. As we invest in ourselves and in our goals, we trust the one who has our back. Trust is built on commitment. To invest our time and effort consistently, even through life's highs and lows. As we invest in our future, we trust the one who gives us courage to dream. Though the journey may be long, what can be sweeter than when our trust is rewarded? Life's biggest moments are moments of trust.
Shell's been in the Philippines for over 100 years, and we're still here powering progress. With over 1,000 service stations, by supplying fuels and lubricants for construction, manufacturing, and mining. But that's not all. Shell's here powering people too. Here empowering our communities. Here helping nurture local economies. Here protecting Filipinos from deadly diseases. And here responding to our country's future energy needs. Shell, we're here to stay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the continuation of our day one for the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum. We hope that everyone had a good lunch and that you were able to attend some of the interesting breakout sessions. Now, to introduce our guest speaker as well as our panelists for the Pathways to Modern Infrastructure, we have with us the President of the American Chamber of Commerce, who is concurrently the Managing Director of Quezon Power, Mr. Frank Thiel. Let's give Frank a warm welcome.
Thanks, Monette. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To our many guests from government and media, I hope you have enjoyed our morning session, the award ceremony and the breakout sessions. I would like to add my own congratulations to Joey Concepcion, our Lifetime Achievement Awardee for 2021. My name is Frank Thiel. I'm the president of the American Chamber of Commerce, which started in Binondo, Manila, 119 years ago, and today has almost 800 members with chapters in Northern Luzon, the Visayas, and Mindanao. In my day job, I'm the managing director of Quezon Power Philippines and also San Buenaventura Power Limited, one of the leading foreign-owned independent power producers in the country. Panel 2 is called Pathways to a Modern Infrastructure. Perhaps because I am in the power sector, I strongly advocate for a modern infrastructure as it is the foundation for everything else to work efficiently, which is essential for the Philippine economy to compete, to grow, and to create jobs. In the Arangkada Philippines book, The Journey Foreign Chambers, published in 2010, the main section is about the 7 big winner sectors, and the biggest of the sectors is infrastructure. American companies contribute to the modernization of each of the infrastructure categories we will discuss in panel 2, either as investors, as lenders, constructors, or suppliers of equipment and services. Panel 2 begins with an overview by USEC Jonathan Uy, Undersecretary for Investment Planning Group, NEDA. A UP cum laude graduate, USEC Uy also earned a Master's in Development Economics from the Erasmus University in Rotterdam. He has served in government since 1989 and NEDA, and is the unsung hero who oversees the complex program of thousands of infrastructure projects throughout the country that the national government plans and funds. He also oversees proposed funding and implementation of government priority projects through official development assistance and public-private partnerships. We have invited Yusek Uy to join the panel after his speech. We're privileged today to have 6 outstanding panelists, all dedicated public servants overseeing critical major programs. They are the designers and implementers of build, and they are, first, Department of Transportation Assistant Secretary for Aviation and Airports, Jaime Alberto Melo. He's an economics graduate from UST. He earned an MBA from De La Salle University and has been in aviation for over 30 years with PAL and is a president of the Clark Airport. Second is Director Patrick Aquino, Director, Energy Utilization Management Bureau, Department of Energy. He's an Ateneo graduate. Director Aquino earned an MBA from De La Salle University as well and a JD from FEU. He has often interacted with the foreign chambers to explain the range of policies and programs at DOE, and in particular, implementation of the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. Number 3, Engineer Alex G. Bote, Director, PPP Service, Department of Public Works, a civil engineer graduate. He earned his master's in management and a doctoral degree in education and human resource management. In 2012, he finished his master's degree in development and management from the Development Academy of the Philippines. Engineer Bote has been with the Department of Public Works for over 37 years. He was a project manager for Philippine-Japan Highway Loan Project Office and for the Roads Management Cluster 1 bilateral of the Unified Project Management Office, or UPMO. Currently, he's the director of the Public-Private Partnership Service of the Department of Public Works. Number 4 is Yusek Timothy Batan, Undersecretary for Railways, Department of Transportation. Thank you for being an Arangkada panelist again. Although he holds legal management and juris doctorate degrees in law from Ateneo, Yusek Batan must feel like an engineer today after he left a prestigious law firm to literally bring railway back to the Philippines. The expansion of the rail network from 77 kilometers to 1,280 kilometers is underway, and we hope USEC Batan will stay at the Department of Transportation until that goal is achieved. Number 5 is USEC Emmanuel Manny Caintic, and the Secretary for Digital Philippines, the ICT. USEC Manny holds one of the most important jobs in government since he joined the ICT from the private sector, bringing his more than 2 decades of experience in digital transformation to ramp up government programs. Having contributed his skills extensively to numerous public and private institutions in the country, he has been a main driver at the DICT for creating a truly digital Philippines, a task we would all agree has become even more important since the start of the pandemic. He has a dual physics and computer engineering degree from Ateneo University. Number 6 is Assistant Secretary Rode Planta for Investment Programming Group, MERA. A civil engineer, UP graduate, he holds a Master in Development Economics from the same university. He held positions as Director of the Monitoring and Evaluation Staff and Director of the Infrastructure Staff before becoming Assistant Secretary for Infrastructure Development of the Investment Programming Group. Today, he will discuss major water projects. Our moderator for panel 2 is my good friend, Mr. Ed Francisco, President of BDO Capital and Investme. He has been a forum panelist 3 times before, but this year we asked him to ask rather than answer questions. Ed is one of the leading experts in infrastructure financing in the region. After earning a degree in business at UP, Ed earned his MBA at Wharton. His achievements and activities are legion and described in the souvenir program. But I should mention he's also past president of 2 of our co-sponsors, FINEX and the Management Association for the Philippines. Part 2 will start with a speech of USEC Uy. We hope to learn from the panel discussion about major infrastructure programs and policies that the panel will recommend for the next administration. So we look forward to a very superb presentation and discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
Back to you, Marcia, or is it straight to Yusek Uy?
I think we queue to
Sec Uy, it's your turn, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I just have to start by saying that my colleague who will be sharing the presentation has lost connection. I think I'll be the one to share the presentation at this point. If I may share the presentation.
There, Yusek Uy, something's happening. So I guess your presentation is being put on screen.
I understand. Okay.
JZ. There you go, sir. It's on the screen
Okay.
now.
Thank you very much. Start off, I'd like to express our appreciation for, on behalf of NEDA Secretary Calchua, for giving NED the opportunity to share with you where we are and where we think we're going. We hope to work forward for, in terms of, as the title suggests, pathways to modern infrastructure. Next slide, please. Basically, I have 4 parts to this presentation. And first is an introduction with regard to the current situation of the country's infrastructure sector, particularly with the status of the country's Build program. Then I will go over the importance of developing sustainable infrastructure for our country and discuss some current international and national initiatives. Then I will conclude my presentation with emerging priorities and pathways to modernize our infrastructures. This is where we believe the private sector participation could help with further enhancing the impact of infrastructure in the Philippine development. Next slide, please. Starting off for the introduction, we have always advocated that infrastructure development is an important bedrock strategy of the government to enhance the social fabric, reduce inequality, and increase growth potential, enabling all other development strategies to work effectively. In particular, I'd like to emphasize the point now that the takeoff point, or rather the takeoff point is notwithstanding the current pandemic effects, is to ensure that infrastructure will support a greater dispersal of economic equality among the different areas in the Philippines. So in that context, with regard to the environmental aspects of infrastructure development, we have adopted the National Transport Policy and its implementing rules and regulations to guide all transport infrastructure-related interventions towards improving the development, performance, management, and use of transport systems as an enabler of growth. In particular, our main concern right now, probably would like to emphasize, is sustainable infrastructure. Meaning to say, it's not just building it, but actually maintaining the quality of it. The second is with regard to the power and energy sector. We have been working very hard with the Department of Energy and all the energy government agencies and corporations in improving or streamlining the regulatory procedures for energy projects. Also, a framework for use of energy efficient technologies was formulated as led by the Department of Energy. And we are working towards developing more means to lower electricity costs for implementation. Of particular emphasis now, given the current pandemic, is working on social infrastructure. In particular, the public school of the future was adopted by the Department of Education. And we're talking about digital transformation of our education sector. And the Health Facility Development Plan, which also talks about end-to-end development of the infrastructure together with the private sector, were adopted to upgrade our education and health facilities. Let me emphasize in particular that in social infrastructure, the NEDA sees the local government units as a critical actor in the delivery of the basic services under the sector. And this is something we should be looking at in terms of the future of infrastructure development. In effect, not just a national government private partnership, but also a national, local, and private partnership for infrastructure development. For ICT, the Department of Information and Communication Technology has moved forward in making the last mile development and strengthening broadband infrastructure in order to have, as pointed out, greater dispersal of this infrastructure to the last mile here in the Philippines. And I think Yusek Kaintik will be able to expound on that later. But in particular, let me now go to challenges and gaps. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. While reforms, I'm sorry for the, probably it's very difficult to read the font if you're not using a big screen, but let me just say that while reforms are initiated and several key infrastructure projects are underway, pandemic has taken a heavy toll on our economy and the infrastructure sector has taken a big hit. Mobilization and timely implementation of infrastructure under the Build program were affected, especially in terms of availability of fiscal space for the target infrastructure program. In particular, for those who are following the legislative action on the 2022 general appropriations, it is clear that the balance between attending to the pandemic as well as trying to meet all the other expenditures, particularly for infrastructure, are now coming into well-defined discussions and very strong positions, particularly from different sectors. That is the main critical concern that the national government is facing right now, at least for 2022. In particular, for the past 2 years, we have had considerable delays due to disruption of work, and particularly with regard to the interruption of on the supply side with regard to inputs to our infrastructure. There is also the potential reconsideration of all these priorities because of the effect of the pandemic on demand. Before this discussion, I was able to have a short exchange with Assistant Secretary Jaime Melo of DOTR, and we were talking about the big airports, the need to recalibrate our plans for these projects. And increasingly now, as an effect of the supply side constraints, we are seeing, not just locally but also internationally, increase in costs of infrastructures that may be expected due to requirements for social distancing and other health precautionary measures and protocols. Again, we still have the chronic problems of right-of-way, the need to come up with updated and integrated infrastructure data, as well as both national and local regulatory environment issues. Next slide, please. However, I'd like to point out that at this stage, we are now expecting to move back again to the infrastructure spending as a percent of GDP. We have had a less than target attainment in 2020 and 2021, but before that, since 2016 up to 2019, we have been able to meet our targets, no? In terms of at least achieving 5% share of GDP for infrastructure spending in 2019. We are looking at 5.8% disbursements as a percent of GDP for the public sector in 2022. But at the rate that we're going, we still are coping with the pandemic in terms of this target. So the target may be expected to be about the GDP to be 4.5. So this is the main concern at this point with regard to the disbursements and the targeting, still the pandemic. Moving to the infrastructure flagship program, the highlight of this administration on the build. Excuse me. We had updated, next slide please. We have updated our infrastructure flagship projects in May 2021 to include emerging priorities due to the impact of the pandemic. The IFP's list currently includes 112 high-impact programs and projects under the BBB Build program with an investment requirement estimated to be about 4.7 trillion pesos. This new list has 13 new projects, including 3 health infrastructure, 5 urban development, risk mitigation, and 5 transport mobility projects. As you can see on the screen, we have been steadily improving on this or implementing this project. By as of date, we have completed 6 projects, and we are now moving towards. We have now ongoing implementation of the 79 projects, while about 27 are still pending approval, no? And under project preparation. The details of this list is in the NEDA website if you would like to get into the details, and we are ready to respond to specific questions should there be any regarding these particular projects. In terms of moving next to the next slide, please. One of the important things probably that we should highlight in this flagship program is that we are going beyond administrations. These projects, because of their large scale and investment requirements, we are hoping that we are planning to have groundbreaking of projects next year, about 21. This year with 29 groundbreaking in 2022 to add up to the 55 that were already started in 2020 or earlier. In terms of projects, we are expecting that within this administration, 18 will be completed by 2022, by June 2022, and 94 beyond this administration. It is to the credit of this administration that regardless of where the project started, there has been continuity in the effort. And this is actually what we would like to see in NEDA in the coming administration, to continue the effort that we have already put forward in the flagship program. Next slide, please. Just to give some details on the next slide. We have about, as I mentioned, we have 13 projects, and currently now we are now recognizing, apart from the earlier 7, major projects in Metro Manila, no, for completion. And in particular, probably I'd like to highlight, if you can see it on the screen, number 6 on the right table, we have completed the bypass road to rehabilitate the Marawi City reconstruction. No? For the Marawi City reconstruction, largely to the effort of the Department of Public Works. So the progress has been steady, notwithstanding the pandemic. Now, as mentioned, we are looking at about 94 of the 112 projects to be completed beyond the administration term. But 9 projects in the second 9 projects are expected to be completed in the second semester of 2022, and 85 projects 2023 onwards. So this is where we are with regard to the current effort on the infrastructure development. May I move now to why it matters to NEDA and for us all to continue to invest in infrastructure for the Philippines, and to provide you some directions the NEDA is looking forward in terms of infrastructure development. Next slide. Well, it's really clear that the pandemic has shown that at the end of the day, access and opportunity are important with regard to sustainability, particularly in events of pandemics and other natural disasters. And we are here in the NEDA, we're taking a closer look into how to plan. Basically, with regard to infrastructure, we are now moving forward from the traditional level of service analysis, for those who are very familiar with the economics of appraisal of projects, from essentially talking about vehicle cost savings and the like, or let's say alternative power costs, but really looking more in terms of actually the people-centered perspective. And I will elaborate a little bit, hopefully, for everybody's appreciation in the next few slides. In particular, next slide, please. We are also looking at not only in people-centered planning for infrastructure development, but also building sustainable infrastructure in the emerging megacities of the Philippines. Kindly note that the NEDA has already started the 13 sector-wide master plans in urban areas, particularly in Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sabian, Tublay, or the BLIST Growth Center in the north, Butuan City, Cagayan de Oro in Mindanao, as well as General Santos City, also Pagadian. And in Visayas, we are looking at Metro Iloilo, Bacolod, Ormoc. And I forgot to mention also in the north, Metro Tuguegarao and Vigan City, as well as in the central Luzon, Olongapo and its immediate environs. We are also looking at connectivity of investment corridors in central Luzon. This points out our emphasis now to look at more micro, looking at more what they call spatial consideration of infrastructure planning on an integrated basis. And as pointed out earlier, this is largely led with the local governments in providing the necessary direction or guidance. So we are increasing our bottom-up approach to infrastructure development. And in very critical, we may have to emphasize, is the private sector in these areas to provide us a very clear appreciation of their development targets for their businesses and what infrastructure are needed. And fortunately, the NEDA has a very strong regional development office, our NEDA regional offices, which leads in the creation or formulation of these master plans. In addition to this local context of infrastructure planning, the NEDA is also, together with the Department of Interior and Local Government, next slide please, we are involved in what is called the ASEAN Smart Cities Network. But this is again largely led by 3 major cities in the Philippines. This is led particularly by, next slide, Manila. And in particular, the emphasis of Manila so far in this past 6 years has been developing innovation, no? In terms of smart city projects, for example, the command center upgrade, e-education, and e-health, which were very timely, no? In terms of the pandemic for Manila. The second is Cebu City, and the focus has been on traffic management. For those who have been to Cebu for so many times, in the last 10 years, traffic has already become almost Manila, Metro Manila level, and Cebu City has focused on smart traffic management. Finally, there's also Davao City, which is also trying to avoid the pitfalls of Manila and in terms of traffic management by also looking more on intelligent transport and traffic systems coupled with security, as well as converged command and control. So the essential emphasis for these ASEAN smart cities are essentially for smart governance, particularly for traffic management. Next slide. Now, in terms of the sectoral emphasis, we're still in Cebu City on the slide. Can we move to, yes, that's Davao. And now we're moving to initiatives and opportunities that we can move forward with. Our emphasis in the next 6 years and even up to 2040 is to develop resiliency and sustainability of infrastructure. As you can see on the map, we have been looking at coming up with north-south connections, through rail development, particularly in rail in transportation. But we would also like to emphasize the promotion of non-motorized and active transport. In particular, we have seen now that in Metro Manila, there has been increase in bicycles and other single rider transport systems, and in particular those that will provide healthier options. We would also look at developing efficient and resilient national supply chain network system. We have to reevaluate all of the existing supply chains in terms of whether in fact we can develop better sites, and need therefore for more infrastructure support. At the same time, we are looking at critical transport infrastructures that are climate and pandemic resilient. We have to be able to come up with out-of-the-box solutions. And as pointed out, looking more at people rather than the vehicles, in terms of mobility. And this is where the private sector innovation is something that we are trying to keenly attract, and engage with. And as I've mentioned, in the transport sector, we are looking also in the upkeep of existing infrastructure. We are concerned with regard to the way that diverse regulatory environments on road use and even access to transport needs to be integrated. And we are hoping that the master planning at the city or provincial level will be able to work this through. Finally, we have to talk about the universal accessibility of transport facilities. And really, planning at the national level does not mean much unless we get real good data in terms of mobility at the local level. Now, as mentioned, we have started already the major railways as seen on the map. The Mindanao Railway Project, the Malolos-Clark Railway Project, which we hope will reach up to PNR South Longhole, even to Bicol, Subic-Clark Railway Project, and the existing rehabilitation of the Lines 3 and Line 1 of Metro Manila, as well as coming up with a new Line 4 project, which will run up east to west of Metro Manila. Now in water, next slide please. This is actually one of the most pressing concerns the national government or NEDA sees in terms of reliability and safety of water supply as well as its use. at this point, what we're trying to do in the NEDA is to integrate all the different diverse water government agencies to a single department. We are hoping to pass this legislation through in order to come up with an apex government agency to not only regulate but also try to maintain sustainably all our water resources. And at the end of the day, let me emphasize that from the NEDA, we're looking at water not just as water supply, not just as sanitation, but together with flood control and watershed management. And again, very critical would be the partnership with the local government units. However, access to resources is a main concern for different stakeholders. And this is something we are also looking at. As I think Mr. Frank Thiel has already mentioned, may be aware that the local market, the capital market for electricity, particularly for rural electricity, has been very dynamic because of the liberalization. We are hoping to move forward also with the water sector on this area. Of course, the earlier gains with telecoms have already been established. So water is the next frontier for us in terms of capital development. Water supply and sewerage in particular. And clearly, at this point, it will be really partnerships between the private sector and the local governments through the rural water districts or provincial water districts that will be key in playing this, the same as what has happened in rural electrification. Finally, again, we are looking at integrating water supply and sanitation in relation to watershed management and flood control. And this is a very difficult task because basically, at the end of the day, there will always be this national priority for available and safe water relative to the impact at the community level, particularly with regard to areas with indigenous peoples. This has always been a strong issue seen by NEDA in terms of moving forward with such projects. And this is still something we need to work through in terms of the Philippine society's way of moving forward things, in terms of the body politic, if I may say so. Moving forward to energy, I think we have already done a lot. We have already worked towards expediting the beyond the EPIRA, the Renewable Energy Act, and I think Director Patrick Kano of DOE can also elaborate on that later. And now we understand the DOE, together with the different government agencies and corporations in energy, are moving forward to develop renewable energy. So we are trying to ensure for more reliable and sustainable renewable energy here in the Philippines, particularly because of the COP 26, if I'm not mistaken, meeting earlier this month or last month. To add, we continue to work with the private sector with regard to transmission and distribution facilities. In point of fact, this is already a convergence also with ICT that we are working through. And finally, again, the major effort for the national government perspective will be with regard to the last mile electrification, those off-grid islands in the different provinces, looking at mini microgrid systems through qualified third-party schemes, particularly under the National Power Corporation. Let me go now very quickly to close my presentation. Before I forget, DICT. I think Yusek Aintik will be able to elaborate, but we are working very closely in trying to support priorities and funding requirements of the DICT with regard to the digital connectivity program under its national broadband and free Wi-Fi in public places programs. We are also looking at, in terms of reforms in digital connectivity with regard to the environment, regulatory environment in terms of open access policy, streamlining and harmonizing broadband related permits to fast-track rollout of broadband infrastructure. And as I've mentioned, infrastructure sharing. encouraging the use of passive ICT infrastructure to reduce the associated costs of the broadband rollout. Now, finally, on the last part of my presentation, may I work through very quickly the emerging priorities. And as I've mentioned, if Sec Carl Chua were here, I could summarize this into 4 points. First will be smart infrastructure, innovation, the emphasis on regional equity and access to economic opportunities to better infrastructure, and resiliency, in particular in considering not just the short-term but also medium-term aspects of climate change in sustainable and resilient infrastructure. And as mentioned, we are looking at digital infrastructure, healthcare systems and healthcare facilities, water supply and sanitation, off-grid electrification, active transport, and enhancing the value chain support of infrastructure by infrastructure, food security, and resiliency against other disasters. We look at next slide, please. Ending with this slide. From a technical perspective, the NEDA has been developing new techniques or methodologies, and particularly data analysis, with regard to being able to mainstream sustainability and resiliency principles in long-term infrastructure planning and project development. We are encouraging actually the government agencies to expand their analytics, with regard to the development of projects and their implementation towards sustainability and resiliency based on data. And the closer they can get to the beneficiary, the better in terms of the data capture. Again, we are also encouraging the coming up with enabling domestic conditions to attract investments for clean energy and smart city initiatives. But again, this largely depends on the extent to which local government units in the Philippines are able to work very closely and very well with the private sector in promoting this smart city initiatives for clean energy. In particular, we are also looking at improving both the digital and technical innovation in industry and digital communications, especially in education and research and development. Clearly, the Philippine government does not have much of the resources to compete against the other Southeast Asian, even developed countries with regard to investing in research and development, and partnerships with the private sector through the academy is very welcome. Finally, in closing, we are really looking towards making sure that our children and their children, the Filipinos to come, and that will become part of the productive society of the Philippines, will benefit from a better environment. And therefore, we are looking at innovations with regard to lowering carbon and environmental footprints. Probably I'll end at this point. Enough cover, as I think, for a lot of discussions after this presentation. Thank you very much for your time. And again, thank you to the organizers for inviting NEDA to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusek Jonathan Uy, for that wonderful presentation on the current status of our infrastructure, what the challenges and gaps are, and what the priorities that are emerging are. So please remain on screen to join our panel for the discussion. At this point, let me call on to the virtual stage the moderator for our panel, Mr. Eduardo Francisco, who will be joined by ASEC Jaime Melo, Director Patrick Aquino, Engineer Alex Bote, Yusek Timothy Batan, Yusek Manica Intik, and ASEC Roderick Planta. Over to you, Mr. Francisco. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Manette. Good afternoon, everybody. We are very actually honored to have, I guess, the great presentation by Yusek Jonathan, plus 6 other speakers who can dive more into detail and give us their expert views. No, so what we'll do is for the next hour we will have I guess a discussion. But what I would like to do first is ask each of our esteemed panelists to give maybe a 5-minute reaction what Yusek Uy said and maybe give their own views on their own specialties. No? So I'll go through one by one. So as already introduced anyway earlier by Mr. Frank Hill, a good friend of mine, because I watched him build I guess power companies here and done very well. And he's also a great football player, just in case you didn't know. He just hides it. But anyway, even with Yusek Uy, di ba? You're the classmate of my brother. So he is a Jesuit through and through, a man for others talaga. Thank you, Yusek Uy. Anyway, maybe if I may ask first, Asek Melo, if sir, can you give us your views on the airports? Where do you think it should be going, and what new legislation we should be looking for, and any recommendations? Floor is yours, Mr. Melo.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you. I prepared a 5-minute short picture presentation. Maybe I can share. One moment.
There it is. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, host Ed, Francisco, all the speakers, and all our viewers. This administration has so far completed 233 airport projects in 80 airports. We have 83 ongoing projects, and 71 out of these 83 are for completion within 2022. Since 2017, we also inaugurated 19 airport projects. Notable among the said projects are Mactan Cebu International Airport. The MCIAA has been a recipient of several awards, among them the CAPA, or the Center for Asia Pacific Aviation, for the Best Medium Airport award that was awarded in 2018. The MCIAA also was a recipient of the top prize in the 2019 World Architecture Festival. It's also known as the world's friendliest resort airport. As you can see, the ceiling resembles a hull of a ship. The floor is the beach, or the sand of the beach. A truly island inspired airport. Another major infrastructure airport we did was Clark. Emboldened by the success of the MCIA, we have constructed the Terminal 2 for Clark International Airport. If you will notice, the MCIA and Clark have similar designs, but inspirations and actual design are different. Clark has a parol, or star lantern design for the ceiling, and lahar as floor. Clark also was just nominated for the best architecture. Wait, where's that? Yeah, sorry. Has just been nominated into the Prix Versailles, the best airports architecture this 2021. It's just one of 6 airports nominated, and just a nomination is already a big accomplishment for us. But we still hope and pray that we win another prestigious award for the Philippines within this year. Bicol construction started 2008, or 13 years ago. Actually, pre-feasibility study was conducted way back 96, or 25 years ago. Bicolanos have been waiting for this. We restarted construction in 2018. We were finally able to inaugurate just October 7, 2021. This airport may be our most scenic gateway with the majestic Mount Mayon as backdrop. Yeah, this is still Bicol. As you can see, Bicol has also a special ceiling, or high ceiling. Inspiration of this is pili nut and the pili leaves. Beautiful airport. Calbayog, one of our IFP or flagship projects also. This is a brand new airport also for Western Visayas. Actually, Western Visayas will have 3 new airports. But Calbayog has just been finished. It was inaugurated. And we were able to increase capacity from 76 passengers from the previous to 450 passengers. Puerto Princesa. Puerto Princesa is, as you can see in the before and after pictures, passenger convenience is heightened right now. We have a new passenger terminal building. Inspiration is also seaside, also ships and waves. It can accommodate 2 million passengers annually. Bohol Panglao International Airport. This is the country's first eco airport. It has world-class sewage treatment plant, and the solar energy equipment is world-class. Not to mention sustainability and accommodation of natural elements. This airport can function even without electricity. It has free-flowing wind design, air design. General Santos. This is a picture of the grand lobby of General Santos. Very wide, very impressive. We expanded passenger area from 4,000 square meters to 12,000 square meters. Aside from expanding the apron and improving air navigation facilities. So that's it. We continue to improve and build on all other airports, but we just showed a preview of what we had done, some of our projects we had done. Thank you. On behalf of the Secretary and the DG Jim, we appreciate the invitation with Arangkada. Thank you.
Thank you, Asik Melo. And then we'll have some questions later for you, but excellent update
yes,
today.
Sir.
Thank you. May I now ask Director Patrick Aquino of the Department of Energy also to share your reaction to Yusek Uy and shares your views, sir. The floor is yours, Patrick.
Yeah, hold on. If I'm also allowed to do a screen share.
Sure, sure.
This is something that I've covered on in as much as I was being asked to na-challenge naman kasi ako. But allow me to do a quick screen share.
Excellent.
So thank you. So this runs through the accomplishments of the energy sector for the past, since 2016 actually. We've been focused on consumer empowerment. You've seen this in the Murang Kuryente Act. There's also a slide that will tell us, at least for those who are in the Meralco franchise area, rates have been going down for the past decade or so. In terms of this, there is an expansion for the social safety nets of our lifeline rate. There's also forthcoming improvements with respect to the legislation on this LPG safety and gasoline LPG safety that was signed by the President just very recently. In terms of electrification, we take note of the progress with the recent passage, hopefully for the signature of the President of the Microgrid Systems Act. We'll target and reach 100% of all of the areas outside of the major areas of the country. In terms of energy efficiency, the focus now is on sustainability, and this is the other side of the equation. You will see later on that in terms of renewable energy and our clean energy situation, there's now emphasis on making our consumers and the public more energy efficient. We're seeing this as the next frontier in terms of improving our sustainability. There's also, since we are talking also about resiliency, we are one of the sectors that first came out with an energy resiliency policy that focuses on the concept of building forward better. So our stakeholders across our various sectors have already developed their own business continuity plans to ensure that in the event of any natural or man-made calamities, the energy flows back or is restored. So now there's a lot of questions with respect to what is in store in the power sector. So this is what we are trying to state. In actual megawatt, Frank may be privy to this, there's almost close to 4,000 megawatts of additional. It's actually 4,863 megawatts in terms of new installed capacity that came in since 2016. We're also expecting an additional 4,000 megawatts in the next 4 to 5 years. This will be varying from projects in renewable energy, battery energy storage, and there's of course still some coal into that equation. In terms of this is our generation mix, we're still having that conversation with the Department of Finance on having that energy transition towards cleaner fuels. So rest assured, this will change. This is where we are. This will not be where we will be in the next 10 to 20 years. And this is where we're seeing on a year-by-year basis, this is where the power capacities will be coming in. We do take note that there are some power projects that have shifted in response to the pronouncements made ahead of the COP meetings on the non-moving towards coal power projects. There's also this indicative projects. As you can see, there's still a bulk and a dearth of projects coming in. The committed are those that have reached financial closure or in various stages of construction. And this is the slide I was referring to, that since 2010, this is a year-on-year comparison in terms of the effective rates coming from those in the Meralco franchise areas. We have seen that it's the trend is going downwards, and we hope to work with our stakeholders in bringing it further as we bring in new renewable energy technologies as well as improved consumer and efficient measures. We've also been big on renewable energy under this administration. All of the mechanisms under the Renewable Energy Act of 2008 have come on stream. We've also added on to it with the Green Energy Auction Program that seeks to provide for an additional block of 2,000 megawatts in an auction-based mechanism of renewable energy capacity. The renewable energy market as well is for going on stream by next year. So a lot of movement with respect to RE. And this is what we're seeing in terms of the Philippine Energy Plan through 2040, aligned with the ambition natin, Philippine Development Plan. While we are seeing growth through the 2040s, the reference scenario is without any of the interventions that the government has been doing. And the clean energy scenario relies heavily on the deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency systems and technologies. So balancing both the demand and the supply side of the equation. And then just to assure us that we are really moving towards a transition, we do have natural gas import capacity coming in through the liquefied natural gas terminal projects. This will also assure us moving forward that if there's anything that would disrupt the supply coming from Malampaya, we have the ability to offset this through an LNG import facility. So there are two projects that we are closely monitoring, the one from FGen and the one from AGNP. Both projects are slated for commercial operation through the third and fourth quarters of next year. They're so far on schedule. And then I'll just end here. This talks about the response. But rest assured, in terms of where the energy sector is, the Duterte administration has not only delivered on its promise of improving energy access, as you've seen in the previous presentation, they've also built on making sure that investments can come in through various legislations, which I do have to mention. We're one of the agencies that has been fortunate to have Republic Act 11234, or the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop, which streamlines all approval processes so that investors like those in the audience can easily come in, put up and set up shop, and their power projects are very much welcome in this country. Back to you, Sir Ed. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Patrick. And I'm very interested in FGen and AGNP, so I have more questions later. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there was just a request. Instead of going to Engineer Alex, USEC Manika Intek was being called, I think, for another meeting. So apologize. We'd like to request that he make his give his comments now. I will allow you to do that, and then share your thoughts, please. Manny, floor's yours.
Thank you, Boss Ed. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Colleague of mine from the financial markets. And thank you, Yusek Uy. I'll also show some slides so that I think it's better that way.
Sure. We set the bar very high kasi ang ganda ng
Oo nga eh. Dali lang ha.
Yep.
So, the ICT has about 4 tracks, but since this is on infra, I'll concentrate on the connect aspect. I will not discuss the other aspects of our efforts. For connect, which is focused on the infrastructure build out. So as you guys may have already known, we're trying to light up already the National Grid Corporation cables that we co-own with our friends from NGCP, and that serves as our propagating national backbone. That will allow us to funnel the internet we will get from LA through the Baler landing station over here. And that will be completed and lit up by February. It's supposed to be last November, but because of some delays in the project, the next commitment is already firmly on February. But for 2022, the focus will now be to be able to propagate that national backbone to about 5 regions, spanning Region 1, 2, 3, NCR, 4A, 5, and then Region 8. So this parang papunta doon, no? Apart from that, we will also allow the propagation to provinces within these regions. So that's the focus of the national broadband. We're not trying to compete with the telcos. We're trying to build where they ought to build. We understand that the commercial viability of creating networks where there are no sufficient population is hard because there's no financial incentives for them. But we want to focus on building those backbone, fiber infrastructure. With the fiber laid out kasi, the towers can easily be built. And in fact, if our budget is given sufficient backing, if Congress will allow during the BICAM to add also the creation of DICT owned and operated, maintained rather, common towers on certain places wherein we badly need the cell sites. Now, what are the common towers that the ICT will own? These will be used to propagate the IP radios, but at the same time, for places like, Pari and all those places in the eastern seaboard, which has really sparse tower build out, we will be able to at least help the telcos already. And these towers might be a combination of passive, but at the same time, we will also be putting already power supply and some cellular antennas. And with the new technologies now, they can easily connect this to their core networks. And then at least with that singular tower, it can already help. We can already help propagate the smart, Globe, and Dito networks. But again, I'd like to focus that our network build out is really fiber. The NGCP allows us to propagate across regions, but then we will now start building the regional fibers for each and every province, and then the provinces can then the internet can then be further propagated through provincial fiber build out as well. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our friends from DPWH, because with the help of DPWH's department circular, it is now mandatory for the contractors in government roads and bridges to include, and it's already mandated for them to include the 4 by 4 inch conduit. I think it's actually even bigger for some places. And that allows us to help propagate the fiber build out, because all we will need to do is blow the fiber into those conduits. So that is our focus for the next few years. No, we are 15 years delayed. I think my friend Ed Francisco was even there when I invited him in our digital infrastructure planning. Nothing else matters. If we do not build the fibers, nothing, digital government, education will come secondary. So connectivity is the focus of the game, and this preoccupies about 50% of my time already. So thank you so much, Yusek Uy and Boss Ed and all my colleagues here in government.
Thank you. Yusek Manny, as you cannot join us, I think, for the Q&A, may I just ask two short questions? One question lang is that, how much of the private sector investments do you still think will be needed? Because it's nice nga that you're doing this rollouts in the far-flung areas. And then second short question is, will we see that foreigners owning 100% of telcos in the near future? Kaya I know there's a pending legislation for that. Maybe you can update us, please.
Okay. Well, all the three telcos have committed to at least 45 to 60 billion pesos in the next 3-5 years, no? And that's substantial. We do not mean to compete with that. Ours is to build in the far flung. Tama.
Yes.
You're right,
Excellent
Boss Ed.
strategy. Yes.
But theirs is to, if there's already fiber in those places, then put up the towers at least. And in fact, to add to that, there is already the common tower policy. So we have dissected the industry. No, we have broken down the industry from the telcos, from the major mobile operators, away from the passive infrastructure. So we are also espousing investments, not just from the 3-4 telcos, but also from the common tower companies. What we're doing there is that we're helping them, making it easier for them to invest and taking out all the red tape. In fact, we have this Tower Watch initiative, no? The Tower and Fiber Watch initiative, we just call it Tower Watch, but it's actually Tower and Fiber Watch initiative, is a portal wherein if a company, whether telco or common tower company, wishes to build out on certain places, they have to register in that portal because it provides transparency. We will know which mayor is giving a hard time because there will be time stamping of the reports.
Nice.
So there will be the transparency. To your question on ownership, we are working closely with Speaker Velasco and Senator Grace Poe, as well as the Senate President, in expediting and making changes in the Public Service Act. That needs an act of Congress. And what we're trying to do here is that we're not trying to jeopardize the patrimony of our digital infrastructure. We're simply allowing for foreign investors to have a more participation in this integrated industry already. So we're we're not just liberalizing it, we're already trying to disintegrate the very, very integrated industry right now. So, and then we will set some parameters which parts of the disintegrated industry will they will be able to play a role on.
Excellent, Manny. We will look forward to hearing more about that. But I guess increased competition always is good and good for the consumer. Maraming salamat, sir. Okay. Maybe I guess the next commenter or panelist will be from the DPWH. So Engineer Bote will join us in the open forum, but his colleague Engineer Fernandez will give us a quick update. They also have some slides. Engineer Fernandez, floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon to all my fellow government employees. So may I ask that to flash the presentation, please? Thank you. Okay, so
go ahead.
Infrastructure development.
Maybe you can just mute everybody else. We're hearing some sounds elsewhere, I think. Then go ahead, Engineer Fernandez.
Okay.
Hear the same?
I'll just transfer to another room.
Sige.
Give me a few minutes.
Baka lang yung background noise lang, Engineer Fernandez. Okay.
Ed, I think we should mention on the government side the effort of ARTA, no? Particularly by Attorney Maya Belicad, the effort particularly on the common towers, no? And also the LGU enforcement. In fact, the NEDA has been very much involved in the ARTA discussions, no? In this area, and between the ICT and ARTA, this has been worked through.
Thank you. No, in fact, I'm very involved in the tower because I'm also watching the space now, what PLDT is trying to do with their sale leaseback. But I think that will accelerate more growth, and a lot more tower developers have approached us also for financing their towers. So we're excited with that.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Engineer Fernandez, back to you, sir.
Yes, sir, so I can start na po.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So, infrastructure development remains the best driver of economic growth. With its multiplying effect in terms of employment and inclusive growth, the Philippine government is strengthening the Build program to revitalize the economy from the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. So in the past year, roads and bridges were constructed and upgraded to improve linkages and inter-island connectivity, which is important given that the Philippines is an archipelagic country. Next slide. So a modern, well-planned, disaster-resilient, environment-friendly, and sustainable community is being built in New Clark City, among others. Efficient transportation infrastructure systems were also pursued that narrow the geographical and physical divide, connecting the country, its island, and its people to the rest of the world. Next slide. As the country's engineering and construction arm, the Department of Public Works and Highways implemented more than half of the Philippine government's infrastructure spending. The actual disbursements made by the department increased by 209% from 820 billion peso disbursements from 2011 to 2015, all the way to 2.5 trillion pesos from 2016 to 2020. Next slide, please. Since 2016, a total of almost 6.6 million of jobs were generated, and 1.6 million jobs are targeted to be generated this year. Next slide. Now, the department, the DPWH, is mandated to undertake first the planning of infrastructure such as the national roads and bridges, flood control, water resources projects, and other public works. And number two, the design, construction, and maintenance of national roads and bridges and major flood control systems. So as of now, the Philippines has a total road length of 210,613 kilometers, of which 16% are national roads. Next slide. So the main objective of the department is not only to build but also to connect. It is important that the infrastructure projects we built are integrated and complement each other for it to be sustainable and promote inclusive growth across the country. Our main strategy is to build well-planned and integrated infrastructure that will decongest and avoid overconcentration of socioeconomic activities in highly urbanized areas and promote regional development. Moreover, infrastructures to be built and visions to make our communities livable, sustainable, and resilient. Next slide. So the first program implemented by the department is the Basic Education Facilities Program, which aims to address the physical facility requirements of all public elementary and secondary schools nationwide, and to provide a conducive learning environment through safe, secure, and sustainable school infrastructures. So as of December of last year, a total of 144,925 classrooms were constructed in various public schools nationwide, while 2,036 school workshop buildings and other school facilities were constructed, rehabilitated, and improved. Next slide, please. Also, evacuation centers are being built in every region and province of the country to minimize the use of school buildings as temporary shelter for those affected by typhoons and other calamities. During this pandemic, the regional evacuation centers were utilized as COVID-19 quarantine and isolation facilities. Next slide. Another program is called the Tatag ng Infrastruktura para sa Kapayapaan at Seguridad o TICAS. The government is also prioritizing that will enhance the capability and readiness of the military and police in providing an environment of peace and security conducive for national development and overall increase in quality of life of every Filipinos. Next. So we all know that the Philippines is known for its natural wonders. One way to boost the ever-booming tourism industry is to construct roads and bridges leading to well-known tourist sites. Our tourism road infrastructure program or TRIP is aligned with the strategic direction of National Tourism Development Plan to improve access and connectivity to tourism gateways, service centers, and tourism sites. So as of December 2020, 2,192 kilometers of tourism roads were completed. Next slide. The roads leveraging linkages for industry and trade or ROLIT program aims to enhance road connectivity that links industry and trade development in priority economic and manufacturing zones in the country. So as of December 2020, 606 kilometers of access roads leading to industries and trade corridors were completed. Next. Also, linkages towards seaports, airports, and railway stations are also constructed under the Kalsada tungo sa Paliparan, Riles at Daungan or Katuparan program. As of December 2020, 406 kilometers of roads were completed under this program, which aims to further augment the logistics, transport, and economic activities in these key transport hubs. Next slide. Probably I'll skip to next slide, please. Another one. Thank you. So another program is that the Inter-Island Linkage or Mega Bridge Program. This will provide linkages among the various islands of the country through the construction of short and long span bridges. So as you can see on your screen, there are, as of now, 8. Just these are some of the Mega Bridge programs included in this package. Next slide. So these are the highlighted projects: the Pangil Bay Bridge, the Samal Island Davao City Bridge, Bataan Cavite Bridge, and Cebu Mactan Bridge. Next. Another program involving bridges is the Metro Manila Logistics Improvement Program. This involves construction of new bridges crossing Pasig River, Marikina River, and Mangahan floodway. So this will provide alternative linkages between major thoroughfares and increase the number of usable roadways that would decongest traffic in EDSA and other major roads in Metro Manila. Next. Okay, so one of the game-changing projects of the department or program is the Luzon Spine Expressway Network Program. A total of 1,101 kilometers of high-standard highways or expressways in Luzon are targeted to be implemented, which is more than twice the 382 kilometers of existing expressways. Once these projects are completed or realized, the travel time from Ilocos, which is the north corridor of Luzon, all the way to Bicol, the southern part, will be reduced from usual 20 hours to just 9 hours. Next slide. So in fast-tracking the infrastructure development, government health protocols will religiously be adhered to so as not to run the risk of exposing our workers. A new set of construction safety guidelines is now in effect for the implementation of public and private infrastructure projects. Next. So we have the Wheelas One Center. At the height of the health crisis, DPWH worked with the public and private sector partners for the construction of various COVID-19 facilities. The latest status is 688 COVID-19 facilities with 25,200 beds have been completed, consisting of quarantine and isolation facilities, modular hospitals, and offsite dormitories out of the target 746 facilities, with a total capacity of 27,388 beds being built by DPWH all around the country. That's it. That's wrapping. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Engineer Fernandez. We look forward to grilling or asking questions from Engineer Bote later on. But anyway, I was just trying to keep track. That's almost 6,000 or 7,000 kilometers. So I even didn't know that. So thank you for that.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next presenter is somebody I've had the honor also of being with on several panels in the past. Let's hear from USEC TJ Batan. TJ, floor is yours.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Ed, and to my co-panelists and to everyone who's participating in this webinar this afternoon. Allow me to cover as much as I can in the next 5 minutes, but essentially, for those who have seen my presentations before, I usually start with this. I understand that the theme for this webinar is pathways to a better future, and many say that it's difficult to chart a path forward if you don't look backwards. So essentially, this is the measure of the problem that we started with in 2016. An annual direct economic cost of 1.3, almost 1.3 trillion pesos, which is equivalent to the comparators that you see at the bottom of the screen. So this is the reason why, in response to that massive economic problem, the Duterte Administration has embarked on the Build program, which earmarked 7 to 8% of GDP for this year term to infrastructure investments. A big part of which, as you would see on the screen, is or has gone and is going to the railway sector. 20% or roughly 1.7 trillion pesos in investing so much in the railway sector. One is, of course, the need. As we saw in the first slide, there's a massive transport problem that can only be solved with mass public transport, and railways are one of the or is the most is the highest capacity and most efficient form of land transport. And another reason is, if you look at this data set from the World Bank, which did a survey in 2019, the Philippines ranked at the very bottom of all 119 countries that the World Bank surveyed, both in terms of nominal as well as relative spread of railway assets. Compared to our neighbors, again, in terms of railway density, we are dead last. So what have we been doing in the last 5 years, and what are we still doing? Essentially, we've been developing and getting investment approvals for projects that would add up to this build up in our railways. So here we see that we are working on increasing the route length of our operational railway lines up to more than 1,200, from only 61 stations to more than 160. And in terms of our fleet, from 224 to more than 1,300. So this asset buildup by 2022 will at least be investment approved with financing commitments, and most of them would already have contracts and are already or would already be ongoing construction. So this is a time bomb, another way of presenting it. So just where we are now. So out of the 1,000 contracts. Some of them are or have been delivered, are ongoing delivery. So the PNR Inca trains from Indonesia have been fully delivered. The LRT-1 trains from Spain, Mexico are ongoing delivery. Same for the MRT-7 trains from South Korea. Same for the NSCR Clark-1 trains from Japan. And our subway and our Bicol trains are coming up in the next 2-3 years. And of course, we have 2 more contracts ongoing procurement at the bottom of the screen. So in terms of stations, again, footprint, we started with only 61 in 2016. And by 2022, we would have added 118 stations that would be ongoing construction by then. Wow, I think slides are not catching up, but anyway. So those are the projects that we have. How are we financing for them? Or how are we financing them? Because as we all know, investment approvals with no cash or with no financing to back them up would be just plain paper. So as you see on the screen, from a pipeline worth 528 billion pesos in 2016, we were only able to close financing for roughly half of that, 261 billion pesos in 2016. But we ended 2020 with 1.7 trillion pesos in committed financing, some with loan agreements, some covered by multi-tranche facilities, and some covered by memorandums of understanding with our executive agreement, under our executive agreements with our development partners. As you see at the right hand of the screen, we have a funding mix that is almost entirely official development assistance finance. Our biggest partner, the Japanese, followed by the Asian Development Bank, China, and the public and the private sector under our PPP arrangements. One of the notable points there is the headroom that we have to further mobilize private sector investment, considering the recent pipelines focus on official development assistance. So I'll skip this slide in the interest of time, but one thing that we would like to share, again, this webinar being a future-looking webinar, one thing that we've started to look into is how we can leverage and utilize the experience and capabilities that we've developed in the last 5 years in ESG compliance for purposes of unlocking further financing resources from all of the available financing partners, green funds in the world. Because as some of you may know, when you borrow from the development partners, Asian Development Bank, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, the World Bank, one of the conditionalities in the loans is compliance with environmental, social, and governance safeguards. And one of the, mega trends that we're seeing is that more and more funding sources are being geared towards projects that are developmental and ESG compliance in direction. So we're exploring this now, again, from the perspective of further diversifying and broadening our financing base for the larger, much greater number of projects that we need moving forward. So just a quick view of our program capex spend for the next 4 years. As you will see here, we are peaking in fiscal year 2022 and 2023, but this is only for purposes of our current pipeline of projects and does not include yet the new pipeline that we are developing. Now, we've seen what projects we've had investment approved. We've seen how we are financing it. Now, this slide shows you who are building. Again, you may have investment approval, you may have the money to back them up, but unless you have the market supporting you with contracts and contractors being mobilized, nothing will happen. So on this slide, you would see that we started in 2016, actually not with 11, but with only 9 contracts by mid-2016. We awarded 2 contracts later that year. We ended fiscal year 2020 with 34 awarded contracts with an average contract size of 16.5 billion pesos per contract. So we are on track to crossing the 40 contracts mark by the end of this year. So as you see here, we ended the fiscal year 2020 with 34. We have been able to award 4 more in the first 3 quarters of this year. And we will be awarding at least 2 more before the year ends to cross us over 40. And definitely, we are very confident that we will cross 50 before the administration changes. So just a quick view of what all of these contracts are and who all of these contractors are. As you see on the screen, we refer to this as our contractors chessboard. I think the screen is lagging, but anyway, I'm showing a screen essentially with a lot of cells. These cells are showing each and every one of our contracts, the status, who are our contractors, and where we are now. So, okay, I think my slide is not moving. Okay, there. Now it's moving. Okay, there you go. Okay, so there. So you're seeing essentially there. So that's a comparison of the 2016 picture versus the mid 2021 picture. So the first slide, you saw a lot of red cells. So those red cells are for the contracts that have investment approval but do not have a single. The red cells are for those that did not have investment approval back then. The orange cells are those that had investment approval but did not have a single contract awarded. And of course, the green cells are those that have been awarded. Now, on this screen, you see the increasing global attention that we've been getting from the global rail market. As of July 2016, these are the only players, these are the only companies that have been considering our sector. But to date, this is who we have, and this is a rapidly expanding bunch. And just to show you why that's important, we've been seeing more and more participation, very high participation in our procurements. So, for example, in the 5 contract packages of P&R Clark 2, this is 5 contracts. We received a total of 15 bids from 11 international firms and 2 local firms in various joint venture configurations, of course. For the 9 contracts of P&R Calamba, we received a total of 34 bids. That's record-breaking for us, coming from a total of 14 international firms and 5 local firms in various configurations. So far, we have generated more than 40 billion pesos in investment. We just cannot disclose to you how much more savings we are generating for the projects that we have not officially awarded yet, but it's very safe to say that we are doubling this based on what we currently have. So 1.7 trillion pipeline, almost 100 billion pesos in investment so far. That's very good value for money. Now, just some snapshots of our ongoing projects all throughout the country and across the board. I think my slide lagged again, and I'm getting to my last 3 slides. I guess this slide that I'm on, which you cannot see yet, essentially shows that what we refer to as our pipeline 1 or generation 1 of projects are essentially catch-up projects. from the 1999 master plan, the 2014 roadmap, the 2017 roadmap. So if you look at all of the rail projects that have been identified in the last 2 decades, we've been catching up on them and we're almost done with everything. So we have just 3 more corridors to cover with detailed feasibility studies. And that's why at this point, we are gearing ourselves again to get into project development mode. And I guess Yusek Jonathan Uya, you will be seeing a little more of us in the next few months because of that. This is a graphical illustration of what the last 20 years look like. Again, this is all of our projects in the last 2 years, as you would see on the screen. And this is my last slide. Essentially, the message in this last slide is large as our pipeline may currently be. It's the single largest railway pipeline that we've had in history. So with it's more than $30 billion US dollars. Frankly, we need 4 to 5 more times of that just to catch up with the railway density that we are targeting, just to catch up with the amount of rail transport capacity that we need for the country. So I hope that gave a little picture of what the future looks like for the railway sector. And thank you very much. And back to you, Ed.
Thank you, Yusek TJ. That was very, very enlightening. I mean, there's so much from 90 projects or to this 1,200 kilometers. So it's exciting. Thank you for that. I'll ask you some more questions later on. But for our last panelist, may we now request ASEC Eric Planta. I guess he's double hatting because he's also with NEDA, but to give us your views, Eric, on the water, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Ed. Actually, I'll just be supplementing the presentation of my NEDA teammate, OIC Yusek Jonathan Uy, but without the benefit of a PowerPoint. But still, we all know that infra projects often go beyond administrations, from master planning, FS, implementation, and then O&M. But still, as with the other resource persons, speakers, and panelists, a brief shout out to our delivery institutions, LUA, MWSS, DLG, DPWH. So LUA, they completed for this period various water service water supply projects care of their water districts. For MWSS, the Angat Water Transmission Improvement Program, DILG, the Solid Tubig, about 1,000 or so projects from 2017 up to 2021, and then DPWH, flood risk management program for Cagayan River and Tagaloan River, and then NIA, Participatory Irrigation Development Project in Agno River Irrigation System. But those are the in my mind, the standard accomplishments of the agencies. What's more interesting to our mind at NEDA is the tightened or the refining of the policy frameworks. So we crafted this National Water Security Roadmap led by NWRB, and also we have invested in master planning exercises. The most popular for now is the Philippine Water Supply and Sanitation Master Plan, which is basically our game plan to achieve universal access to water supply and sanitation by 2030. So that's our SDG 6. We also have this National Irrigation Master Plan up to 2030. So that takes care of that. We understand also that DPWHs are conducting at least flood risk management studies in 6 major river basins. So what we're saying here is that we are investing in a future pipeline of projects for the next coming years. So interesting times, but what we'd like to see for the next few years is basically continuation of the PDP, the game plan under the PDP. So more investments in the sector. We would want priority legislation. The apex institutions, the Department of Water Resources and Water Regulatory Commission, enacted at the soonest possible time to address the fragmented nature of the sector. We'd like water resource assessment studies conducted so that we'll we know where we are in terms of water supply, demand and supply of water. Of course, increasing areas to be protected, flood protection areas, more investment in the sector, as with USEC TJ, not only in rail but also in water sector, using IWRM, integrated water resource management principles, investing in partnerships, because water supply and sanitation is not just a goal of the national government, as mentioned by OIC USEC Januy. Partnerships with LGU, with microfinance institutions, with private sector will be pursued also for the water supply and sanitation sector. So that's all for now, and we look forward to the Q&A again. Thank you, Sir Ed.
Thank you, Asek, Eric. Very good. Yeah, I guess I heard from you, and of course, Yusek, Jonathan, the fragmented, and I look forward to it being with your master plan and it being fixed, so that there'll be an oversight and one body as what we have for energy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we only have, because the speakers were so great and they had nice presentations, I apologize. We will have a very short Q&A, because our Q&A was supposed to lead to 3:15. We're supposed to finish 3:15, so we only have 10 minutes left, and I have so many questions. So I will just apologize if I'm not able to ask the questions that we really prepared, and to each of you panelists, kasi ang galing. We will just ask our colleagues from, I guess, from Team Asia, and of course, John Forbes have some questions, and Austin. We will just email to you, and hopefully you can respond, because you will put this in the report that AmCham and Arangkada will prepare. So I just apologize in general, because we learned so much, and I have more questions than I originally had because of the great presentations. So I'll just go through them quickly, and maybe I just ask short, quick answers from each of you. I'll ask first, Yusek, Jonathan. Jonathan, may I just ask now, because as you said, majority of the I guess projects are there, but 12 or 13, but the bulk are still going to happen in the next few years after. So again, because you're a career and you're professional, I guess one question I have is, what recommendation you have to the next administration? Kasi sayang naman na itatapon, or di ba, baliwalain lahat ng magagandang projects. What's your recommendation so that these projects will be continued, and so that we will see them coming through for the next one? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ed. Briefly, success. Actually, as Yusek TJ has pointed out, they're very good management of the railroad development, rails and mass transit, the transparency and the good governance will ensure the continuity. Second, actually, the more important part really now is all of us in government really linking up with local government units. The incoming, not just the national, but also the local, in terms of really concretizing all the master plans in terms of an investment plan. NEDA is doing a lot of its work there. Third is actually, at the end of the day, and I always emphasize this to all my colleagues in government, we have to improve our data. We really need to know our clients. Like the private sector, we have to really understand what our beneficiaries want or can afford. That's the bottom line. And I think all of us are doing this quite well now, especially with all the technologies available. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jonathan. Anyway, hopefully, even with whoever the next administration will be, with people like you in the government and professionals, we look forward to more projects. Thank you, sir. Maybe my next question will be naman, I guess, to Asek Melo. Sir, just a question, because anyway, I love the fact that there were 85 airport projects you updated on and everything else. But what do you see happening with NAIA? Sayang, because we were hoping that will be the next project, but with the consortium differences and whatever, how do you see the future of NAIA?
NAIA will still be the premier airport for Manila as of now. We continue to develop the NAIA to attain world standards. Of course, they are world class, but we still continue to improve on facilities and others. Actually, we were able to improve it a lot. If you remember, a few years ago, there were lots of reports of laglag bala, etc.
Yes.
But in 2018, Naya was awarded the 10th most improved airport by Skytrax. So we're not saying Naya is great, but we're saying that they're not bad, and we continue to improve. The endeavor is there. Naya has like 110 projects already since we started the administration. So and the proponent and the privatization of Naya continues. Of course, we regret that the previous unsold proposal fell through, but those were stringent requirements by the government. If they cannot pass the financial requirements as provided by the DOF and the NEDA, then what can we do? We want the best deal or the most beneficial arrangement for the government. But nevertheless, even without the privatization, we will continue to improve on the Naya.
Thank you, Sikmelo. And we look forward to that because anyway, as a lot of us are excited for a revenge travel, so we will use Naya more. Thank you.
Yes, we hope so too.
Thank you, Director Aquino. Maybe I can ask you naman about power. Could you just talk because you've shared the great master plan anyway, and then how renewables will increase as a percentage. What are your views on the coal transition and nuclear?
Yeah, okay. We're very clear, as indicated in the conversation. We started that conversation with the Department of Finance. We share the view that as a country, the Philippines is at the receiving end of all of this climate change, and that the burden of moving forward with incentivizing and coming out with a transition towards more sustainable energy sources should not be solely borne by the Filipino public, whether it's in the form of taxes, whether we take out loans for it. So the conversation that we're starting is that let the investments come in, let the technologies come in. If there are ways for us to do concessional financing, really extended terms, or even through outright grants. I think in prior sessions, you've already seen that the Philippines is always on the top 5 whenever there's a typhoon. So
yes,
clearly the impetus is there, and we're doing more than our fair share in terms of the deployment of the renewables. And now we even have this landmark legislation on energy efficiency. So what we're telling our investors and the public is that the government is really doing this balancing act, that the necessary investments that come in the energy sector are sustainable. The transition will not happen overnight. We've already clarified what that coal moratorium is all about. It covers non-committed power projects. We're continuing our discussions. We've made the recommendation to the President with respect to the potential of nuclear energy. All of these are on the table because we're still a growing economy. We need to power our economy. The rates have to be sustainable, and it has to be long-lasting. And just a shout out, nuclear is a clean emission source. And that conversation, of course, we've started it, but any position or direction for that will require, of course, the approval of the general public. From a technical perspective, the DOE is unqualifiedly recommending that we start that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aquino, and I fully agree with you. I guess even nuclear is technically already, I guess, non-fossil, and people have been espousing that. But of course, we need to consult with the public. Appreciate that. Maybe I can ask Engineer Bote. Sir, can you tell us about, I guess, at least what the priorities will be, the inter-island bridges and expressway, at least going forward?
Yes. Good afternoon to all. With regards to the inter-island bridges, we do have some in presentation about the series of bridges like what we call the Cargill Bay Bridge and the Boracay Bridge, also the Panay-Guimaras, what we call the Panay-Guimaras Negros Bridge and Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge, and Samal Island as a Davao Connector. Actually, this Cargill Bay Bridge is around 7 billion project and targeted to be completed by 2023. And this is one of the longest bridges in the Philippines, around 3.16 kilometers connecting Misamis Occidental. and Lanao del Norte provinces. It will be longer than the existing San Juanico Bridge, which is, I think, around 2.6 kilometers. And the Boracay Bridge, actually, Boracay Bridge is a PPP project, an unsolicited PPP project, which involves 1.2 kilometers limited access bridge infra between Boracay Island and the main island of Panay. It's not only envisioned to cater vehicular through traffic or so as not to congest the island, but the purpose is to provide with loading and unloading areas on both ends to process the movement of commuters, solid waste, goods, and some of the supplies. The number 3 is the Panay Guimaras Negros Bridge. Actually, the initially schedule of this bridge is on the detail engineering design stage will begin by I think if not third or last quarter 2022 and targeting to be constructed by 2025. And its target completion, we want to deliver this to the public by 2030. The Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge, the number 4 bridge. This is around 32-kilometer long cable state. Cable states po ito. This is a cable states spanning from Maribeles, Bataan, crossing Manila Bay, and ending in Naik, Cavite. Currently, by now, it's under detailed engineering design stage. And our number 5 is the Samal Island Davao Connector. This is the last bridge that we're targeting to be within the target of this administration up to the next administration, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Bote, and of course, thank you also to your colleague because you gave us a very good snapshot and kudos to DPWH. The next question now will be to USEC TJ. Anyway, you had great slides also on the 77 to 1,209 kilometers. So TJ, what will we see in 2030? What, I guess, from the consumer perspective, what line will be operational by then so that at least we can ride and be proud to say we're not the kulelat anymore?
Yes, sir, by 2030, okay. I'm not sure if we can develop that many projects between now and then for us to come out from our kulelat position. But at least by 2030, we are very high confidence that LRT1, Cavite extension, will be completed. LRT2 extension will be completed. MRT3 would have been restored to its design operating condition. Our newest project, MRT4, the line that extends to Tanay Rizal, will be completed by then. That's going to be funded by the Asian Development Bank. We skipped line 5 and 6. Please don't. We don't have time for me to explain why. But MRT7 will definitely be completed by then. It will be operational by 2023. We skipped line 8. Again, there's history to that. Then we go to the Metro Manila Subway project, which again will definitely be done by 2030, given that our current target completion is 2027, 2028 for the full line. The entire north-south commuter railway from Clark International Airport to Calamba and Laguna, our single largest, the Philippine government's single largest investment at 800 billion pesos with 147 kilometers, 35 stations, and almost 500 train cars will be fully operational by 2030. Subic Clark Railway, which is initially going to be a freight line, will be completed by then as well. PNR Bicol is targeted to be completed by 2025, 2026, subject to ongoing loan discussions with the Chinese government. And for Mindanao Railway Phase 1 as well, it should also be completed by 2030, subject to our ongoing loan discussions with our Chinese counterparts. So that's a number of, that's practically what we refer to as Pipeline 1. As mentioned earlier, the identified rail projects in our existing master plans, in our existing roadmaps, are almost all in implementation stage. We have 3 or 4 more corridors to go. Currently, we are starting to work on the next pipeline, the next master plan, the next roadmap of rail projects, so that between now, between 2021 and 2030, we're hoping that we can squeeze in one more pipeline before 2030 with perhaps between 5 to 10 more projects.
Thank you, TJ. We're very excited. I am personally very excited, and best of luck to you. the last panelist I just wanted to ask a quick question to is ASEC Planta. Eric, maybe you can just tell us about how we can irrigate Philippine agriculture. You know, currently about 50%. What can we do so that they can get 100% coverage?
Yeah, thank you, Sir Red, again. Yung ating pong game plan is the National Irrigation Master Plan, but that the target is only 79% at by 2030, and that 79% carries a price tag of about 50 billion in annual investment to NIA every year. So yun po. So parang what hindi lang naman po dun sa resources is ang nailagay, but also yung mga governance or administrative enhancements sa NIA. So looking at emerging water efficient technologies, baka mas mapabilis po natin yan. So of course, in geodatabase ng NIA, what we're saying also is that itong namang game plan po natin is consistent with the DA's RISE roadmap. So eventually we'll get to that 100%, but we're calibrating it para chewable po for our institutions, and it's not a fiscal we're not totally fiscally constrained.
Thank you very much, ASEC Eric. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. We've run over time, but this was a great panel, led, of course, by USEC Jonathan, and then the rest of the panelists who had great presentations and great thoughts. Thank you to Frank and John Forbes and everybody. So I'll cut it now because I see Dr. Pernia and I guess Julian Payne, another friend. So that ends the panel. Frank, back to you, and thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, to this panelists. Congratulations.
Many thanks to everyone who joined the panel on Pathways to Modern Infrastructure. May I request the panelists to stay on stage just for a very, very quick photo, and please give us your brightest smiles. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we move on to the next panel, which is Pathways to an Educated and Healthy. We now move on to the last panel for today, which is the Pathways to an Educated and Healthy Workforce. And to introduce our guest speaker and panelists, please welcome the President of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Julian Payne.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here at this Arangkada session. I think I'm a veteran and been to every one of them since I've been president of the Canadian Chamber. Just as background, the Canadian Chamber was an original member of the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce and is proud to be so. As an opening aside, I just want to say something. I've been involved from the outside and the inside with foreign chambers for over 35 years. And the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce of the Philippines is the most effective and most collaborative joint foreign chambers that I've ever had the privilege to work with. And I think this success is actually due in large part to the very open access in which the government and other business associations in the Philippines and private business gives to foreign chambers. So I really want to take this occasion to thank you all for your contribution to making the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce a success. It is largely due to your side as much as the JFC. Panel 3 is called Pathways to an Educated and Healthy Modern Infrastructure. Everybody knows that education and health, like infrastructure proper, are basic foundations for everything to work effectively. And if we don't have effective health, we don't have an effective economy, and we don't grow, and we don't have a very good quality of life. If we did not know that before the pandemic, I think everybody knows that now. So that's really a superfluous comment. Panel 3 will begin with a presentation by former NEDA Secretary of Socioeconomic Planning, Ernesto Pania. Before I called him Mr. Secretary, he and I worked together at the ADB. And I remember, as a board member, we used to ask him to explain economic problems and issues. I don't think he thought we were very good students, but he was very patient with us. And I think one of the qualities of Ernie is his patience in explaining the economic realities of life, whether it's to board members of ADB, whether it's to joint foreign chambers of commerce, or I presume to his cabinet colleagues when he was the Director General of NEDA. Before he worked at ADB as the senior economist, he is now the professor emeritus of economics at UP, School of Economics, and he's held several positions, including dean at that very distinguished university. His career has included many, many publication awards, consultancies, and other accomplishments. Too many to list here, because we really want to hear him talk, not me talk about him. He obtained his PhD from the University of California, Berkeley. That's in a country just south of Canada. And he is well remembered amongst my JFC colleagues for always being generous with his time and in always receiving us at NEDA and being patient with us while we learned from him about the challenges of the social and economic development of the Philippines. We've invited Ernie to join us afterwards to be a panelist. We're privileged today to have 4 outstanding panelists. They say in my notes that they're all private sector, but when I look at it, I see a lot of them have worked in the public sector and the nonprofit sector. So most of them are experts from many perspectives, and we need to recognize this. First, we have Dr. Esperanza Cabral, and I want to just mention something. I do believe it's her birthday today. So I think we should wish her a happy birthday. And if you want to sing later, I will lead you with it, but she asked me to demur. She's a cardiologist and a clinical pharmacologist, and she served as Secretary of Social Welfare and Development and as Secretary of Health in the administration of former President Arroyo. So here we have somebody who is seeing things from both the academic side and also from the government side. She holds a PhD, UP, in medicine, and has been a research fellow at the Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. She is multi-awarded, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from UP. Our second panelist is Dr. Kenneth Hartigan Go. He has a distinguished career as a doctor, a public health administrator, professor of medicine, and fellow in various colleges and academies. He holds a degree from the UP and also from Newcastle University, and I presume that's Newcastle in the United Kingdom. He was a founding director of the Zwillig Foundation for a decade, and then Undersecretary of Health and Director General of the Food and Drugs Administration in the administration of President Aquino. So here we have a panelist not only from the academic sector, but also not only from the government sector, but from different administrations, which will give us an even broader perspective of life. Our third panelist is Ms. Doris Ferrer. She's a leading expert on education in the Philippines. Currently, she serves as the Executive Director of the Private Sector Education Assistance Committee. She manages the longest running PPP in education in the country, the Education Service Contracting Program. She holds degrees in physics from the Philippine Normal University, a master's from De La Salle, where she is completing her PhD in education. Her remarks today will focus on primary and secondary education. And last, we have, not least, we have Ms. Love Basilate, who is Executive Director of the Philippines Business for Education. She is a graduate of Ateneo, so we've got De La Salle, we've got Ateneo, we've got UP, we're being very politically correct here, and has competencies and values that lead. She wants to promote competencies and values that lead to productive lives and careers. She was a panelist at our forum in 2017. Our moderator is Attorney Mimi Lopez Malver, Government Relations Director and Country Legal Head of Procter & Gamble. She's also a very active member of the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce. Attorney Lopez Malver earned her law degree in UP and has a BA in political science. She is director of the Philippines Association of Multilateral Companies Regional Headquarters. That's a real mouthful, but it's usually referred to as PMURI, and an industry association that is one of the members of the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce. So now let's open up panel 2 with a start by a presentation by former Secretary Ernesto Pania. Ernie, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to everyone, and happy birthday to Dr. S.P. Cabral. Yeah, the title of this panel is Pathways to, well, you will notice that in the first page of my presentation, I have changed the ordering. I put health first before education. And I think that's obvious because the life cycle of a person starts with health, not with education. Educations come after you have a healthy person from the start. So anyway, that's minor. But anyway, what I'm going to present is rather a broad perspective on what ails or what underlay the problems of the country, not only in education and in health and education, but also in the economy as a whole. And this is an issue that seems underappreciated or misunderstood and largely just swept under the rug. Next slide, please. Okay. So the issue I'm talking about is our failed population program. I'm saying that our failed population program, among other issues like bad governance, corruption, paltry foreign direct investment, and inadequate infrastructure, underlay many problems and challenges, including in health and education. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Philippine population program, including family planning, seemed to have gotten underway quite well in 1970. That is 5 decades ago. But no sooner had the program gained enough traction than the Roman Catholic hierarchy and conservative groups voiced their opposition to family planning, which President Marcos accommodated for political expediency. Thus, with a failed population program, the necessary declining fertility, which is a necessary condition for demographic transition towards faster economic growth, higher employment, low poverty reduction, and inequality have not been achieved. So the crucial difference is that, if we compare ourselves with Thailand, we will see that while we were rather considered twins in 1970, which I will show you with the data later, the crucial difference is that Thailand sustained its population and family planning program without let up, while the Philippines jettisoned its program. Next slide. Okay, these are the numbers. Can you make this bigger? Okay. Anyway, you look at 1970. Thailand and the Philippines had practically the same numbers in terms of total population. Thailand and Philippines were practically the same. Also, GNI or income per capita, gross national income per capita, 220 for the Philippines, 210 for Thailand. There's a problem. Can you, this is the things here are cut because of this. If you remove this part here, who's handling this? Can you remove this part here and also we can see the whole the whole slide?
We can see the whole slide, Ernie.
You can. Okay, because I can't. Anyway, you can also see that if you look at the gross national income per capita, Thailand and the Philippines were the same. And then also poverty incidence, 13% for Thailand, 13% for the Philippines. But fast forward to 2020, which is just last year, you can see that Thailand and the Philippines have diverged starkly. Philippines has 110 population, Thailand has 70 million population. And then in terms of gross national income per capita, we have also diverged. Now we are only at $3,430. Thailand is more than double, and it was even the difference was even starker in 2019. But the pandemic reduced incomes in 2020 from 2019. And then in terms of poverty incidence, Thailand also only has 8% poverty incidence, while we had 16.7% in 2018 or 2019. And because of the pandemic, we're likely to go beyond 20% poverty incidence. So that's how drastic the divergence has been between Thailand and the Philippines. And simply because we did, well, among other things, of course, we did not sustain our population program. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Okay, before this one, note that in development economics literature, population policy centered on family planning is deemed among the most cost-effective development policy options. In other words, big bang per small buck, along with unbridled free international trade and unfettered international migration. However, the big difference is that the population policy is within a country's control, direct control, while international trade and international migration are not, as they require cross-national agreements. Moreover, development economists, based on empirical research, find that demographic transition or changing population age structure due to sizable fertility reduction accounts for about 1/3 of economic growth. For example, in East and Southeast Asian developing countries between 1965 and 1995. For instance, with Thailand, which had rapid fertility decline, practically completed its demographic transition in 2 decades by 1990. And the meaning that Thailand reached replacement fertility of 2.1 children, which is the global average norm of what's called replacement fertility, meaning the couple is a couple is replaced by 2.1 children. The point one there is because some women do not marry or do not have children. So with GDP growing at say 9%, which Thailand, for example, achieved in the 1990s and in the 2000s, 1/3 of that, meaning 3%, is attributable to demographic transition, and the balance would be due to good governance, a sense of urgency, improved infrastructure, and foreign direct investments. Thus, the counterfactual is if the Philippines had sustained its population and family planning program as did Thailand, the Philippines, other things being equal, should currently be in a similar situation as Thailand. Thailand has long been an upper middle income country, as can be gleaned from the table above that I showed you earlier. So a huge missed opportunity that we have forgotten. So given the foregoing background, it seems clear that in ASEAN, the Philippines with the largest population vis-a-vis land area or resource base, the lowest income per capita, the highest poverty incidence and inequality, faces formidable challenges as regards better health and education for the country's workforce. As is known, good health should ideally start early in a person's life cycle, in a mother's womb. Hence, a human being's first 1,000 days. Everybody knows that now. Early good health will also be good for the child's later education. The reality, however, is that given the Philippines' high poverty incidence, many poor women often bear stunted, wasted, and underweight babies, accounting for around 1/3 of children aged 0 to 5, whose future prospects are seriously compromised. Let's now go to health. Health and then education, and then later on employment. So health. We need, next slide. So in the short term, we need to invest to fortify and enhance the Philippines' health system capacity. That is human capital or healthcare workers and social infrastructure, meaning hospitals, laboratories, genome sequencing, and so on. So given the given inadequacies not only in the national capital region, but even more so in the provinces, health infrastructure is of higher urgency and priority than physical infrastructure, which can be funded and deftly handled by the private sector through public-private partnership arrangements. Further, we should invest in Virology Institute to prepare for future pandemics, so we don't have to depend on other countries. Next slide, please. Next slide. It seems not widely known that family planning is among the most cost-effective, I already mentioned this, development policy options. For example, infrastructure projects are of obvious more cost-effective than infrastructure projects, which are also obviously also important and indispensable. But I'm talking about cost effectiveness. How much money you spend for some effect. Accordingly, population program should be among the country's top policy priorities and adequately funded. Further, population program is all about development and people's quality of life, not about the pedestrian and narrow concepts of sex, contraceptives, and abortion. As Saint Irenaeus said, the glory of God is a human being living a dignified and fulfilling life, which reflects the ideal goal of population policy and inclusive economic growth in a good governance framework. Next slide, please. Sexuality education, which is provided for in the population responsible parenthood and reproductive health law, should be made a required subject or simply part of biology and physiology. in all public and private schools. This will help contain or forestall rising teenage pregnancies that often lead to permanent school dropouts, especially among girls, who usually bear stunted, wasted, and underweight babies whose future prospects are seriously compromised, as I've said earlier. Next slide, please. Early Childhood Development Program, which is provided by law, must adequately funded and strictly implemented, as it is intended to enhance children's health and nutrition, as well as capacity for learning and education. Next slide. Family planning services must be made readily accessible to women and or couples, especially those of the lower income groups, to achieve their desired number of children through limiting and spacing births, making it easier for children to invest in children's health and education with the help of government and the private sector as needed. Next slide. Let's move to education. The education system needs a major revamp or thorough renewal and upgrade in terms of both delivery of education services by better trained teachers and the preparedness and absorptive capacity of students. Included as well are up-to-date curricula, ancillary gadgets of students, and digital connectivity. STEM, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics must be part of basic education curricula. Especially it should be, given that we now have grades 11 and 12, STEM should really be part of the curriculum of grades 11 and 12 especially, and further enhanced at the tertiary level. Next slide. The government, this is about science and technology. No, go back, please. One slide back, please. Yes. Science and technology must be given a bigger budget by the government, raising the budget from 0.16% of GDP, the lowest in ASEAN, where it has been stuck for nearly 2 decades, to 0.50% in the near term, and subsequently to 1% in the which is the UNESCO norm. The country should tap its huge and growing stock of scientists and engineers here and abroad, particularly in the US. In other Asian countries, STI, science, technology, and innovation, in other Asian countries, STS has been given enough attention and importance, which should also be done in the Philippines, and it deserves, as I've said, greater funding by the government. Next slide. I now move to employment and development, which would be the activities of a healthy and educated workforce, employment and development. So proposal number 8 is revitalize the anemic agriculture sector by, among other things, diversifying crops and livestock products towards food security and enhancing exports. Widen and deepen the narrow and shallow manufacturing sector to energize and expand high-value exports. Next slide, please. Number 9. So drop the country's long-standing protectionist stance and open up the economy to foreign direct investments and trade, as Vietnam, among other ASEAN countries, has done for so long with enviable results. Next slide. Foster and strengthen public-private partnerships to make them more efficient and effective. PPPs, public-private partnerships, will ease the demands on the government's fiscal position. This is obvious. As our fiscal position is getting stretched beyond its limits. As you know, our debt to GDP ratio now is something like 62% of GDP. We were supposed to, have a ceiling of 60% at the most, but it has now breached 60%. And that's going to be difficult for the next administration, how to deal with that huge debt to GDP ratio. So as the other thing about the PPP projects is that they result in faster construction and gestation of projects, given the private sector's higher experience and expertise in infrastructure projects. In general, the government should take a friendly and collegial, not adversarial stance, which seems to be the case under this administration, adversarial stance, vis-a-vis the private sector for a unified effort towards the country's development objectives and ultimate goal. Next slide. Boldly invest in the environment, nature protection, and the disaster risk reduction, preparedness, and management. This relates to the need for adaptation and mitigation regarding climate change by steadily supplanting fossil fuels with renewable energy, solar, wind, biomass, in addition to hydro and geothermal, which are more salutary for the people's health and well-being, besides cost savings from electricity bills. Install rooftop solar panels in industrial, commercial, and residential buildings. Next slide, please. Protect, preserve, and sustainably harness the country's vast wealth in the blue economy in the West Philippine Sea and around the archipelago for the benefit not only of people living off the sea, but for the country at large. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my final proposal. So it's a baker's dozen list of proposals. We need to develop or heighten the culture or habit of sense of urgency, which I call virtuous impatience. So things get done faster. In ASEAN, we seem to be the most patient, forbearing, and tolerant of delays and unfinished work, which militates against faster and dynamic progress, thereby making the Philippines a persistent laggard in ASEAN. Now let me end. The primordial and supreme challenge to all, evidently, is the kind of national leader our country will have beginning in mid-2022. The proposed agenda and others to emerge from this discussion are not novel and can be carried out by the next president, who hopefully is sufficiently intelligent, competent, insightful, and foresightful, committed, and an integer, meaning a whole and not a broken leader, as the Latin root of the word corrupt suggests. Also inspiring and has the country's and people's interest and welfare at heart. Is this possible, or is it just going to be business as usual? It all depends on us. Thank you, and thank you for your attention, and sorry for my long presentation.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Pernia, for that insightful presentation that has laid the ground for the panel discussion for a healthy and educated workforce that we will have. And I love this term of being virtuously impatient to make sure that things get done right away. So at this point, may we call to the virtual stage Attorney Mimi Lopez Malvar, who will be moderating the panel, and the rest of the panelists, Dr. Ernesto Pernia, please stay on stage, Dr. Esperanza Cabral, Dr. Kenneth Hartigan-Go, Dr. Rodora Angela Ferrer, and Ms. Love Basiliote. Over to you, Attorney Mimi.
Thank you, Monette. Thank you, Dr. Pernia, Secretary Pernia. Thank you also for Jules for introducing us. It is my pleasure to moderate this panel 3, which is a pathways to a healthy and educated workforce. Just a bit of housekeeping. I will provide time for our other esteemed panelists to react for about 5 to 10 minutes to react to what has been said. Very thought-provoking presentation by Secretary Pernia. And at the end, we will leave time for a bit of a Q&A, about 15-20 minutes Q&A. Hopefully, we do have time to get to the questions of the participants for today. Dr. Pernia has postulated, among others, and very, very clearly that a family planning program that was abandoned in the 1980s has become kind of the genesis for many of the challenges we now face in terms of health and education, right? And the scourge of malnutrition damages infants who, as students and adults, cannot fully learn or work as equals to properly nourished children. A weak public health system inadequately serves the majority of the population who are unprotected when a pandemic strikes and provides poor service during normal times. The Philippines, unfortunately, spends too little on public health, including low compensation for health professionals and too few hospital beds. PhilHealth, unfortunately, has been inadequate so far, and an expensive health crisis can really wipe out the family savings. So against this backdrop, let me invite our 2 public health experts, since good health, especially good nutrition, is very key for students and for the workforce to succeed at school. May I invite first former Health Secretary and our birthday celebrant, Dr. SP Cabral, to join us on the virtual stage and give us some of your thoughts, ma'am, based on your wide experience with the DSWD and the Department of Health. How can we solve this problem of having a healthy and educated workforce? Let's start with your thoughts. Sorry, ma'am, I think you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Attorney Mimi. And I'm very happy to join Secretary Pernia and the rest of the panelists in this particular portion of Arangkada Philippines Forum 2021. That is a question that is how we can improve health in the country is a question that is going to take a lot of time to answer, certainly more than the 5 or 10 minutes that we have here. So let me react to the presentation of Secretary Ernie. First of all, I agree with him that health comes before education in terms of development of a country, because if people are sick, they cannot take a good education if it is available. Of course, that is a question too. So I agree with him in his premise that part of the reason why our economy has not improved our population is not as healthy as it should be is a failed family planning program. I'm almost ashamed to say that I am the chair of the National Implementation Team of the Reproductive Health Law in the Philippines under the Department of Health. But just almost, because in fact, if we look at the population growth rate in the country, when we started implementing the reproductive health law, the population growth rate was about 2%. And now it is about 1.6%. So that, I think, is an improvement. In addition, the rising teenage pregnancy has been prevented from rising some more, let's put it that way. And we at the National Implementation Team for the Reproductive Health Law like to think that we may have a part in this improvement in the population statistics that we have. Of course, this is in no small measure because during the time of Secretary Pernia as head of the National Economic, whatever you call it, NEDA, he was our champion in pushing for reproductive health implementation, in particular family planning. And while there were many obstacles, as I said, it seems that there is some improvement in the population growth rate. Unfortunately, it is probably a little, too late. As Ernie was saying, we are already behind Thailand by a good 50 years or so. Anyway, in our engagement in promoting reproductive health and family planning, there are a lot of things that we went through, and some of the barriers have been alluded to by Secretary Pernia. And we hope that in the next administration, the new president is going to not just pay lip service to the importance of reproductive health and rights, but will really champion its implementation. We hope that the next leader is going to not pay lip service to women's rights, but really behave like women have rights and that they should be upheld. Going to investments in health that need to be made because we need a healthy population that is going to be educated and therefore can take on jobs that are of high value rather than just low value types of jobs. Again here, health starts not just at the birth of a person, but before that. And this is why we say in the first 1,000 days, nutrition is very important, and the nutrition of the fetus and the mother are very important, not just the nutrition of the infant. High levels of childhood undernutrition, we know, lead to a staggering loss of a country's human and economic potential. Undernutrition affects economic growth through several ways. First, it elevates the risk of morbidity and mortality, and this risk is transmitted across generations. When a baby is undernourished, he grows into an undernourished adult who will bear undernourished children, and all of the effects of undernutrition will cross generations. Second, undernutrition is associated with a decreased lifelong income earning potential and labor productivity on both short and long terms. Stunting is associated with cognitive delays because Stunting is not just something that we see. The brain development is also stunted. So if we continue to have out of 3 of our children undernourished, stunted, wasted, we are very soon going to become a country of idiots. No matter how good our educational system is going to be, if the ground is not fertile for learning, nothing can be accomplished. Third, of course, is undernutrition costs us, the public. It is associated with an increase in the cost of healthcare. These undernourished kids and then undernourished adults will become sick more frequently and will become sicker than other people. So they are going to reduce our efficacy of investments in education. They are going to make us spend for doctors, for hospitals, and things like those. This high burden of undernutrition has been with us for decades. And the reason is because the determinants of undernutrition have not been addressed. Poverty is not going down as much as we want it to, and management of government's resources are not prioritized towards healthy individuals, and the result is what we have. So I actually agree with Secretary Ernia that making sure that women and families are able to determine for themselves how many children they can adequately support should be a priority of government. It is not for us to force people to have only 1 or 2 children. It is for us to lay the foundation for women and families to be able to make the right choice. And if they have that kind of foundation and enabling environment, they are sure to make the right choice as far as number of children in their families are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary SP Cabral. Now we may invite former DOH Undersecretary and FDA Director General Ken Hartigan-Go to also give some comments on the earlier presentation made by Secretary Pernia.
Attorney Mimi, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. Love your talk, Secretary Pernia. I'll maybe curate my comments on a few items that you touch on in your presentation. And there will be 3 chunks of this. The first one is that I love the way you frame the issues, and it almost mirrors Professor Michael Marmot's the theory on the social determinants of health. He begins by saying the answer to health problems is not in health alone, but you have to consider education. Followed by education is employment. And the third one, which I want to highlight to complete the circle, is with education and employment, one has the financial freedom to decide what is best for themselves in health. But that presupposes that the government mechanism that we have would be able to provide that basic services to people in need. So you need that complementation. Now, going to the next item, you mentioned that we have a weak public health system, and I do agree with you. The description is almost like we have a fragmented healthcare system. Now, why is it weak? It's not just in the people or the facilities or in the service, but one must understand the interplay of the 6 building blocks for creating a stronger health system. As early as 2007, the WHO has already informed us what are these 6 building blocks, or I like to call it the pillars. There must be equal investment in these 6 pillars, including better governance. I mean, leaders are accountable and competent. The second one is the management of human health resource, the health professionals, not just the doctors, but down the chain, down the line, and what roles they play, how they interact with each other, how they are regulated. The third being health facilities and therefore the services. access to medicine and health technology, information technology in healthcare, and last but not least, very importantly as well, health financing. Unfortunately, we are treating the health system in a fragmented way. We solve the problem in silos rather than looking at how these areas should be interconnected. And since you brought up the issue of Thailand, I'd like to make maybe some comparison why Philippines lags behind Thailand. There are three things that I'd like to share with you. More than 10 years ago, Thailand, as a country, has decided to embark on a 30-baht universal healthcare program, where there were complaints coming from doctors and health facilities, but the government had the political will to institute the 30-baht system. It's doing okay now because that particular move created equitable access to healthcare, especially for the poor. And because of that, they also embark on the alignment of science and economics. In what way? They instituted what is known as health technology assessment. Now, we see health technology assessment as part of inputs in our legislation, the need to identify which services, which products that should be taken care of by government and paid for. But in Thailand, they started way back earlier, and they are now justifying which technology, which medicine product, which procedure will be compensated and at what rate. And that's good. We need to learn from that. Secondly is Thailand has a surplus of medical services, and the government has decided to put those surplus to help them promote medical tourism. And because of that, technology grew, because now you have to compete with the likes of Singapore and Malaysia in the region. The third item is very funnily, it's not in the health sector, but directly, but if you look at maybe 8 years ago, the government of Thailand also promoted accreditation of street food, meaning that they introduced accreditation for food safety. The food safety is a very important component for street food because they were thinking that if our street food is clean, meant for our Thai nationals, it can also be used for tourism purposes. So if you combine all these things, what is a lesson learned here is that their government has gotten their act together and they had the political will to do what has to be done, and the people followed and the system grew. I think we are still far off from that because we are still fighting each other, debating with each other on what is best, but not aligned with real evidence. And that's where I think we need to improve on our health systems. Back to you now, Attorney Mimi. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Hartigan-Go. Very, very insightful. I think we are really learning that a missed opportunities 30, 40 years ago is really kind of weakening a lot of the systems that we have now. So we now go to the education sector, and I would like to invite first Ms. Doris Ferrer from the Executive Director of the Private Education Assistance Committee to provide her comments on how we can promote a more educated workforce after introducing or really talking about and engaging in very good dialogue with public and private partnerships on how we can improve the health sector. How then can we improve the education sector moving forward?
Thank you, Attorney Mimi. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Secretary Pernia. I agree with the points raised by Secretary Pernia, and insofar as education is concerned, when he spoke about the education system needs a major revamp and upgrade, I completely agree with that. And in light of what we do in the PAC, co-implementing the GASP programs, I'd like to think that public-private partnerships, which is also one of the items here that was mentioned, will also have to be fully operationalized in the education sector. But before that, I'd like to pick out two words which completely resonate with me, and that is virtuous impatience, which is something I caught and I completely agree. In fact, I always tell my friends I'm rather unhappy, when it is said that Filipinos are very happy, they're actually forgiving and forgetful. I think sometimes that already is to our disadvantage. And I also picked out a leader who is an integer. I like that. Okay, someone who's whole and not broken. So I think Love will agree with me. We've said this many, many times that in the future, what we need is an education president. We cannot do business as usual. Where we are right now in the education sector is really, really problematic. And it's not because of COVID-19. We know that pre-COVID, we already had all the international assessments saying that we are not doing well. But from our end, we knew that from 2013 to 2020, we were journeying with the schools in implementing K-12. You know, that happened. Very recently, legislated in 2013. In 2016, we had our first grade 11. In 17-18, our first grade 12. So our schools were actually practically birthing senior high school. After which we revised the general education curriculum at the higher education level, and everyone had to anchor on the K-12. But that was, while that was happening, we were hit by COVID. So you can just imagine where we are right now in the education sector. That's why we agree that it's really not just an upgrade at this time. We probably are looking at an honest to goodness assessment. You know, let's not anymore like question all of this, this PISA and Bloomberg and all of that telling us that we're at the bottom of the rankings. Let's just accept where we are, be honest about our assessment, especially in the areas of, say, student learning outcomes, in the quality of our teachers, in the accountability of our education systems. Can we just be honest about this so that we will know how to move forward? Now, regarding public-private partnership, where are we right now? The Asian Development Bank came out with a review in August 2020 that the logic behind the GASPE programs are plausible. They are implemented reasonably well. That is the education service contracting in junior high school, which has over 1 million grantees at this time. Our senior high school program in the voucher program for senior high school, about 1 million grantees as well. And they're working reasonably well. There's logic in the programs. There are enough legal basis, and that they are designed to achieve accessible quality education, public-private complementarity, efficiency. All of that is in the ADB report. So what should our next president do? We should make sure that these are expanded because they obviously are working. But I suppose Love again will catch this when we say that the logic will have to extend as well to the universal access to quality tertiary education act programs. No? That was something that was passed very recently by this government, and we started giving out free tuition to students in SUCs and LUCs. We gave out tertiary education subsidies to students in both in SUCs, LUCs, and private higher education institutions, when in fact we thought that grade 12 was an exit for some of our students. So now you see the effect of UAQTE, which is the decline in enrollment in private higher ed institutions. So when you talk about complementarity between public and private schools, there really is a disconnect between what we want to achieve in basic education and what is happening right now in higher education. So I'd like to confine my comments to those two areas first. Thank you for the opportunity, Arangkada 2021.
Thank you, Doris. I think really to just capture your statements, you know, in terms of the education sector, there's too little spending. You know, we have a situation where classes are overcrowded. Students, you mentioned that students who can't read or do math and science do poorly in international tests. And this is despite, you know, the universal healthcare, K-12 and free college tuition that we are already offering. So I'd like to invite now Ms. Love Basilote, Executive Director for the Philippine Business for Education, to also make her comments in terms of the tertiary education.
Thank you, Attorney Mimi and Dr. Pernia and my co-panelists. Thank you, Arangkada Philippines, for this opportunity to discuss a topic that concerns us all. So as Mimi said, I've been asked to speak about our recommendations for specific reform actions involving tertiary education. But first, let me apologize for not specifically following instructions. It is because I believe that we shouldn't really be making that great of a distinction between basic, tertiary, tech-voc education. No, especially now when conventional boundaries between education and employment are blurring and lifelong learning is really a necessity. When thinking about programs and policies for education, we as a country, we believe, need to think about systems integration, and fueled by that virtuous impatience that Dr. Pernia mentioned, instead of our usual siloed, linear, kind of like relay assembly line of policies fit for just one phase of the education journey. So this is what Doris was saying earlier about subsidies in basic education would have to also be thought about in the context of higher education and vice versa. We agree with Dr. Pernia's recommendation of a revamp and would like to push that further actually by calling for a reset, right? Just back to square, just rethinking about it. We will need to think of an education and workforce development system that works for the youngest to the oldest lifelong learner and worker. We need a system that supports all workers, not just white-collar workers like you and me, or many of us here, who arguably are better skilled to benefit from the advantages of the fourth industrial revolution compared to our blue-collar colleagues. So our first recommendation, therefore, is the constitution of a multi-sectoral education commission. A bill that could jumpstart the constitution of such a commission passed third reading in the lower house 2 weeks ago, while in the Senate, the committee report is expected to come out anytime now. And so we really need to put pressure so that the bill sees the light of day before the end of the year and election fever sets in. While doing so, we need to be vigilant so that the EDCOM is truly multi-sectoral and is working on a clear deadline to create a roadmap for inclusive and quality education for all. Secondly, we at PBED believe that education should enable all Filipinos to lead productive lives and contribute to national development. So the future that we want to see is a future where there are good jobs created by industry and enabled by government that is accessible to all types of workers, from the factory floor to the C-suite. So when we think about good jobs, we borrow from the Aspen Institute's definition of good jobs. And these are jobs that offer a living wage, access to benefits, security and safety in the workplace, a stable and predictable schedule, and opportunities for advancement. And so since this is an Arangkada forum, let me just emphasize industry's involvement in education and employment for the kind of future that we want to see. So how might industry participate? Three ways, and I hope you will remember this by the initialism TIP or TIP. First is to train. We see this in our experience through our USAID-supported YouthWorks Philippines project, which is a training and employability program for youth out of school and the labor force. And we're seeing the importance of training co-delivered by industry. When employers are part of the training investment early on, we are observing faster school-to-work transitions. 60% of our YouthWorks graduates end up being absorbed by the company they trained in, even during the pandemic. Now, we are well aware that training that is one-off will not be viable in the long term. While technically trained people might be able to transition to jobs faster, they are also more vulnerable to job displacements because of changing technology and skills requirements. There must be retraining and continuing professional development to safeguard against this vulnerability. But lifelong learning needs to be informed by industry trends. And so the second way industry can participate is through information. Information and data are critical in knowing when and where to invest in skills training and continuing education. So we are working with the SAPE, Analytics Association of the Philippines, and PCCI through the support of the Australian government to map just-in-time and future skills requirements and career pathways in 3 sectors. Sectoral labor market intelligence platforms will be launched in the next couple of months, which we hope can inform schools, parents, and governments in their education investments. And thirdly, we invite industry to partner. No one group can do it alone, especially when resources are scarce and there are competing priorities. The strength of partnerships has particularly been evident throughout this pandemic. the community pantries to the recent vaccination drives. And so specific to education, we have always believed in the power of partnerships. And so we saw this in the updating of the curriculums through our networks in the National Industry Academe Council and partnership with the CHED, in localizing workforce initiatives through the Zamboanga Government Industry Academe Council with the city government of Zamboanga. And just recently, we brought together over 40 organizations from business, civil society, academe, to form a coalition called Education Nation. And this will push for a 10-point education agenda that we hope the next set of leaders will champion, that the next education president will champion, the kind of leadership and governance that Dr. Pernia was talking about. And so you're all invited to join Education Nation. So just remember, and I will stop here, remember TIP or TIP, train, inform, and partner. And when are we supposed to do that? We say early on, just like when one builds a road where one needs to prepare the ground before pouring cement or asphalt, we believe that to truly build the pathways to an educated and healthy workforce, we need to tip in advance, right? Train and inform and partner as early as you can. I'll stop here for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Love. Thanks for that. There's a lot to unpack in the presentation of Secretary Pernia and the panelists' comments. For all the participants, please feel free, if you have a question, please feel free to write them in the chat box and I will take time to read it. We have 15-20 minutes for Q&A. I hope everyone can stay. Let me direct my first question to Secretary Pernia, if I may. Secretary Pernia, what changes would you recommend in our reproductive health laws to improve, to start addressing, I guess, the first problem, the missed opportunity that we had several decades ago on family planning and population control? And any further legislative changes that you see can enable the achievement of our goals in terms of health?
Yes. Well, it was really simple. It was just, we started our family planning program in 1970, as did Thailand. And the difference is just we diverged starting in 1980 because of the, of the accommodation given by President Marcos for political expediency to the Roman Catholic hierarchy, which should not have been done, because in other Catholic countries, there is really separation of church and state as far as this thing is concerned, because this is not so much of a religious matter, family planning. It's really more it's a very human, very it's really needed for policy to have a family planning program. And all other Asian countries sustained their family planning programs. Malaysia, Vietnam, I don't know, because Vietnam didn't have, was a communist country in 1970. It became part of ASEAN only pretty recently. But Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, I did not include Singapore there because Singapore is a sui generis. It's a city by itself. It's a small city, small country by itself, and also Brunei. The ASEAN originals are the four that I mentioned there, plus Singapore and Brunei, Darussalam. But those two are sui generis. So yeah, so it's really simple. I don't know why it was so hard for us to sustain the family plan program, and why our leaders, our political leaders, were so accommodative to the Catholic hierarchy. Mali yun because in other Catholic countries, as religious as us, like Mexico, Latin American countries, even even I think part of the Vatican. I mean, outside the Pope's jurisdiction, in Rome, there is no problem with differing from or being different from the Catholic Church. Yeah. So That is the thing. I mean, so yeah. For a simple problem of continuing the family planning program, we lost a lot of opportunity. So we lost 50 years, as Secretary SP was saying. We lost 50 years, and you can see from the difference in economic growth, in poverty incidence, in income per capita, in in many other things, education, in health. Thailand's health and education systems are superior now to the Philippines. We used to be the champions in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, in terms of education. And when I was still teaching in UP, so many students from Thailand, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from Korea, South Korea, from India would come here for graduate studies in economics. But now they are self-sufficient, so they have really just outgrown us. So that is the kind of missed opportunity we made. Yeah.
Thanks, Secretary Pernia. Let me now direct my next question to Secretary Cabral. It's quite alarming, I think, the presentation you made on the state of malnutrition really in the country. To this, why is malnutrition so high? What should be done about it? And given the fact that there's a lot of public spending and a lot of the budget allotted to the Department of Health, is there any opportunity areas that you see where a lot of government spending can also be funneled into this in order to curb malnutrition? Is there anything else that can be done in terms of the DOH or the DSWD and their spending of this budget?
Well, thank you very much. There is really not a lot that is being spent by government to improve nutrition of those who cannot provide for nutrition themselves. But the opportunity is actually there. The largest social safety net program of the government is called the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, which I started, by the way, during the administration of President Gloria Arroyo. But we have missed, again, this is a missed opportunity. We have missed this opportunity to improve nutrition of our children through this particular program. First, now it is underfunded because when we started, the allocation for health benefits in the Pantawid Pamilyang Filipino program was about 500 pesos a month for the entire family. And from there, they would get transportation money to go to the health center, to get checkups, their vaccinations, and so forth, but also augmentation of their food. And if you look at when we started more than 10 years ago to now, that 500 pesos is not really going to go very far. So food is very expensive in the country, much more expensive than it is in developed countries, really. And I don't know why the production of food in the country is so high, such that if you imported pork, you could sell it for much cheaper in the Philippines than if you grew a pig and slaughtered it and sold the meat that way. So that there is something there that needs to be done. The connection between agriculture, food, and nutrition. Our agricultural industry is not directing itself to nourishing the community, but providing basic necessity, which is rice. And if you look at the percentage of carbohydrates in our diet, it is way too much. And we are lacking in protein-rich foods, so that this really does not help with the nutrition of children and even adults. So that's number one. We are not funding nutrition programs enough. The National Nutrition Council which is a coordinating body, is like most coordinating bodies, their effectivity lies in the cooperation of the people who are within the coordinating body, and that means the local government units and the other executive departments that have something to do with food and nutrition. So this coordination needs to be strengthened, and these people need to understand that if the citizenry is not nourished properly, we are not going to get very far as development is concerned. So one, I think a suggestion would be to use the 4Ps program properly to improve nutrition in the country. Second is to provide more funds for nourishing those who cannot nourish themselves properly. Here we allude to the school feeding programs. In many countries, if you are a poor person, lunch, even breakfast is in the school or in where the children are, because it is not provided at home. But this is not possible yet in the country. We are not doing that kind of feeding program. We have many private organizations that are doing a good job out of the goodness of their hearts, but it is not enough. The real money is with government, and they should spend it.
Thank you, Secretary Cabral. I think that's a call to action. I hope that we do have a lot of government guests as well. Let me now direct my next question to Dr. Go. Dr. Go, I'm particularly interested in your proposition that we are solving many problems in silos in this country. I mean, and you did mention, several pillars that we need to address. What is then your concrete recommendation on how private sector can help, how government agencies need to reframe their thinking on these issues? How can we have a whole of nation approach to all of these pillars that we need to be really trying to solve, all of these building blocks or pillars that you mentioned that we need to try to solve?
Right. Thank you, Attorney Mimi. Good question. I think what we are experiencing right now is lack of trust on both sides of the sector, both private sector and public sector. And in fact, in studying business and society, we seem to see that the industry is trying to influence the government policy out of necessity, because there are some certain policies that really don't make sense. The government, on the other hand, doesn't understand business cycle and refuse to understand the nuance that the businesses to go through in terms of manufacture, importation, production, and logistics. So I think both sides really have to have more regular conversation. And building that trust and accountability is going to be, very, very difficult. So in such a way that we introduce concepts like collaborative governance, meaning to say that the whole of government and the whole of nation approach is going to be there. Now, for that to begin, we really need a leader who is facilitative and educator, as well as somebody who is trustworthy. And missing that trust, no matter the competence and intelligence and the power one leader possesses, if you don't have that compassion and that idea of working together and building that trust and accountability, it's not going to work. And we've seen that. We've seen that many times in different levels of government and enterprise engagement. But then, I worked in FDA before as a director general, and I've learned many things. And in order to create a robust regulatory agency, which is part of health governance, I would like to propose maybe an understanding of how do you strengthen the capacity of FDA. And I would like to propose the 4O. Earlier, Secretary Cabral was talking about the 4Ps. I have my own set of framework called the 4Os. I think a regulatory agency really need to organize for efficiency. We talk about risk-based approach, but we don't really practice it. And perhaps many of the government agency leaders forget that they have to create a self-learning organization. The second O is, look, we have the social media, software, and online technology. So my second proposition is online technology can actually be applied to make things easy in terms of the government services. But then trusting the system and letting go is going to be difficult, because the problem isn't in the technology. The problem really is in the human beings adopting and using such a technology. The third O is offer innovations. For instance, business is complaining about registration renewals. I'd like to offer an innovation where one day regulatory agency has no more expired registration paper, and that industry, like the drug company, food company, can in fact apply for variation notification. Simply put, we need regulators who understand business cycle and business who understands bureaucracy. And the last part, and very importantly for government services and for regulators, they need to be oriented for patient and consumer care. Our purpose in government, in general, is really for serving the public. If you are there to protect the patient and the consumer, and you've done your part already. So these are some of my prescriptions in trying to improve the way governance in health can be undertaken. But then the leader must be prepared to take some risks. We often see leaders that are risk averse. They don't want to, because we have a bias, as I observed, no? And the bias is called status quo bias. Better not do anything. Don't rock the boat. Let's just maintain what we have. Then we don't get into trouble. But that's not the right thing to do, right? So my 2 cents worth. Thank you, Mimi.
Thank you, Dr. Go. I like how you organized it. The 4 O's, definitely a must for any government agency. We would really support this, whether it's the DOH, the DepEd, the FDA, and we've seen it actually under your command, how these have been exemplified. My next question would be for Doris. I think everyone is in agreement that pre-pandemic, we were already, the state of our education system has not been very good. And the pandemic really threw a wrench even at that. We have a learning crisis. I think everyone is in agreement that we do have a learning crisis on top of a health crisis. So what would you say is the state of digitization? We are one of the few countries, maybe one of 2 countries, who do not have face-to-face classes yet. What's the state of digitization of public schools with computers and internet connections? And how would you assess how much we have been set back by online distance learning, not just for private schools, but also for public schools nationwide in the country over 2 years? Doris?
Thank you, Attorney Mimi. I actually got the data from DepEd regarding the state of digitization, because I am not from the Department of Education. They've started those initiatives this year, and they actually are reporting very good figures regarding that. However, we also know, as a matter of fact, the private ed side, that in 2020, when we went on lockdown, the PAC actually conducted a survey. About 1,000 schools responded from all over the Philippines, and we asked them about their state of recovery, given that they had to close the school year abruptly, and then how ready were they for the next year. And a lot of their problems really emerged, which include, for one, let us admit it, our schools are really doing face-to-face. I mean, almost all of our schools, both public and private, have not really adopted, technologies in their teaching learning processes. And that was one of the things that came up. Aside from that, they also said that their teachers were not ready for online distance learning, were not ready actually for modalities other than face-to-face. And then when we asked them about internet connectivity, it was a problem. This was April 2020. We asked about gadgets for both students and teachers, and they said that they didn't have enough. And of course, the decline in enrollment and the financial difficulties of the private schools was also reported in that April 2020 survey. So that's the private schools, but that's a minority in terms of the entire sector. because we know that a supermajority of our students are really in public schools. However, we know what happened in the public school system, right? They opened only in October 2020, which means that from June, there was a lot of discussion back and forth when the school will open for 2020-21. They thought they'll open in August and eventually opened in October. And then they made use of modules. And that was reported in everywhere, that it was very, very problematic. Even the use of, say, TV and radio, I think really did not fly, okay, for the public schools in 2020-21. And right now, 21-22, public schools have really just, well, they're probably in the second quarter now. And where we are right now is a pilot of limited in-person, right? Which again, we feel is rather belated, because if you're piloting now and we're moving into the third quarter of school year 21-22, when do we intend to implement this? In 22-23? So obviously it's really, we've been set back. I cannot assess how many years we're talking about, but what have all the studies shown us even before COVID-19? There was a report about an estimate that our senior high students are on the average, I think it was World Bank who did this estimate, that they're at grade 6 level. Our senior high graduates are on the average grade 6. There's a system of private schools who conduct diagnostic exams for their students incoming grade 11, and their results show that their students are at grade 7 or 8 in science, math, and reading. This was a diagnostic exam across schools of a school system, private side. Their students are both public and private, incoming 11. And upon exit at grade 12, they do another test, and the students are actually at grade 10. So I've always thought about the senior high school. I called it a 2-year miracle, really. Because if your students are coming in at 11 and they're not at that level, you cannot in 2 years produce, grade 12 graduates who are within standard at the minimum. So that is where we are. That's why I really agree with what Secretary Pernia said. No, we'll really have to reform, probably overhaul, upgrade, but that will always start with an honest baseline. An honest baseline. Where are we right now? We have to call a spade a spade. If our grade 10 completers are actually 7 or 8, that is something we have to admit. If our grade 12 graduates are actually grade 10, that's something we have to admit. Or else, I always call it a valueless diploma. What they earn at grade 12, and then you move to higher ed, and then the problem is like everyone starts blaming. Higher ed blames basic ed blames preschool. I don't know who preschool will blame, parents. So there, it really is, it's a mess. I think I heard that said. And I heard Kenneth talk about trust and accountability, 2 big words, and we need that in the education sector now.
Thank you, Doris. Very, very concerning, but I hope, these kinds of dialogues will initiate some changes that we see. Actually, everyone is quite hopeful. I hearing the presentations, everyone is quite hopeful that, 2022 onwards, we can make some changes. And Love, you did mention also a very exciting multi-sectoral education commission. Something that really we should push for, I guess, and try to address the problem and try to resolve the problem from a multi-sectoral broad approach. I would like to get your thoughts on PIP. You did mention the 3 things that are being done already. How can private sector help more in terms of the training, in terms of really trying to influence industry trends, information and data, providing information and data, and partnering with the sector in terms of addressing the low quality education in terms of tertiary education?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Mimi. Yeah, definitely we should push for the EdCom. Just plug that. I think that will really frame and reframe what where we should go when it comes to our education system, and really create that roadmap I think that we need. I think it's not just about 22, the hopefulness, but actually I think hope should stem from the fact that we can actually do something today, right now. And so that's why I said TIP, right? Train, inform, and partner. When it comes to training, we really are pushing for the private sector to participate in training in education early on, not just as a recipient of the products of an education system, meaning, someone has already graduated, then they become an employee, and then it becomes a problem of private sector. No, that's not what we are pushing for. We think that industry can already participate in, for example, very concretely, in senior high school, providing immersion opportunities to K-12, because kids need to see what is out there, right? We are always saying that future employers or employees or workers will have 8 to 10 careers, not jobs, careers in their lifetimes. So they need to be able to see what the labor market is like, what jobs are like, and so that they can really tailor fit their trajectories. So when it comes to training, we are pushing for industry to participate early on, as early as senior high school. It could also be through technical vocational education or in universities, internships. But what we are seeing is industry, when they are actually participating, co-teaching with the schools, the post-graduation outcomes of our students are better, right? Secondly, when it comes to information, we always talk about this 4IR in Fourth Industrial Revolution, changing jobs and job losses, etc. But actually, we think that industry has first-hand knowledge about where the trends are, right? Because they're the ones really in the trenches. And so we think that when industry comes together through what we are pushing for, that they set up called Sector Skills Councils, or SSCs, they can work with the CHED, the TESDA, and even the DepEd to actually map out these competencies or skills that we need to train our children in, right? And so when they come together, when it comes to information, more is always better. When it comes to AI, data analytics, etc., when you have big data, that you actually get better insights. So we want industry to come together to build that information infrastructure. And then lastly, when it comes to partnerships, I just want to actually highlight what Ken mentioned about trust. This also actually is the main barrier to more partnerships, right? So when it comes to universities partnering with schools, universities partnering with companies, there's always that hesitation. From the part of the schools, they're like, oh, what will the company do with the intellectual property that I will create using my research? When it comes to companies naman, they will think, oh, maybe universities don't really deliver, and maybe they can't. So there's that level of mistrust. And we think that really for universities, in private sector to partner, perhaps just being at the table and just starting conversations. I attended this conference 2 weeks ago, and the goal of the organization is actually delivering impact through people. And so I really like that, and that really resonated with me. And I think when it comes to partnerships, it's that, right? Building trust, and then making sure that impact flows through people. And so it starts with conversations, and we hope that industry will just be part of the room and be willing to talk to academe. So those 3 things. Thank you.
Thank you, Love. A lot to unpack. I think we have a lot of work to do in terms of private sector really supporting this also, and a lot of things that we can do in terms of the legislative framework, the policy framework, cooperations with government agencies. May I invite Julian to provide a few comments maybe on the discussion so far?
There's been very little mention of the inequality between urban and rural education. And this is a problem in every country. I went to a school 25 miles north of Toronto, 1 room, 40 kids, 1 teacher for grades 1 to 8. The problem in the long-term future, if you want a social equality, is going to be a quality of education. And the Philippines are going to have a huge problem in an archipelago. move fast forward to the pandemic. One thing we're learning, we don't like it, but we're learning to use online education. And to be a contrarian, I believe in the future that online education is the future, not typical face-to-face in traditional schoolrooms. Otherwise, you will never, ever get equal quality education in the poorest parts of the country. I just put that out as a proposition. So we have to figure out, not do away with online and go back to the old system. We have to figure out how are we going to make online education really effective, and how are we going to find a substitute for the social interaction which we don't get with online education. But I think we have to look far ahead and face reality. Online education, starting with primary school, is in fact going to be the only future for equal education for all. I just put that on for debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. And with that, let me close this session. Thank you, Secretary Pernia, Secretary Cabral, Love, Doris, Dr. Go, for such an insightful and really thought-provoking session. It's a lot to unpack, and I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to really try to address the problems that we have with having a healthy and educated workforce. Thank you, everyone. I turn it over now to you, Monette.
Thank you very much, but please don't go away because we'd like to get a photo of the group right now. So please come back on and show your brilliant smiles for a memento photo of this beautiful panel on healthy and educated workforce. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, smile. Great. So thank you very, very much to our panelists and to our moderator, and for those who joined and shared the interesting thoughts about the session. We are now down to the last session for day 1 of the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum. And to introduce our speaker for this keynote presentation on pathways for climate change in the Philippines, let's welcome the Executive Director of the European Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Florian Gotain.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or many guests from government and media. I hope you enjoyed our sessions and discussions throughout the day. We now come to our last speech and one of the most important, pathways to climate change in the Philippines. While we have been focused for nearly 2 years on the impact of the pandemic on the health of people and business, something very different and threatening to our future has also received a great deal of international attention, but discussed less in the Philippines, and that is climate change. There has been increasing attention in recent years to sustainability and being more responsible for our environment. The country has prepared better for natural disasters. There is increased investment in renewable energy, but so far, too little is changing. This is a high consumption, urbanized economy. Plastics clog rivers. Solid waste is a growing hazard. Clean incineration is banned by law. Traffic congestion will soon return and bring hazardous air back to major cities. Introduction of e-vehicles is minimal. Deforestation, although much less than before, still prevails over reforestation. There is a new energy efficiency law, but the economy still wastes 20% of energy. Developers rarely build LEED buildings. There are no tax credits to encourage e-vehicle sales. There is zero conversion of motorcycles to electricity. Despite significant geothermal and hydro energy production, the share of fossil fuel power generation is growing in response to increasing demand for electricity. Solar and wind generation is cheaper, but foreign investors cannot own more than 40% of a facility. We hope to learn from our guest speaker today more about the threat of climate change in Southeast Asia, and particularly its threat here in the Philippines. How fast will the oceans inundate cities? What are the chances for rich countries providing adequate assistance as promised? What should the Philippines do to reduce the negative environmental impact of its growing and more affluent population on the environment? How should companies meet sustainability goals and go green? It's easy to ask questions. We have many. We hope to learn more about these rising threats to our future, as well as insights, best practices for our companies, and priorities we should advocate to government to change our world today in order to save it for the next generations tomorrow. Of course, these questions cannot be fully answered in 30 minutes, but we will value the insights from the expertise of McKinsey and Company. Our speaker today is Mr. Vishal Agarwal, Senior Partner in Singapore, who leads the firm's work in oil and gas, metals, and mining in Southeast Asia. He has often advised clients on developing sound strategies to challenges. Vishal is experienced in Industry 4.0 technology and a leader of the Singapore Digital Capability Center. We hope he can share some of the knowledge that McKinsey developed. McKinsey aspires to be their profession's preeminent impact partner and advisor on sustainability, climate, energy transition, and ESG, or environmental, social, and governance. Prior to joining McKinsey, Vishal worked at Lehman Brothers and Wipro Limited. Vishal holds an MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and a CA from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I'll talk about climate change, what's happening in the world of climate change and sustainability. And I guess this is a very timely topic, also given this is at following very quickly the COP26 that very recently concluded in Glasgow, right? On the next page, Ari, the climate change is the most important crisis that we need to solve together, right? And the world has made significant strides since the Kyoto Protocol in 2005. Some would say, and I agree, not enough yet, right? And this is really the most important thing. We need to all work together. If we don't solve for this, there are like hundreds of millions of people at risk. I mean, at least our research suggests that 80% of the 1.2 billion people that has the higher probability of facing lethal heat waves actually reside in Asia. So also living in this part of the world, it is even more imperative. We will continue to see disproportionate impact of climate change in our town centers, in our cities here in Asia. And we together need to do a lot more to move the world away from this scenario. Now, coming to COP, next page, you'll see there had been a lot of expectations building up to COP26, as you know, and it's been a mixed bag, I must say. On the positive side, looking at the glass half full, it was great to see a massive representation of the private sector, which was very different from some things that we have seen in the past. At the country level commitments, of course, many countries as a run-up to COP26 did come out with the net zero commitments, including India, which was a surprise entry, though at 2070. There are also some very positive developments on alignment on the reduction of methane by 2030, getting to zero deforestation also by 2030. Right, so these are some of the more positive developments, and what please gave us a lot more hope was many of the structural interventions that can change the game, especially in Asia and many other emerging economies across the world. For example, the alignment on Article 6, we think will be a very important development in the convergence of voluntary and compliance carbon markets, and also getting to cross-border exchange of credits. The GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, is again a very positive development where about 450 financial institutions managing $130 trillion worth of capital have committed to reallocate towards net zero pathways. And of course, there's increased commitment from G7 and other countries to spend money and help the emerging economies towards a just transition, which is the right thing to do. So these are some of the developments that I just want to highlight at the outset as we look at what's happening in the world of sustainability and emission reduction. Yeah, look, this has been clearly one of the priorities. It's increasing more and more. I won't go through all the numbers and the facts here. It's for you to see, but I did want to highlight two things here, which we hope can continue to accelerate the journeys of many companies towards decarbonization. So the first one that I did want to highlight is the consumer demand. Historically, one of the biggest impediment towards sustainable pathways has been the inability of the consumers to pay. But more increasingly, the research is showing that more and more consumers are willing to pay quote unquote green premium for the companies to move in this direction. In fact, in most industries, the increase of green pathways, even at about $40 to $50 a ton of CO2, translates to anywhere between 2 to 5% increase in the prices. So this is something that is increasingly becoming acceptable to many consumers, which we hope will help in the decarbonization. And it's important for the companies to take note. The second thing that I did want to highlight here is the employees' expectation. You might have heard about this, the great resignation period in COVID. What we have found increasingly is helping in attracting and retaining talent is the sense of purpose and being able to distinguish and show that the company is moving towards decarbonization and sustainability is helping attract and retain more and more talent. Right, so these are the increasing trends that we have seen in the last 12 to 24 months, which we hope will continue to accelerate the journey towards decarbonization. When we think about the sustainability, we always think of this as two sides of a coin. And in most cases, what we see is countries and companies always focus only on the one side, which is managing the risk, which is absolutely important. And of course, if you run the climate change model on any industry, any sector that has disproportionate exposure to carbon emissions, you will see that about 30 to 50% of the value could be at risk, and it's important to address that. But the other side, which we do highlight to companies and stakeholders that we work with, is there is a very clear upside to moving in this journey. There are new revenue pools that are being created. We estimate about $2 to $5 trillion worth of new opportunities that will be created from new technologies, from reforestation, from carbon markets that is up for companies to go and increase their stake in. So we always look at this from both the sides, managing risk, but also capturing the full potential and full upside of the sustainability trend. And if you look at the countries at a global level, as I was saying, coming off COP26, this is a positive development. If you look at the different scales, starting from achieving the net zero aspirations already to right at the bottom where the targets are still under discussion. We have seen increasingly countries at least moving up either to declaration or pledge, or having in policy documents some regulations that will drive more and more decarbonization, right? And what you see on this page gives us a lot more hope. Is since 2019, the number of countries addition that you see, the plus 22, for example, in the policy, we see increasingly in the last 2 years, more and more countries responding to this, right? And we have seen that in Asia as well. I mean, Singapore a few years back announced carbon taxes. Indonesia, as a run-up to COP26, President Jokowi announced the carbon taxes, the carbon regulation, and setting up of carbon markets. So increasingly, we see more and more countries responding to this challenge and trying to set up the right policy and the right framework to enable companies to move in this direction. Now, what we have also done is, if you look at what will the world need to do to achieve the 1.5 degrees pathway, it's a tall task. it means that 55% reduction by 2030. And that is the basis of many European countries moving to this aspiration. And what is important is we don't try to move this milestone out. This is not a 2050 problem, right? This is not about just committing to net zero and waiting for things to happen by 2050. It is important to think of this as a problem for today, a problem for yesterday. And that is why the 2030 aspirations are as important, or I would say even more important. And it is to reach the net zero aspirations by 2050, we do need to see 55% reduction. And in many sectors, it is even more. So if you look at power as a sector, power sector will probably need to get to about 70-75% reduction of the emissions by 2030. And that has already started to happen, at least in most countries, with renewables becoming in the money, actually cheaper than many of the fossil fuel fired power plants. Let's skip this and move on to the next page. Yeah. So on the opportunity side, as I was saying, we have mapped different sectors. This is the $2 to $5 trillion opportunity across 10 different sectors that we see, which is already started to happen. On the power, there's an increasing trend towards renewables, electric vehicles. You can see there's a massive interest in electric vehicles, both four-wheelers and two-wheelers, which is more relevant for many of the countries here in Asia, but also the full ecosystem around electric vehicles. We see a significant interest and investments going into hydrogen. A few years back, this was the fuel of the future. Now, increasingly, investments coming into both blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, and this is becoming in the money and getting up to $2.50 per kg, at which price most of the use cases become economical compared to the fossil fuel. We see carbon markets, a massive increase in both the supply coming in and the exchanges being formed, and about 20% of the global natural sequestration potential actually sits in ASEAN, about 15 to 20%. And that also offers a tremendous opportunity for countries in ASEAN to capture this opportunity. So it's important to look at this also as both opportunity that we need to take to drive the decarbonization and sustainability. So that's broadly what is happening in the world of sustainability. Now, if you go to ASEAN, on the next page, ASEAN is about 6% of world's emissions, right? And you can see the facts here and the numbers. And it's important for ASEAN to start moving in the direction of sustainability. I'd say if you look at Asia, actually, Asia has 4 of the top 10 emitters in Asia, right? ASEAN, the biggest one is Indonesia, and then many other countries are at the equal footing. Now, a few things that stand out for ASEAN is you will see there's a very significant contribution of LUCF, which is the land use, change, and forestry that contribute to the emissions, unlike many other parts of the world. The other distinctive thing to consider for ASEAN, also relevant for Philippines, is agriculture. In this part of the world, most of the agriculture, a big part of the agriculture is actually still fragmented. And that results in a lot of inefficiency and hard to kind of consolidate and reduce emissions compared to a consolidated agriculture. So there are a few of these distinct characteristics that need to be kept in mind as we think about ASEAN and sustainability in ASEAN. Now, there are a few themes that is important to also look at. And ASEAN is, again, Asia, ASEAN, it's not one country. When people think about European Union, by and large, most countries sit in a single kind of a frame. Here, it's very different. Just look at the top 6 countries within ASEAN. You'll see a broad spectrum. You'll see countries like Indonesia that has committed, if you take 2030 NDC, significant reduction on NDC, 29%, but also going to 41% with some support. You'd also see countries like Singapore that has committed, irrespective of the support, a significant reduction of 36% by 2030, but has not accepted to commit to a full net zero till there is clarity on to a net zero aspiration by 2050 or later. Well, on the other hand, if you look at Philippines, there's a very significant expectation of reliance on external support. And with that support, the NDC commitments go up to 73% from a 3% commitment unconditional reduction by 2030, right? So it's a mixed bag of different countries, different challenges, and different aspirations as we think about ASEAN. So that's something to keep in mind. And with this, there are a few themes to keep in mind, right? And so I just want to leave behind with 5 themes for ASEAN to accelerate the decarbonization journey or the sustainability journey. So number 1 is that there is really no silver bullet. I'll come to some of the details on each one of these elements. There is no silver bullet, given the characteristics that we were talking about. And the second theme that I do want to focus on is ASEAN is about 6% of the problem, but in some cases can be a disproportionate size of the solution. That's why I always try to look at the positive and the opportunity side as well. I'll come to what those opportunities can be. Number 3, it is important to drive more regional collaborations to unlock and accelerate sustainability. Without regional collaboration, it will be impossible, if not very difficult. Number 4 is carbon markets, important. I think the Article 6 at Glasgow has given a shot in the arm, and we need to move in this direction. And the last one is financing is essential. And there's a lot of capital at least being lined up. Now the important part is to also to ensure there's a credible supply of projects that can move and tap into this capital towards decarbonization. And I'll spend a minute on each one of these themes for the next few minutes. So what do I mean by no silver bullet to reach net zero? I was talking about different characteristics of countries within ASEAN, this being a mixed bag. And this is why it is a bit more difficult a challenge for ASEAN. So first one is growing baseline. Unlike many of the countries, we're still growing. If you look at the per capita GDP, the per capita emission, it's very small compared to many other countries in the world. For countries like Philippines, Indonesia, this will be in the range of 1 to 2 per capita emission compared to countries like US, which will be 15 plus, right? So as we move towards decarbonization, it is important to keep in mind how do we have a just transition over the next decade or so. The second is, I wouldn't say it being a limited, no, just stay on the previous page. The second challenge, and I won't go through all the challenges, is the renewable. Now, of course, there's a very significant renewable potential, but the efficiencies are a bit lower, given most of the countries in ASEAN being in the tropical region, and the efficiency, the cloud cover makes it a bit more inefficient compared to the other places. I did talk about fragmented agriculture. 75% of the farmers have less than 2 hectares, which makes it a bit more challenging if you want to drive if you want to drive a reduction of emissions from agri, because agri and land use change, as I mentioned, is one of the core factors for the emission, right? And on EV, again, it has been a slower transition to EV compared to many other countries, given the infrastructure that needs to be built, which takes time, at least for the 4-wheeler side, right? So these are some of the things, and that's why it's important to have a long list of initiatives and the right support from the regulators and the right support from the public and the private partnership to drive this transition. The second theme that I wanted to talk about on the next page is the nature-based solutions. So nature-based solution is the natural sequestration, right? Can be forests, can be croplands, can be marine. And here we are in ASEAN about 24% of the resources. As a region, we are globally number 1. If you look at this map, so there's a significant opportunity to capitalize on this. we're the lungs of the world. It's important to capitalize on this and help the world move towards decarbonization. Right. The theme number 3 is the collaboration. Again, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to move and accelerate sustainability without collaboration across ASEAN. And the collaboration can be around renewables, the interconnected grids. The collaboration has to be around themes like hydrogen and CCS, given that many of the countries that will actually have the reservoirs to sequester carbon will be different from the demand centers. And the collaborations need to be on carbon credit exchange and the markets, right? And that brings me to the 4th theme around carbon markets. We worked extensively with the task force for scaling up of voluntary carbon markets, and it's at a very nascent stage. And what we are excited about is the Article 6 giving a shot in the arm to potentially grow carbon markets. But for that to happen, again, there has to be increased collaboration both within ASEAN and actually on this topic increasingly at the Asia level and the global level to unlock the full potential of the carbon markets, at least in the short term. And the last theme is about the financing. Again, with the commitments, there is of course a lot of financing that is getting lined up slowly. It is important for the companies and for the countries till mature compliance markets, the carbon tax comes in, to already start thinking about baking in some sort of carbon pricing into the decision making or into the capital allocation to be able to decide what are the right ways to think about capital allocation and accelerate the journey towards sustainability. So that's broadly how we think about ASEAN. So I spent a few minutes at what's happening at the global level. We talked about ASEAN. I want to spend the last 5 minutes that I have on Philippines and come closer to home, right? Philippines just factually is about 35th largest contributor to the emissions. And on the face of it, like 35, is it big enough? Not. But if you look at one of the most impacted countries from climate change, Philippines is the 5th most affected country globally in the last 20 years. This is not forward-looking. This is already happening from the climate change, right? So it's very important for us here in Philippines to start thinking about climate change because this is something that will impact that will impact Philippines disproportionately. And Philippines in COP26. So if you look at again the glass, I mean the positive side of Philippines' commitments in the COP26, the good news is Philippines has agreed to join the global methane pledge, and it's methane is about 28 times more potent than CO2, and it's important to address methane. So that's very positive and very welcome news. Philippines has also signed the pledge to end deforestation by 2030, along with about 100 plus countries. That's very positive. Philippines has, as I was talking about previously, committed to a 73% reduction by 2030, although with the international support. So it's important to figure out where and how can Philippines get that international support to accelerate the decarbonization and meet its commitment. Yeah, but there are much like what we looked at for ASEAN. There are some unique challenges to net zero. It being archipelago, of course, makes it a lot more difficult. It needs to invest in more microgrids for renewables. It's hard to have a single grid to drive more and more decarbonization of power. And we do see that is one of the core reasons why the country has not been able to fully optimize the potential that it has from technologies like geothermal, just because it's even harder to have interconnected grids given the archipelago nature. Again, similarly, the rural and urban areas are quite diverse in a way, and saying it is a growing economy, and in a business as usual, there is expectation of increased per capita emissions, much like with the per capita GDP growing, and that's why it is important to address some of these challenges. It is important to address the coal assets. It is important to invest in clean energy and tap the international capital that is increasingly become available. It is important to tackle the waste problem, and it is also important to address the agri sector, which is dominated by the smallholders, less than 2 hectares on an average holding, causing some of these implementation challenges. So these are some of the things that we see are important for Philippines to accelerate the journey towards decarbonization. I did want to end also on the more opportunity side. As I keep saying, I keep bringing back the risk side and the opportunity side. There are increasing opportunities for other stakeholders, for international companies, for international countries, and international finance to invest in Philippines and help accelerate the journey. Right? If you look at sectors like power, our modeling shows that more than 100 gigawatts, 100,000 megawatts of additional capacity in renewables will be needed for Philippines to accelerate and move towards this direction. Right? So there's a massive opportunity both for investment and for value creation from renewables, as an example. If you look at transportation, Philippines is at a very nascent stage of adoption of electric vehicles, right? So both for two-wheelers on the back of charging or battery swap, or for four-wheelers building infrastructure, there's a massive opportunity. If you look at the LULUCF, Philippines does have one of the highest potential for both the forest space, but also marine-based, mangrove-based sequestration potential. So with the availability of capital, there's a lot of opportunity for both value creation and helping Philippines move and accelerate towards the decarbonization journey. So in a nutshell, as I was saying, it is a tough task. It is important for us not to have a very narrow view of how much emissions Philippines or each country is driving. It is also important to look at the disproportionate impact on the risk side that the climate change will have on Philippines. But also important to look at this as an opportunity for value creation, because that just enables the acceleration towards more and more sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vishal, for that wonderful presentation on what we can do here for climate change in the Philippines. I'm happy that you ended on a positive note to show us the opportunities that are possible. By the way, I'd like to make a correction. The one who introduced Vishal was Ms. Sofia Ordoña, the Associate Director of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines. And so now to close off day one of the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum, let's all welcome back on the virtual stage, Mr. Julian Payne, President of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, including our many distinguished guests and our very welcome media. It's been a very, very long day. We appreciate all who have stayed with us to listen since this morning. We've learned a lot about pathways to the future, and this is particularly relevant as we approach 2022 and the need to set a mandate to do things better. We've heard 7 major speeches today. Attorney Tony Abad began by describing major restrictions on foreign investment in the Philippines and showed us that these are also restrictions on economic growth, there are restrictions on growth of jobs, there are restrictions on transfer of technology into the country, and there are restrictions on competition, all which works against the interests of the Philippines and the Philippines people. He pointed out that the Philippines has not done as well as some of other countries such as Vienna, which had introduced reforms. And I say, we should hope as we start a new year that there will be new reforms, and we call on the Senate to approve as our Christmas present the amendments to the Public Service Act, which will allow us to make some progress in removing restrictions in a key area on foreign investment. We thank Governor Ben Yokno, who gave us a very reassuring message about the economy for 2022 and beyond. And I think to say we can give thanks to him and his team and those in the Department of Finance for the very, very professionally managed fiscal and monetary policy in this country. We can only hope in the joint foreign chambers of commerce that the next president will appoint Governor Ben Yokno for a full 6-year term. We thank Mr. Canto from McKinsey for describing the recovery coming in the various business sectors in the economy. McKinsey has access to really incredible data, and what he says is very instructive to us for the future. There was a very lively discussion by some of the country's brightest minds, policy thinkers, and reformers, such as Dr. Chua, Dr. Villegas, as well as Toti and Representative Joey Salcedo. The panel, moderated by Robbie Alampe, really gave us some real insights and suggested recommendations for the next administration. Attorney Mimi Lopez Malva moderated or convened the award of the Lifetime Achievement Award to Joy. This was well deserved. As a brief aside, CanCham serves as the COMELEC when we go through the process of deciding who will be the next nominee for this award. And I've been doing this for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, I can hardly remember. But this is the first time it was basically by acclamation. And that is a credit to the awardee for this year. Congratulations, congratulations. We had 10 speakers and moderators for 3 breakout sessions, whom we also thank for their intellectual contributions. We had from Brienne and Partners, a regional view. We had insights from Next Wave Cities, from Rick Santos of Santos Bell Knight, and Serge Andal of USAID. And of course, we had a very interesting and fascinating explanation by Peter McQuarrie of innovations by Globe in the telecom sector. Our afternoon featured 2 panels that were examined key sectors that must be strengthened in order to support growth of business and industries. And these will be discussed in further detail. Panel 2 discussed pathways to modern infrastructure, which was comprehensive speech by NEDA Undersecretary Jonathan Rouet, followed by updates from USEC, ASEC, and directors from national government agencies, who brought together an unprecedented build, build, build program. We hope this team will continue for several administrations to keep on build, 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 and building. We want it to go on and improve and get better. Thanks to Ed Francesco for his sterling moderating of this exciting session. Panel 3, which I introduced, examined pathways to an educated and healthy workforce, and was highlighted by a presentation by former NEDA Secretary General Ernie Pania, who highlighted the issue of population policy and how all aspects of this can contribute to sustained economic growth over the longer term. And he related this to both education and health. The discussion was moderated by Attorney Lopez Malva, with health experts, former Secretary Gabriel and Undersecretary Hatigan-Go, and educational experts Doris Ferrer and Love Basilote. Without the analysis and prescriptions for the reforms explained during this panel, the analysis and the reform were really important for us to understand when we look ahead to our future. And our future is the education and health of our children. Again, I would like to thank McKinsey, in this case, Mr. Agarwal, for his contribution about the significance of climate change, which is this overarching global issue that affects every country, including very, very much the Philippines. And the need for all of us, when we talk about economic growth, business expansion, and all this kind of stuff, we have to put it in the larger context of climate change and a sustainable environment in which we all live in this world. So thank you so much for that. Above all, I'd like to thank also Team Asia for very professionally managing this day's operation, and also the Arangkada staff personnel who did a lot of the really hard, tedious preparation work. And of course, all our corporate sponsors, the media, fellow business groups, and finally, you all who stayed, and you all who asked questions, and you all who made this thing a worthwhile endeavor to actually put on and continue. I can say we look forward to on the 7th to a second session of this, and I hope you'll all join us for that. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Julian. This concludes the first day of the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum. We'll see you again on December 7th for the second day of our virtual forum. You may join as early as 8 a.m. as we will start the program at exactly 9 a.m. For day 2 of the Arangkada Forum, we will have 3 panel discussions focusing on pathways to FDI, big winner sectors, pathways to FDI becoming more competitive and efficient, and views of presidential candidates regarding the economy and foreign investment. Oh, I'm excited about that one. We'll also be graced with the presence of DTI Secretary Ramon Lopez as our keynote speaker. So mark your calendar next week, December 7. We also encourage everyone to join the midday breakout sessions for day 2 of the Arangkada Forum. For this, please visit www.investphilippines.info/forum 2021. On day 2, we will have the following. In virtual room A, we will have logistics during COVID-19 and beyond. Virtual room B, cloud-driven economic recovery, best policy practices to support decarbonization and sustainable finance goals. And in virtual room C, a better broadband in the Philippines, what needs to be done. And we'd like to thank our sponsors and our partners for helping us make this forum possible. Our platinum sponsors, AWS, Cargill Philippines, Eastern Communications, Emerson, FedEx, Globe Business, ICTSI, KKR, PMFTC, Quezon Power and San Buenaventura Power, and Team Asia. For our gold sponsors, we have Chevron Holdings Inc., First Philippine Holdings Corporation, Meralco, Royal Cargo, and SGV and Company. Our silver sponsors, AIG, BPI, Santos Knight Frank, and Filipina Shell. Bronze sponsors, Aboitiz Power, BDO, Cal Energy, Manila Water Company, Mitsubishi Corporation. Our patrons, Aboitiz Infra Capital, Isuzu, NYK Phil, Pacific Cross, Strive, and our supporting partner, PNG. For media sponsors, we have ANC, Business Mirror, Business World, the Oxford Philippines Group, Philippine Daily Inquirer, and the Philippine Star. Many thanks to our event partners who have helped us promote the event. The Bankers Association of the Philippines, British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines, the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Inc., Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Foundation for Economic Freedom, the German-Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Inc., the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, John Clements Consultants, Inc., Management Association of the Philippines, Makati Business Club, the Nordic Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the Philippine Ecozones Association, Philippine Exporters Confederation, Inc., the Philippine-Swiss Business Council, the Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines, Inc., the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, and the Asia Foundation. Making up the joint foreign chambers of the Philippines, American Chamber of Commerce, Australia-New Zealand Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Chamber of Commerce, European Chamber of Commerce, Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Korean Chamber of Commerce, the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies, Regional Headquarters Incorporated. Many thanks for all of your support, everyone. Maraming salamat. Have a great rest of the day. Once again, this is Monette Hamlin, the president and founder of Team Asia, event partner of the 10th Arangkada Philippines. We'll see you again on December 7th for day 2 of Arangkada Forum 2021. Stay safe, everyone. Bye.